Chapter 28. Votes Count. The next morning, SJ got up early and felt very nervous about what was expected to be undertaken that day. The council meeting was set for 10, and her stomach was already tied in knots. She had struggled to fall asleep the previous evening with the turmoil going through her mind. She had never even expected to be in this position, and initially, although astounded by the offer, it had not really felt real. Now that it was about to happen, it was entirely different. "How are you this morning?" Dave asked. "Nervous," SJ said, as she stood looking in her mirror, straightening her dress and fiddling with her choker. "Why? You have nothing to be nervous about." "Nothing. Are you kidding me? They will vote today whether they want me as part of the council." And? What do you think? I never expected it to happen."
It doesn't affect you either way. If they wish you to be a part of it, all is well and good. If not, you just continue as a normal Legionnaire would, causing mayhem and chaos."
SJ sighed. "A little moral support wouldn't go amiss."
"I do support you. If they don't accept you as a member, they are making a stupid mistake. But that is what it is. You can't change fate. Look at you. You got squished by a tree."
"I'm not sure I class this as fate."
"What would you class it as then?"
"Judgment."
"No one is judging you, though, are they?"
"Of course they are. They're voting whether they believe I am good enough to join the council, even as a non-voting member."
"But it isn't you, is it? The real you, I mean. It is only the persona you have shown so far."
"What is that supposed to mean?"
"Have you been truthful to yourself?"
"Yes."
SJ's brow furrowed at his comment. "Really truthful?"
"Yes. Always, since I arrived."
"Okay. Then they are judging you," Dave replied cheerily.
"Ugh. Way to calm a girl down."
"Sorry, I was being agreeable."
"Sometimes it is much better to be less agreeable and more diplomatic in your replies."
"I will consider that for next time. I'm a little excited myself, though. The last time I had a Legionnaire in any position of authority was in a guild, and I'd never been in a township or city before. It'll open a new world of interesting things as time progresses."
The realization of what she was potentially getting involved with was not unknown to her, and she could feel panic rising in her chest as she stood there. "Why do I feel as though I need a drink?"
"I don't know. Why do you?" Dave replied.
"Again, not helpful."
"Sorry. I just want to see you succeed and do what is best for you,"
Dave said sincerely. SJ paused, staring at herself in the mirror. Sometimes she wished she could see Dave. Looking into her own eyes, she said, "Thank you."
Downstairs, the inn had the usual morning crowd for breakfast. Since Floretta had begun including mushrooms, it had become more popular, and SJ had mentioned to Floretta that adding tomatoes and baked beans would be beneficial. Floretta had been completely thrown by the term baked beans, and SJ had had to have a long conversation about what they were. Floretta was unsure she had anything similar, but said she would consider the additions. She liked the sound of adding fried tomatoes, though. Sitting at a table after ordering breakfast, SJ was drinking a coffee when the inn door came flying open. Everyone turned to stare as a cloaked figure came striding into the inn. The cloak was pale purple, and the clothes beneath it looked pristine. The figure walked straight to the bar before removing his hood. SJ nearly fell out of her seat. It was Nexus. "Good morning. Could I please have breakfast and a glass of honey wine?" he asked in his melodic voice. The whole inn stared at him, and Phyllis, who was working behind the bar, stammered a reply.
Of course."
"Thank you. I'll be sat with the young Fae over there," Nexus replied, pointing to SJ. If she hadn't been flustered before, she was now, as Nexus walked over and sat at the table with her. "Morning," he said, beaming. SJ had frozen with a fork full of food halfway to her mouth, and snapping out of her trance, she put it down.
"Morning,"
she said, her eyes like saucers.
"What are you doing here?" she whispered. All the eyes in the inn were still on her and the elf.
I thought it best to be seen in town if I'm going to be meeting the mayor soon. I didn't want to be a stranger.
Did you listen in on the conversation I had with Dave? She questioned.
Whatever would give you that idea?
He replied, grinning. I have the meeting this morning, so I am not available.
I am well aware. I thought I would just wish you good luck. That is all.
How can I explain that you arrived so soon after discussing the issue? It takes days to reach Asterfall.
Here,
Nexus replied, placing his hand in his pocket and removing a small flat gem. It was opaque, and SJ frowned. What is that?
It's a messenger stone. It allows parties who hold link stones the ability to communicate.
Oh! SJ exclaimed, shocked at the information and ability to communicate over a long distance. She had thought it must be possible, having experienced and listened to previous conversations in the inn, but had never had any confirmation. How do I use it?
You can't. It's fake. But we'll give you the cover you need if anyone asks how I arrived in such a timely manner.
Thanks, SJ said, pocketing the small stone. Phyllis came rushing over, almost tripping as she delivered the plate of steaming food and large glass of honey wine to Nexus. Here you go, sir, she said.
Please, don't call me sir. My name is Nexus, and I'm a friend of SJ's. She said wonderful things about you.
Nexus replied. The charm oozing off him was palpable, and SJ saw Phyllis physically shudder. SJ glanced around the room, and most eyes were still fixed on Nexus. Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you, Phyllis said shyly, smiling at her.
And what about your wonderful mother as well? Karis, isn't it?
Yes, she is sleeping now. She'll be working this afternoon.
Excellent. While visiting town, I could also do with a room. Do you have any space currently?
SJ knew a wagon had arrived from Asterfall yesterday, and several new patrons were now in the inn. We have a room left, but it isn't very special. It's more of a store cupboard than a room.
As long as it has a bed where I can rest my head, that is all that matters.
Of course. I'll get the key for you. Nexus, wasn't it?
Yes, my dear. Nexus. Thank you,
he said, turning to look back at SJ. Phyllis stumbled back away from the table. SJ saw a female dryad grab her arm as she went past, whispering to her. News of his arrival was going to travel fast. Nexus removed a small, beautifully crafted knife from a sheath on his belt and began to eat the food. He picked up one of the plump, juicy, fried delicacies of a mushroom and placed it in his mouth.
Delicious.
SJ closed her mouth, which had hung open again, and picked up her fork. After eating another couple of mouthfuls of food, she looked back over at the god. He was paying no attention to anything around him, focused purely on the plate of food in front of him. Did you have to make such a scene? SJ whispered towards him.
If I'm going to play my part as an auction trader, then I have a part to play,
he replied, smiling. So you have decided how you will do it?
Oh, yes. I will explain the details fully when we meet with the mayor, and I've had a chance to see into his eyes.
SJ gulped at the thought of Nexus meeting the towering and imposing form of Siegfried. What about the shop?
It is in excellent hands, don't worry,
he replied. But how? When you were here?
I can multitask, you know.
SJ knew she was in an alternate reality already, but it now seemed like she had entered an entirely new one. She sat in silence for the remainder of her breakfast. When she had finished, she asked for another coffee, which Phyllis brought over, shaking still. She poured her a cup, nearly sloshing it everywhere. Nexus just sat and smiled at her.
Please, thank the cook for me. The food was delightful,
Nexus said. I will, Phyllis replied. Her cheeks could not have been more flushed.
Oh, and here's the key to the room. It's at the top of the stairs, the first door on the right. It's small, but has a bed, and it's clean.
Thank you again, he said.
So, are you staying here? SJ asked once Phyllis left.
No, of course not. I stay home normally, but it is nice to get out and about and interact occasionally.
Home? Where is that?
It's a long way from here. It doesn't take more than an instant to travel, though. The benefits of my kind are that we are our own soul stones, so we can come and go as we please.
How many of you are there?
One, of course.
No, I mean variants of you.
Currently, just the two you know.
Why, when Bob came, did you close the shop then?
Out of respect for Bob. I wished him to know he had my full attention when I spoke to him. He is a very dear friend.
Baffled beyond belief, SJ drank her coffee. I need to head off to the meeting, she said, standing.
No problem. I'm going to hang around here for a while. May have a nap, a walk around town. I haven't quite decided yet. But I will have another honey wine. This is a very fine year.
SJ shook her head. Turning, she saw many eyes were still transfixed on their table. I will see you later then, Nexus, she said at a normal volume.
Indeed, SJ. I will see you this afternoon. I hope it goes well.
Thanks, she said, and left the inn. SJ walked down the street, lost for words or thoughts, for that matter. She realized she no longer felt nervous about the vote being due within the hour.
Well, that was interesting,
Dave's chipper voice said, bounding into her mind and disturbing her thoughtless thoughts. Confusing, perhaps.
I think it was very genuine of him. His roleplay is amazing. You must compliment him when you see him. He had Phyllis eating out of his hand.
That wasn't roleplay. I don't know his charisma level, but that is pure charm.
Still, impressive to see. Especially how fickle people are.
Fickle?
Yes. Just because he's a good-looking elf in that form and plays a role doesn't mean that he's a good person. People fall for those sorts of people all the time. It is a common misconception. Good looks do not mean someone is a good person. Otherwise, charlatan and charmer wouldn't be a profession choice for some.
Very philosophical this morning, aren't you?
I do try to keep my philosophical side open to development, Dave replied.
His statement was accurate, though. Nexus's looks and charm meant nothing, especially since SJ knew it was an act by a god. The chamber was packed when SJ arrived. She had never seen all the representatives in attendance before, and walking inside the room with its dark wooden beams and stately furnishings, which she hadn't really noticed previously, made SJ feel minuscule and insignificant. Apart from the council members, a human sat with parchment and quill.
SJ, welcome. Please, come and take a seat.
Siegfried indicated to a chair next to his own at the head of the table. SJ self-consciously walked around the table to where Siegfried stood. The other council members now all stood, waiting for the meeting to begin. Am I late? SJ asked as she reached the table head.
No. We had other matters to discuss prior to your attendance today.
Siegfried smiled.
Please, everyone be seated.
The group all began to sit and adjust themselves in their chairs. SJ had gone to sit too, but Siegfried looked at her subtly, raising his eyebrows to signify she should remain standing. Once quiet settled in the chamber, Siegfried began.
Dear all, I know we have already gone through the formalities of today's meeting, and I thank you for your time and commitment to Killic.
Several people around the chamber banged the table with their hands.
We now have a rather unique and important vote to hold. You are all aware of the reason for this vote and the conditions related to the information I gave you all prior to the meeting. Today, as the presiding mayor of Killic, who has held office for 52 years, I am proposing that we amend our town charter.
This will be the first amendment of its kind since the charter was written, and that is why today I invited Scribe Artorian to be in attendance to make and seal the changes if this is voted upon."
Several banged on the table again, and SJ could feel the sweat on her back from being in the spotlight.
"It is with great honour and the privilege that you've granted me as your mayor that I propose the addition of the town council's first non-voting and first fae member. Since her arrival in Killic, SJ has been one of the most impressive new starters we have ever had the privilege of knowing. Because of her selfless commitment and approach to the town and its people with a caring and supportive nature, she has changed the opinion of many in relation to the unfortunate habits many of her kind portray. Because of this, I would ask you to consider all the supporting information, and we will cast a vote. The vote will be a hidden ballot, so those who may feel uncertain can vote accordingly without due concern. I will now break the meeting for 15 minutes to allow votes to be cast. Please drop them in the chest on Artorian's desk."
Siegfried stood there, and silence remained for a few moments until chairs scraped and several stood. Small groups broke off, and conversations broke out between the various race representatives around the room.
"That's it then. We just wait now,"
Siegfried said, turning to SJ with a smile.
"I have never felt so nervous before,"
SJ answered. She had met with several people in attendance over the past few days, and most of her meetings were amicable. Many kept turning and looking at her as she stood there, as though awaiting the hangman's noose. A bugbear entered the chamber carrying a tray of drinks and walked over to SJ.
"Drink?"
he asked.
"I would love a coffee if you have one,"
SJ said.
"I can get you a coffee, yes,"
the bugbear replied.
"Thank you,"
SJ said. A few minutes later, he returned carrying a pot and mug for her. She took a nervous gulp. Several had walked up and placed their cards in the chest, and as the 15 minutes ticked along, more did so, until there were only a couple who hadn't.
"Time,"
Siegfried called. Once he did, the members retook their seats.
"Please, sit, SJ,"
he said. It was the first time she had sat since entering the room, and her legs felt like jelly. The relief was welcome. Artorian, the scribe, opened the chest and read through the inserted cards, creating piles in front of him. SJ watched the process with trepidation, and the air could have been cut with a knife as they awaited the count. Artorian finished, and then turned, nodding to Siegfried. SJ could feel a trickle of sweat on her back, and her palms felt clammy as she sat there nervously.
"Please, Artorian, if you'd be so kind."
Siegfried gestured toward him. The scribe stood and walked to the far end of the table, opposite where Siegfried and SJ sat. Coughing, he cleared his throat.
"The results of the vote are as follows. This was a 2-stage vote, as described in the town manifest. Item 1 addresses whether to include a fae on the council as a non-voting member. Those in favour, 15. Those against, 8. Abstained, 2.
SJ felt her stomach lurch when she learned 8 had opposed the addition of a fae to the council.
Now to the second part of the vote. As item 1 passed, this is to vote on whether SJ will be accepted as a non-voting town council member. The voting is unanimous, with those in favour being 23. Again, 2 have abstained.
Banging began on the table. A few cheered for the vote's success. SJ sat in shock. They had just amended their long-standing town charter to include the addition of a fae. The amazing fact was that 23 out of 25 had voted for her, irrespective of her being fae, and 2 abstained, probably people she had never spoken to or met before. Siegfried stood up.
Artorian, thank you so much for your time. Please amend the town charter as soon as possible so that all council members can re-sign. Also, can we please have the officiate seal for SJ as a representative on the council? Of course, Mayor. I will have the amendment to the charter done momentarily. It can be signed before the meeting ends today. The same applies to SJ's seal,
Artorian replied.
SJ, please stand.
Siegfried ushered towards her. SJ stood nervously.
Will you take the oath of Killic and swear your allegiance?
Siegfried asked.
I will.
Then please, read the following.
Siegfried handed SJ a piece of parchment, which she unrolled and read. I, SJ, do swear by the gods that I will truly serve the town of Killic in the office of the council, and I will do right to many people after the laws and usages of this town, without fear or favour, affection or ill will. As SJ finished speaking, a bright blue light encased her before it dissipated again.
SJ, would you like to say anything else?
Siegfried asked. I did not know I would need to, SJ said, turning to Siegfried. Looking back to the table, she addressed them. Thank you all for your vote of confidence in my position on the council. I know I am a non-voting member, but I will do what I can through my actions to support the continuing growth and prosperity of Killic as we enter this new system age.
Hear, hear!
Several cheered, banging the table again.
Again, thank you, and I hope to get to know you all better soon.
More cheers erupted, and SJ felt her cheeks redden under the intense scrutiny.
Okay. We still have matters to address yet in relation to the expansion of the borders. We will break for 10 minutes and then continue, if that is okay with everyone.
Again, the members stood and mingled. SJ was unsure what to do until several council members came up and started speaking to her. Many congratulated her. The largest shock was when Auric, the grumpy old dwarf, walked up to her. He stared at her with his usual criticizing gaze. She shrank away until he threw his arms around her and gave her a hug.
Welcome to the council,
he said warmly. It was fleeting, but the most heartfelt of the congratulations she was given. The meeting soon got back underway again. Chapter 29. Who, What, Why? The meeting had continued for much longer than SJ had expected, and the discussions among the members had become very heated on occasion. The conflict over the expansion, structures, and suggestions over border locations was considerable. The resounding consideration that everyone had, even those in full support, was the ability for the town to financially cover the costs involved. The meeting concluded, again, with no formal decision or vote being carried, with a significant split in opinion over the best way to proceed. SJ had listened to all of the conversations, but not put her opinion across, as she could understand both sides of the argument. Expanding the town was hugely beneficial and would improve their standing within the territory. The risks associated with expansion, though, could initially outweigh any benefits, as they were likely to be targeted if they displayed renewed prosperity. Walking down the stairs afterwards, Siegfried asked her if she was free to talk.
I have some time, although I do need to go and complete some training today. I've been a little remiss due to the meeting, SJ said.
Excellent,
Siegfried replied, leading her back to his office.
Alice, will you join us, please?
Alice had been ahead of them, and, on hearing her name, turned and smiled.
Of course.
Once the three of them were sat in the mayor's office, Siegfried began.
Well, firstly, thank you both dearly. Alice, without your continuing support and provisions you provide to the town daily, we would not be as strong as we are. SJ, thank you for accepting the role as a member of the town council.
SJ could again feel her cheeks heating.
Thank you for the opportunity,
she said.
I have a couple of things that I would like to discuss. The main one being the position I hope to see you take on the council,
Siegfried said, looking at SJ.
Oh? What position?
Alice and I have already discussed the role, and we believe that you have the most suited skill set to achieve the desired results.
What skill set? And what results?
SJ asked.
We believe that you would make the perfect ambassador for Killic.
Ambassador? Is that not going a little too far? I'm a fae, and I'm well aware of the mistrust that is shown towards us.
I can understand your initial reservations, but we believe that you can overcome the factious attitude of many.
I thank you for your words, but I'm not sure I am the right person to be an ambassador.
I think you will fit the role perfectly,
Alice interjected.
How so? You have a natural charisma and charm that has not gone unnoticed in the town. It is an uncanny ability to bring ease to so many, yet still be such a stalwart fighter. You show both strength and caring combined. That is an unusual balance,
Alice said. SJ blushed from the comment.
I am just me.
And that you are is why we believe you will fit the role perfectly. There are several key aspects we would like you to consider over the coming weeks, if you would take on the role.
SJ knew that being an ambassador might mean travel and diplomacy requirements. It would also hopefully give her the angle to speak to Newick at the Wandering Ogre.
If you believe I am suited, then I can only try.
That is excellent news. I'll ask that Artorian entitles your role as such.
Who is the current ambassador?
We have not required one before, but with the territory borders opening, we believe that it is important that we now have the role and function.
I see. Does this have to be voted on?
No. Assignment of council functions is between me and Alice. We are both in complete agreement over this.
That's amazing, Dave said. As an ambassador, you will get to travel, see the wider world, meet so many interesting and potentially not so interesting people.
You mentioned a couple of things, SJ said.
Yes. Second, we would like to offer you a residence.
Sorry?
SJ was shocked.
A residence. You can't stay living in the inn now that you're an integral part of the town,
Siegfried replied. Flabbergasted, SJ said,
I hadn't even considered it. I suppose it would make sense, although I'm not sure if I can afford a property. I don't know their cost.
Don't worry about cost for now. It's just a place that you'll call home, and eventually, if you wish to purchase or build something yourself, you could do so in time. Alice has spent some time already considering various locations and options, and she would like to show you them today. You don't have to decide straight away, obviously, but the offer and opportunity is there.
The thought of having her own place in town was appealing, but she really enjoyed the inn. The socializing and the friends she had made there would be things she would miss. Never mind the breakfasts. Then again, many came in for breakfast each morning who were not residents.
I am happy to see what there is. Thank you both, she said.
The third thing we wish to discuss is a little more sensitive a matter,
Siegfried said.
Oh? What is it?
Alice has been carrying out an investigation for some time now, and we believe we have a problem within the council.
What sort of problem?
We believe that one of the members is trying to undermine what we're doing in the town. This is not a recent event, and is something that Alice has investigated for the past year. It hasn't been easy for her to gather much information, as the individual concerned is rather secretive at the best of times.
I see. What can I do to help?
I would like you to investigate the matter on our behalf and come to your own conclusions. Our concern is that if they continue to behave in this manner, they will end up damaging the town's reputation with many of the outlying villages.
And who is it you wished me to look into?
SJ asked, a little concerned at the thought of someone plotting against the town.
Alice?
Siegfried asked.
My suspicions point towards Bellicky,
Alice said.
Bellicky oversees the distribution of trade goods to the outer areas. As part of his role, he is required to frequently be away from the town. It is a role he has had for many years, and he's always been thought of as the best for the task because of his merchant skills. The concern is that he is divulging private information about the town and the council members to others. Normal council meetings are held in an enclosed room. You will have seen the guards who are always present, but we also have magical wards which prevent people spying on the meetings.
The fact that they had magical wards preventing eavesdropping was something new to SJ, and she was a little surprised.
Some of the information that has reached our desks from the surrounding villages can only have come from the meetings, and even though it has taken a long time to trace, I now believe that he is the only one who is the common factor.
Have you not challenged him or asked him the question? SJ asked.
No. We all still have no solid evidence. It is circumstantial and nondescript.
I don't know who he is, SJ said.
You probably saw him for the first time today. He is one of the Draconian.
I know who you mean. SJ had seen both the Draconian representatives and met with one of them before. Bellicky had to be the other. The Draconian in question was burly-looking and had appeared more like a fighter to SJ than anything else when she'd seen him in the chamber. I thought he was something to do with the god when I saw him.
He does look that way. He is a very skilled trader, though, but has no skills for diplomacy, as he also has a brashness to him.
Why would he possibly do anything against the town? SJ asked.
I believe it's jealousy,
Alice said.
Jealousy over what exactly?
SJ asked.
His father was the presiding mayor before Siegfried,
Alice said. It was the first time SJ had ever heard her use his first name.
I believe that he thinks the right to being mayor should have passed to him on the death of his father.
But you have been mayor for over 50 years, SJ stated.
Yes, I have. Bellicky had been away for a long time, and only 2 years ago returned to the town and joined the council. His family is regarded very highly among the Draconian population. Lathonian speaks very highly of them. When he returned from making his fortune trading across Amatherean, he joined as one of their representatives.
I do not know him enough to speak to immediately. It will take time to learn about him, and if he is away from town often, then I'll be limited to what I'll find out, SJ said.
That is understandable, but we believe since you are new to the town and are in the process of starting your career, you may be the perfect person to get to know him. He knows he has no direct influence over many on the council, but as you're new, he may try and persuade you otherwise,
Siegfried said. The term career struck SJ. She'd never even considered the potential of her joining a town council as being called a career. It was strange and rather foreboding alongside everything else she was working towards.
This looks like it could be very interesting and perfect for your subterfuge development, Dave said. Alongside the position of ambassador, I can see there being some rather entertaining times ahead.
I will see what I can discover, SJ said aloud. Her display triggered. Quest. Confirm the leak. Investigate and confirm who is distributing falsehoods about the town and its council members. Rewards. 1,000 XP. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes or no?
Whoa. That's a lot of experience,
Dave said.
You reached level 12 easily with the bonus for your reputation.
SJ was a little taken aback by the amount of experience as well, knowing that it really equated to 2,000 experience. The benefits her increased reputation had brought to her progression were huge. Anything that triggered a quest related to the town's continuing safety and improvement would allow her to grow exponentially. Even the less rewarding quests would bring significant bonuses. Accepting the quest, SJ stood. I need to go and do some training, if there is nothing else.
Actually, there is,
Siegfried said. From his desk drawer, he removed a small wooden box and handed it to SJ.
What's this?
SJ asked, frowning. I wasn't expecting anything.
Don't worry. This is a formal offering.
Siegfried smiled. SJ took the box and opened the lid. Inside was a tiny silver pin designed in the shape of a great axe, surrounded by laurel leaves. SJ took it from the box and turned it in her hands.
What is this?
It is the official emblem of Killic. It proves you are a member of the council. I would ask that you wear it when on official town business, if you'd be so kind,
Siegfried said. Oh, of course. Do I need to wear it in town?
It is entirely up to you whether you do or don't.
SJ looked from Alice to Siegfried, and for the first time noticed the small pins that they both wore. I had never noticed them before, SJ said, smiling, and removed the pin from the box and attached it to her dress.
It can help you in the town when speaking to townsfolk, when they realise you're a council member.
Before I go, where can I find the Balaki's residence? He owns one of the large houses opposite the docks, Alice said, and if you can call back later, I will show you the properties I've identified. I will, yes, SJ said. Thank you both for the confidence you've shown in me.
SJ left the office with her mind racing. She'd become a council member, been assigned as an ambassador, and been given a significant quest, the offer of a residence and the potential to travel in the future. And that was just from today. Then add in everything else she was doing, training, crafting, part-time parenting, and a potential assassination job. SJ had been planning her time ahead with focus on her martial arts training, crafting, and weapon proficiency, and she would need to adjust it.
So much to do, SJ said as she entered the training ground.
And all the time in Amatherean to do it, Dave replied.
That is very true, but it never seems like there's enough in one day.
Well, there isn't, duh. What do you expect? A day to last as long as a year? It would completely mess up the aging system for the whole of Amatherean. Then again, I wonder...
Dave? Silence. Dave, what are you doing?
Nothing, a shy voice replied.
You realize I was just making a statement, and I really didn't expect there to be more hours in a day?
I know, he replied uncertainly, but I just checked anyway, and I can't access the system clock. That would have been so cool if I could have, though.
Why?
I could have time-travelled.
Sorry?
I could have reset the clock back to the beginning of Amatherean.
I am not sure I would class that as time travel.
What is it then? If I mend the system clock to its creation date, then the backups would kick in from that period.
And what do you think that would do to me and you?
Good point. I will scratch that one off my list.
SJ rolled her eyes. Sometimes you have the strangest ideas.
I wouldn't call them strange. I would call them abstract.
Whatever you want to call them, you need to be careful. I'm not sure you can be trusted unsupervised.
Oh, you sound like my mother, Dave huffed.
SJ laughed as she walked to the training rings and saw Lorna with a confused look on her face.
Are you okay?
Lorna asked. Yes, sorry, was just thinking about a joke I was told. Frowning, Lorna shook her head in dismay.
Are you here to train?
Yes, I wanted to get a couple of hours in.
Excellent. Then you can start with 10 laps. That should stop you laughing, Lorna replied with a grin.
Ugh, SJ said as she began to run around the ground.
The 2 hours flew by as she performed her exercises, and Lorna spoke to her about her advancement to level 6 that she had undergone with Greb. Lorna said she would have to get him involved more in the training of the newer members.
Wait,
Lorna said, staring at SJ open-mouthed.
What?
SJ said, concerned.
You're wearing a pin?
SJ looked down at the small pin attached to her dress.
Oh, this, yes. Why?
That means you're a member of the town council.
I am, yes. I was voted in this morning, SJ said, smiling.
Lorna put her hand up to her face in shock. I can't believe they allowed you onto the council. How on Amatherean did you do it?
Do what?
You realise that most of the council have previously suffered at the hands of Fae. The fact you were voted in is no small achievement.
There were 2 votes. The first to add a Fae representative, and secondly for my membership. The vote to add a Fae representative was not as straightforward as I thought it would be. Knowing the problems we had 4 years ago when our entire crop was destroyed by them, I'm amazed that they allowed a Fae member to join. 4 years ago? Yes, when the Fae attacked Killic, SJ said, amazed. Not the town, but they decided to destroy the crops. They set the cornfields on fire and destroyed the biannual harvest. The whole town struggled from it. Several lost a lot of coin, of which some were councillors. I did not know. It was a dark time for the town. I don't think we've fully recovered since. The fact you've joined, though, is an amazing feat. Thanks, SJ said, smiling. No, I mean it. The influence you have since you reached revered status is quite significant. My status jumped 3 levels when it happened. I'm not sure how it did. I know exactly how, Lorna replied. Oh? What happened then? Cristy? Mithril? Ogre. What? Your selfless act of saving Cristy, a town member, without expecting any reward, is unprecedented amongst all past Legionnaires in the town. The discovery of what is believed to be a mithril mine, which would not have occurred if you had not rescued Cristy, and your subsequent involvement in the battle. Upon striking Borden, I genuinely believed you were dead, yet you managed to defeat the mage single-handedly. I wasn't exactly by myself. You were from the town's standpoint. What you have achieved is close to a miracle. SJ blushed with embarrassment. I wouldn't call it a miracle. I would. To change the minds of some of those on the council is not something to sniff at. The halflings have been trying for years to get on the council. I meant to ask the mayor about that, and why they have no representation. Halflings are synonymous with borrowing. Ah, SJ said, understanding the term in relation to the world of Tolkien. There have been many issues over items being borrowed. The times I've had to deal with them in the guard is ridiculous, Lorna replied, shaking her head. What about the undead? Only Floretta lives in the town, and she's never shown interest in the council. Oh, thanks for the training today. I need to see Alice. Are you back tomorrow? Hopefully. I'll see how I get on. I've already been given a task to do. The powers of leadership, Lorna smiled. I suppose I should now start calling you Ma'am. You dare, and my claws will come out, SJ laughed as she left. It felt strange, having someone she held in such high regard even consider the comment. On getting back to the barracks, she found Alice upstairs in her office. Are you free to go now? SJ asked after knocking on her door. Alice looked up, smiling. Yes, let's go find you a home. Chapter 30. Angelic Presence. SJ followed Alice as she led her from the barracks. I've picked 3 places, and you may choose which you prefer to use for now, Alice said as they walked. SJ had always stayed in the center of town because of the inn's positioning, and had got used to the hustle and bustle of the vendors and market traders that were there every day, and the noise of their daily routine. The inn was, after all, the hub of the town, and anyone who was someone spent time there. Since SJ had met all the council members during the meeting, she had realized that many of them frequented the inn. Is there anything near the center of town? SJ asked. Unfortunately, not too close to the center. Those buildings are very rarely free, normally only when a family leaves for Asterfall or one of the other outlying villages, Alice replied. That's a shame. I really enjoyed being at the inn. SJ had got used to the noise every night, the laughing, the singing, and the general camaraderie that was displayed. Alice was leading SJ into an area of the town she had never been before. It was on the northeastern side, towards the mountain. The first building she stopped at was a 2-story affair. It was in a row of 4 closely packed homes. The street outside was wide, and the opposite was a small open area with a garden and some seats. It was a pleasant location, and SJ stood looking around. Well,
This is the first, Alice said, removing a bunch of keys from her pouch. She walked to the door and let SJ inside. The interior was well maintained, the beams all cleaned, and no signs of dust or cobwebs. It reminded SJ of her childhood home. They had lived in a row of terraces and been in one of the middle properties. She had never been a fan because of the noise that used to come through from the neighbors regularly. This house had 2 rooms on the ground floor, a kitchen and lounge, and up the narrow stairs were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. "It's very nice," SJ said. "But not for you," Alice replied, smiling. "Is it that obvious?" "Ha! You don't seem overly excited, so yes." "Sorry," SJ said apologetically. "No, it's fine. This was a last-minute addition." "How long have you been looking?" SJ frowned. "The mayor asked me to start investigating a residence 3 days ago." "I had only just found out about potentially joining the council then," SJ said, surprised. "We were both confident you would get accepted. You have done so much for the town already since you have been here. We could not see any objections to you being sustained." "I wasn't as confident as you were, not with the concerns over my kind." "Yes, many are problematic. But thankfully, you and Mistress Francisca are starting to show a different side to the Fae. I hope it will continue. I don't like being thought of as a nuisance." "You have been anything but," Alice replied as they walked back outside, and she locked the door. "Okay, number 2. Alice led SJ down the northern edge of the town, heading down past the church. Lithonian was in the grounds tending the flowers, and he waved as they walked past. SJ knew she would need to speak to Lithonian and get his thoughts on the Draconian council member and his family. The next house was smaller than the first and sat in a small plot by itself, opposite the church hall. SJ liked the look of it from the outside, but, as Alice showed her in, realized that the inside was not as well kept as the first home. "This one does need some work done to it," Alice said, showing her the interior. After looking around, SJ was quite pleased with it. "I quite like this," she said, smiling. "Good. Let's show you the third one, and then you can confirm which you would like to use." They now moved to the western edge of town. As soon as SJ saw it, she knew it was the one. Sat by itself in a small plot of land with a garden at the front and rear was a small cottage. It was like Farlek Cottage, although larger. It had a small fence that surrounded the garden, and it looked out directly onto the open cornfields that spread from the edge of town to the forest, where the path to the crags began. "This is beautiful," SJ said, gawping. She was unaware that there were such idyllic locations in the town. "It's a nice area, very quiet and peaceful." SJ could hear the rhythmic pounding of the smithy in the distance, and looking out from the front garden, she could see the large white sails of the windmill turning. The roof of the Mages' Academy was not quite visible. On entering the property, it opened onto a large lounge area. The main bedroom and lounge were both at the front of the property and looked out over the fields. The kitchen, bathroom, and a second, smaller bedroom were at the rear, looking into the back garden, which was enclosed with a fence and had 2 trees, one growing apples, which SJ grimaced at, remembering her initial mistake of tasting one. The other grew a fruit that SJ had not seen before, its skin purple and knobbly. "What fruit is this?" SJ asked. "It's called a grapey. They are succulent and very flavorsome," Alice replied. SJ picked a fruit from the tree and with her knife cut into its flesh. It looked similar to that of a peach, and she lifted the fruit to her mouth to take a bite. The flood of flavor and juice that erupted on her tongue was a sensation to behold. "Oh, these are amazing. Why am I only finding out about these now?" SJ said. "They are delightful. The owner spent years nurturing the tree, as many of them do not bear fruit. I think I have a new favorite.
I may have to give some to Floretta and see what she can cook up with them. I am sure Floretta would be exceedingly happy getting some gravy to cook with. They are not readily available.
As SJ walked around the remainder of the property, she smiled.
This would be perfect. I am guessing this is the one?
Alice asked.
Yes, this is lovely,
SJ said. The property was furnished, so she wouldn't need to worry about providing anything, apart from bedding and usual household items.
Excellent. I need to confirm the details with the owner, but I believe she will be very pleased. Once the contract is approved, you may move in. It shouldn't take too long to confirm. I will get a message sent to her today via the wagon in Asterfall. Oh, the owner lives in Asterfall? Yes, she was a long-standing member of the town council, but when her sister fell ill, she gave up her position and moved to Asterfall to look after her. That's unfortunate to hear. Yes, she was a breath of fresh air and used to keep many of the grumpy old goats in line. Alice chuckled. Which I think you will end up doing naturally now. I am sure you are more than capable of dealing with any dissent, SJ said. You would be surprised. The members can be very stubborn and can take a great deal of persuading. I noticed that today about the expansion of the borders. Yes, that is going to take time to resolve. As soon as the mine is up and working, we will start considering it more openly. And if we can begin to sell the mithril, it will make a tremendous difference to the town. I completely forgot. I got caught up in everything today. My friend has arrived and said he'll be willing to help with that. He's staying at the inn currently. Really? You have already got someone here? Alice asked, surprised. I messaged him as soon as I found out and asked him to come straight here, and I trust him with my life.
Alice frowned at SJ.
How did you get a message to them so soon?
SJ removed the gemstone Nexus had given her.
Nice. They aren't cheap, Alice replied. We met in the valley where my cottage is. He gave it to me afterwards. I don't know the cost of them. He said if I needed help to let him know, and he was the first person who came to mind. Knowing that he trades at the auctions, it just made sense. How do you know you can trust him? I just know, SJ said, shrugging. I am not so sure that letting an outsider know about the mithril so easily was a good idea. It will cause problems if it gets out. I promise you that he is trustworthy. He would never do anything against the town or myself, SJ said emphatically. How can you be so certain? Alice was not accepting such a straightforward answer. Let me take you to meet him. I'm sure he can put your mind at ease. I think it best, Alice replied, a very concerned look on her face. They left the cottage and began heading straight to the inn. How do you communicate with Asterfall normally? SJ asked as they walked along. Through the council mage, William. SJ realized that the mage who performed all the town announcements was a specialist mage who was aligned to air magic. I see. I always wondered about the distant communications. We only ever communicate distant messages as needed. It's very draining for William to communicate long distance. Most will go via the mail service. Mail service? Yes. Every wagon that arrives or leaves to Asterfall contains communications. We also have couriers who travel to the outer towns and villages as necessary. SJ still had so much to learn about the day-to-day workings of the town and the wider region. On arriving at the inn, the lilt of the bard could be heard, and inside the bar was much busier than usual. SJ frowned as she looked around. The usual clientele seemed to have grown substantially. Many of the patrons were stood up and looking towards the bard, who sang in his usual spot. It all seemed a little strange. SJ couldn't see through the crowd. Walking to the bar, she caught the attention of Karis. Hi, Karis. What's going on? She asked. Hi, SJ. Your friend is what's going on, she said, smiling. Sorry? SJ looked down the bar, and from here she had a view of where the bard stood. It wasn't the bard who drew her attention, though, but Nexus,
who was sat on a stool next to him, playing what looked like a violin. The sound from the instrument was angelic.
Oh, I'm sorry, I will go speak to him.
No need to apologize. He's bringing in customers. Karis smiled. Hi, Alice.
Hi, Karis. Could I have a plum wine, please?
Alice asked.
Of course.
Honey wine? Karis asked SJ.
Yes, please,
she said. Moments later, Karis handed the glasses to them, and the music stopped. There was a thunderous round of applause from the watching crowd.
We will be back after a quick break,
the bard called out over the din to some groaned responses. The patrons refilled their glasses. SJ and Alice took theirs towards where Nexus was sat talking to the bard.
SJ.
Nexus beamed as he spotted her approaching.
Nexus, this is Alice,
SJ said.
Charmed,
Nexus replied, smiling broadly at Alice. Alice tried to remain stony-faced at his beauty, but SJ could still see slight coloration to her cheeks when she spoke.
Nice to meet you too, Nexus,
Alice replied calmly.
Can I speak to you, please?
SJ asked.
Of course, my dear. What can I do for you?
A little more privately, if that is possible.
I'll be back momentarily, Ptolemy,
Nexus said to the bard. The bard smiled back at Nexus, nodding his head. SJ had never known the bard's name before. Nexus placed his musical instrument on the stool, and SJ led them away from the stage area to a quieter area of the bar and took a seat at the table.
So, what do you wish to discuss?
Nexus asked.
Alice is the second of the town, and she wished to meet you to discuss a couple of things prior to meeting with the mayor.
Of course. What can I do for you?
He gave Alice a dazzling smile. Alice was handling his charisma magnificently, not allowing herself to be overthrown by his beauty and charm.
I wished to understand your reasoning and loyalty to SJ,
Alice asked directly.
I see. You are concerned about the information being divulged outside of the township. I understand fully your concerns, and you can rest assured that I am not one to gossip over private matters. I have many clients I trade on behalf of whose identities remain secret,
Nexus replied.
You may have, but there is still a trust concern. What if you were offered money in relation to information?
Alice asked. Nexus laughed, making SJ feel like a spell had struck her. It seemed to cut through her and make her feel giddy. Alice shifted in her seat.
My dear Alice, money is no object to me. I make my coin through my trust and worth as a trader. I would never damage my reputation. We all know that reputation matters on Amathera.
Do you mind if I confirm something?
Alice asked, removing a small item from her pocket.
Of course. Please do check my alignment,
Nexus replied. The item was the same as SJ had seen Lithonian use on the skeletons at the compound. Alice said a few words, and the items turned a bright blue. She raised her eyebrows on seeing the color.
Lawful good,
she stammered, a little taken aback.
Yes, I am.
Nexus smiled.
Your word is your bond,
Alice replied.
It is indeed. As I say, my reputation matters, and I would not sully it through underhanded methods or bribery,
Nexus replied. Alice placed the small item away. It still reminded SJ of a magnifying glass, and she would have to discover how they worked.
You don't need one. When your identification skill level's higher, you will read everyone's alignments,
Dave said, taking SJ aback, as she had said nothing.
Would you be free to meet with myself and the mayor in the morning?
Alice asked.
I can, yes. What time?
Nexus replied.
10:30?
Perfect. It will give me time to have some more of Miss Floretta's amazing breakfast before I come over. I am assuming SJ will accompany me?
Nexus asked.
Yes, of course. She is our ambassador, after all,
Alice replied.
Alice drank the remainder of her plum wine and went to stand.
SJ, I will speak to the owner and see you in the morning. Thanks, Alice. That would be great.
Alice turned to face Nexus again. Standing overly stiffly, she nodded her head at him slightly.
Nexus?
My pleasure,
he replied, and Alice turned and left.
I better get back to it. I can't leave Ptolemy alone up there. This crowd is a little demanding,
he said, smiling and standing. Nexus walked back to the stage, picked up the violin, and struck a few chords. He spoke to Ptolemy briefly, before the bar was once again filled with angelic music from the pair. Chapter 31. What? Morning, Lithonian, SJ called as she walked up the church pathway the next day. Lithonian was in his usual position when he wasn't running a service, tending to the church grounds.
Hello, SJ. Is this a social visit or business?
Lithonian grinned with his reptilian smile.
It's town business. I'm seeking some information and would appreciate your input and guidance.
I see. Well then, would you like to join me for a coffee and we can discuss your matter?
Lithonian asked.
Yes, please. That would be great.
Inside, they headed to the vestry. The church only had a couple of worshippers praying to their respective gods this morning. Lithonian grabbed a pot of coffee, poured 2 mugs, and handed one to SJ.
So, what did you wish to discuss?
He asked.
It's a rather sensitive matter. I'm unsure if you know that I am now a town council member.
I had heard, yes.
Lithonian smiled, nodding.
I don't want to put you in an awkward position. If you do not wish to comment, then I understand,
SJ said.
I see,
Lithonian replied, raising his eyebrows in response to her comment.
It must be of a serious nature, then.
I am not sure yet, but there's a chance it may be,
SJ said.
I would like to know more about one of your kin.
Whom might you be referring to?
Lithonian asked.
I'm after some information regarding Bellicky.
Lithonian squinted at the comment.
And what did you wish to know about him exactly?
There were concerns that he may have been divulging council details and undermining the good that the town is trying to do. I understand that this may not be easy for you to discuss, as I've been informed that you hold his family in high regard.
His family I do, yes. His father was a great draconian, and his sister was an order cleric. I worked with her in Astafor before I took over the church here.
I did not know about his sister,
SJ said.
She is a beautiful soul who works at the Astafor High Church. She is a high cleric who I studied under for several years.
Oh, I can understand that this may be a little sensitive then.
Lithonian shuffled a little in his chair. He appeared to be deciding on what he should say.
I can't say too much, as I am sworn under the secrecy of information through the Order, but I can answer questions that do not directly counter my oath.
I'm sorry. I did not know that there might be an oath involved, and if I had, I would not have approached you.
It's fine. If I can answer, I will do it. If I don't, you know why I can't.
Are you aware of any dealings by Bellicky that may directly impact the town and its working?
Lithonian didn't speak, but nodded his head.
So, you know of something that may cause issues to the town?
Lithonian nodded again.
Can you expand on the reasoning and issues pertaining to what you may have been privy to?
I can, indirectly,
Lithonian replied. SJ could see a bead of sweat forming on the draconian's brow.
Bellicky has been at odds for years since his father's passing. He wasn't present when his father died, as he had been away in the capital, where he made the family fortune, trading across the northern territories. He was very astute at business, and had been running the family business for almost 70 years. Ever since his father retired and settled in Killic, Bellicky has argued with his sister.
I didn't realize he'd been running the business for so long.
Yes, his father, the previous mayor of Killic, was a fabulous draconian. I had the pleasure of knowing him through his daughter. He regularly travelled to Asaful to visit. I was her apprentice, and I met him many times. This was at the beginning of my journey as a cleric. When he passed, Wistria took it hard. She blamed herself for the loss, for not having taken care of him when he fell ill. She was working towards her advancement to that of a deity representative, which she has successfully achieved, and has held the position of a high cleric ever since.
S.J. nodded, listening intently to his tale.
Wistria had communicated with Bellicky about their father when he fell ill, but neither was present when he passed. Their mother had passed several years previously from a rare draconian disease. When their father died, it tore the family apart and set the pair at odds with each other. Bellicky believed he had the rights to the family business, as he'd been running it before their father's death. Wistria, though, was listed as the incumbent to the business and was given full control under her father's will. This infuriated Bellicky, and the siblings fought for years over the rights. Eventually, to maintain peace and end hostilities, Wistria gave up part of her rights to the business and handed it over to Bellicky. Until this time, Wistria had been maintaining the business alongside her duties as a high cleric, completing all the accounting and keeping on top of the business dealings that required her attention. Bellicky had not fully controlled the business's finances, always having to confirm dealings through Wistria. This had caused many arguments, and their bitter feud was one of the reasons that Wistria ended up giving more control to Bellicky. She was more reserved and averse to risk, whereas Bellicky was the opposite. In the end, though, handing over control was the worst mistake that Mysteria made. Bellicky got caught up in a scheme at the capital over procuring several mithril mines. He thought he was onto a sure thing and invested all the business capital into the deal. The problem was that the deal was too good to be true. The mines were fake and only had britlak, a rare ore like mithril but unworkable. It has no viable use outside of basic jewelry. This led the business to eventually collapse after being in the family for over 2 centuries. He had to close the doors and resign himself to the fact that he had fallen into a deal that held no truth. This was when he then returned south. He spent several years in Astafall, running several small businesses and doing well for himself, but without the financial capability he had lost, he would never grow the business back to the size it had been before. This was when he returned to Killic to take over his father's legacy.
But his father hadn't been the mayor of Killic for decades by this point. Why did he think he could come back and take over?
Bellicky is stubborn and very self-centered.
Lithonian winced as he finished the line, sweat trickling visibly down his brow. Before continuing, he inhaled sharply.
He believes in the rite of passage, similar to his stance over the business. Now that he has returned to Killic, he still believes that, as the son of a mayor, he should automatically ascend to the position.
Lithonian shook as he finished the sentence.
Are you okay? S.J. asked, concerned.
I am walking a very fine line at the moment, and the oath is telling me so,
he replied, smiling weakly.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to break your oath.
I haven't, don't worry. I know how far I can push the boundaries without undue effect.
So, Bellicky believes he should automatically become the mayor, yet he has no power over the decision to become the mayor, so the only way he can try to take the position is by causing problems that affect the town and make the presiding mayor look bad in the eyes of the populace.
Lithonian did not respond, sitting silently.
So, There is truth in what has been discovered so far, yet you cannot say what exactly that truth pertains to.
Lithonian gave a very slight nod, then visibly winced again as the pain seemed to hit him, making him stiffen in his seat.
I'm sorry, Lithonian. I never meant for you to suffer in any way,
SJ said, looking shocked at the control the oath he was under seemed to have over him. SJ could now understand why the oath that Jabri had taken was such a valid commitment to not attacking the town in the future.
I need to investigate further then, and we'll have to find out what he's doing exactly
to undermine the mayor without drawing attention to myself or letting him know.
I would advise that, yes,
Lithonian replied.
I will have to visit the surrounding villages and find out what is going on,
SJ said.
It may be a good place to start your investigation. Unfortunately, I can't say more than I already have. The dealings are under the oath of my kin, which I am sworn to secrecy over, so I couldn't divulge them without death being the likely outcome.
The power of an oath was startling, and that Lithonian had mentioned the possibility of death made an icy chill run up her spine. She'd only just taken an oath to Killic without knowing the potential side effects that it might hold if she ever broke it. Not that she intended to, but that was beside the point.
Thank you for your time, Lithonian, and again, I am sorry for asking you such troublesome questions.
Do not apologize, my dear. You are a friend, and someone I trust. Race oaths hold more sway than most in the realm.
I am considering moving into a home west of town by the fields. When I do, I would like to invite you for dinner to thank you,
SJ said, smiling.
That would be lovely, and I look forward to it.
Lithonian smiled. SJ bade her farewell and left the vestry as Lithonian dabbed his brow with a handkerchief.
Oh, that was a little intense. Do all oaths carry that much sway?
SJ asked Dave on leaving the church.
Not all, no. Another oath that replaces or betters it can overwrite the town's oath. Race oaths are something entirely different, though. There are several aspects that, as natural Amathereans, they can't divulge about their races. Not all races hold the same power of direction as the Draconian race. It's one of the stronger oaths. Oaths of honor like Jabri's are also binding and can't be overcome without serious repercussions.
So, Bellicky could be passing information, even if under the oath?
He could. It would depend on what he's doing exactly.
Well, I need to find out. I think I'll have to visit the outer villages and see what's going on.
I think you will. I don't think you'll get any more details from within the town itself.
Now that I am level 10, can I use the navigation to find the village locations?
Not directly, but if you have access to the regional maps, then you can plot prospective positions. They will only come clear once visited.
I think I need to see the mayor then.
Yes. We also need to go and collect Nexus for his meeting.
SJ looked at the time. It was already 10:10.
Oh, I'd lost track of time. Thanks for reminding me,
SJ said, and hurried back to the inn. Nexus was sitting at a table with several empty plates in front of him when SJ entered.
Morning,
he said with a smile.
Morning, Nexus. I see you've been eating breakfast,
SJ said, taking in the empty plates and wondering where he had put all the food they must have contained.
It was delightful. Floretta is an outstanding cook. I'd forgotten how pleasurable it is to eat.
The thought of a god not needing to eat had never crossed SJ's mind, but she assumed it was highly probable that they didn't require the usual sustenance that normal beings would.
We need to get going to see the mayor,
SJ said.
Yes, absolutely. Let me just pay for my breakfast.
Nexus stood and walked to the bar, several pairs of eyes following his movement. SJ couldn't hear what he was saying, but she could imagine it based on Karis's giggle and the color in her cheeks.
Shall we go then?
Nexus asked her. It didn't take them long to walk through the town and reach the barracks.
SJ felt very uncertain about all the stares and smiles the pair was getting. She had got quite used to morning pleasantries from many citizens, but today, most were directed to Nexus. The god accommodated all the comments and replied to all those who spoke to him, smiling warmly and disarmingly in response. SJ saw several male and female beings' faces flush at his passing.
You really need to turn your charm down,
SJ hissed under her breath.
My dear, I am just being me,
Nexus replied with a wicked smile. SJ sighed, rolling her eyes. At the barracks, SJ walked straight through the barrier, not disturbing the old orc at the front desk, who was busy dealing with 2 arguing humans. One had a black eye, from the looks of it, and 2 members of the guard stood behind them, glowering at them, making sure that nothing else was going to happen. Upstairs, SJ saw little Stuart leaving the mayor's main chambers.
Hello, little Stuart.
Oh, yes, Jay,
he replied cheerily.
What are you doing?
just starting on the model upstairs. Mr. Kringle has asked me to build the basic structure.
He grinned broadly.
That is fantastic news. Good luck. And I'll come and see how you get on at some point, SJ said.
That would be great,
he said, hurrying down the corridor before turning up the stairs. SJ assumed Mr. Kringle must be the gnome who oversaw the town's model, and she politely nodded at him as she walked by to the mayor's office. The doors were open as usual, and Siegfried stood and walked towards his door on seeing SJ.
SJ, welcome, and you must be Nexus. I've been hearing so much about you,
Siegfried said with a genuine smile.
I am indeed. Mayor,
Nexus replied, taking the mayor's offered hand.
Please come in and have a seat. Alice?
Coming, Alice replied. SJ watched as Alice came out of her office, and she thought she looked a little different from normal. She frowned as she took in Alice's appearance. Her hair, she thought, was different. She had tied it up in a tight bob, revealing her beautiful dryad features in full. Nexus had a lot to answer for, she thought, as they entered the office and took seats.
I understand you met with Alice briefly yesterday evening, and she has confirmed your alignment. Therefore, your word is your bond.
Siegfried poured 4 glasses of water and handed them around.
She did, yes,
Nexus said.
Excellent. That removes that formality from the process, then,
Siegfried said.
So, we can get straight to business. SJ has informed you of our need, and that we wish to remain anonymous in our sales. Yes, SJ has informed me of the basic plans. So, how do you believe this can be achieved? Quite easily, really. Please, share,
Siegfried offered.
I plan on opening an auction house here in Killic.
Siegfried, Alice, and SJ all sat open-mouthed at the comment.
Sorry?
Siegfried stammered.
Yes, I plan to open a new auction house in Killic.
But we can't have an auction house here,
Alice replied, stunned.
Why not, my dear? Have the territory boundaries not been realigned, meaning the area is now up to level 20? Well, yes,
Siegfried replied.
Well, there is no reason an auction house can't be set up here. Trading will still be limited to level 20 and higher, but it will allow your merchandise to get into the system without anyone asking undue questions. I assume you are aware of how the auctions are interlinked. I am,
Siegfried replied, still stunned by the announcement.
Well then, the distribution of auction materials is conferred through object transference. The place of origin is irrelevant when moving items, as they are transferred as purchased through the transference stream.
SJ sat wide-eyed, mouth open. She did not know about the workings of the auction houses.
How would you possibly get permission for an auction house?
Alice said.
That's my concern to address,
Nexus said.
You don't need to worry about the details. I will cover the setup costs and dealings for a license to be issued.
You would need to confirm with the auction magistrate in the capital. That could take months.
I know Magistrate Hershey very well. We go back a couple of centuries.
Nexus smiled.
You know the magistrate of the auction houses.
Siegfried's eyes could not have got any wider.
Oh, yes. I'm his daughter's godfather,
Nexus replied. SJ coughed at the comment. She'd been sipping on a glass of water, which now erupted from her mouth. Sorry, she spluttered, wiping her mouth and dabbing the spray from the table, knowing her dress would dry.
Godfather!
Dave laughed hysterically at his comment. Chapter 32. Magical Transference. Siegfried and Alice turned to look at SJ as she cleaned herself up after spitting water across the table. SJ blushed under their gaze.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that he knew the magistrate of the auction houses.
It is not normally something I talk about.
Nexus smiled broadly, turning and winking at SJ. From the angle he sat, he knew that Alice and Siegfried couldn't see.
If you know the magistrate at the capital, then we're in the presence of someone with influence.
Siegfried stammered in awe. Just as SJ began to wonder who the magistrate was exactly, Dave spoke.
The magistrate of the auction houses is one of the highest positions in the land. They're responsible for all auction house transactions and have an accuracy rating of 99.999999998% for successful transaction completion. It is one of the most efficient services provided across all continents. Only Justinianum has a higher success rate, only by 0.000000001%. I still can't believe that Nexus said he was the child's godfather.
Dave chuckled.
We go back a long time, as I say.
Nexus said,
If you have such influence, why would you wish to set up an auction house here in Killic? We're a small town compared to the towns and cities you could establish yourself in.
Siegfried asked.
Why not? The changes happening in the expansion of the boundaries between the territories will eventually happen anyway, so it makes perfect business sense to start at the earliest opportunity and confirm the function and standings necessary. There is no point in waiting until some of the rather less reputable auctioneers start clawing at your town for rights to trade. As soon as the territory boundaries expand further, the wyvern will soon circle. What fees would you be taking if this is confirmed? The usual auction house fees for all transactions are 3% of the value of items. Unless security is required against certain items, security bonds can result in an 8% handling fee. You know that anything non-living can be sold through the auction houses. Therefore, there are always those who wish to sell more illicit goods.
Aren't there rules preventing such items from being sold?
SJ asked, curious.
It comes down to racial considerations. What one race may find abhorrent, another doesn't. All sentient beings from level 20 can access auction houses. Some items I have seen transferred over my years of dealings are quite concerning, to say the least. Can you not decide what you wish to auction or not?
Siegfried asked.
I could do, but why would I? Unless something is of chaotic evil alignment, then who am I to judge their cultural and race beliefs?
You have a limit on what you would agree to auction, then,
SJ stated.
Only related to the alignment of items, yes. Remember that nothing living can be auctioned, so very few items would fall outside of the remit of an auction house. The last item I can remember that wasn't accepted was the cross of Eduardo.
Alice gasped at the statement.
Someone tried to auction his cross?
Yes. It was over a century ago now. It is one of the most evil charms I have ever witnessed. You are all aware of the fear and terror that Eduardo brought with his involvement in the Scrug Wars.
Siegfried and Alice both nodded, but SJ didn't know who he was.
Eduardo was the most evil of the paladins who terrorized the continent during the Scrug Wars. He had a fanatical following and was known to sacrifice his followers for the god of death.
Dave said. Considering its chaotic evil alignment, SJ was not sure she wanted to know what the charm could do.
Who was trying to sell such an item?
Alice inquired.
Oh, my dear, that would be divulging privileged information, which I'm sure you can understand I can't do.
Nexus replied. Alice flushed from his gaze.
Of course,
she said.
Considering that you would be asking for 3% for the item fee, how do we know that we will attain the best rates from an auction?
Siegfried asked.
I am sure you have used auctions before, being your level.
Nexus asked, raising an eyebrow at Siegfried. Even Siegfried's rustic cheeks colored slightly.
Unfortunately, no. I've never used an auction house, and how do you know my level? That should be impossible.
He frowned, twisting a ring he wore on his finger. SJ noticed the movement and wondered if it was a ward of some kind.
There is very little that I can't overcome at my level and profession,
Nexus replied, smiling.
As you know my level, may I ask yours?
Siegfried asked.
You may indeed. I am level 74.
What? Siegfried and Alice said in unison. Spluttering, Siegfried replied first.
Why are you in this area if you're at such a high level? There is no benefit for you. I could ask you the same question. Until this latest update, you would have been getting no benefits either. Both of you.
Alice flushed again, knowing that he also knew her level, and she also fiddled with a ring on her finger. Alice and Siegfried looked a little taken aback by the turn in the conversation and completely disarmed by Nexus's comments.
Don't worry, I do not divulge information about others,
Nexus said.
Alice is 21, Siegfried is 24,
Dave said, filling in the blanks for SJ, who had never identified either of them.
Anyway, moving on,
Nexus said.
The rules are quite simple if you've never used an auction house. Any item placed for auction starts with a minimum bid, and the mountain top is the limit, as they say. You can also set an item for sale at a buyout price, for which someone can immediately purchase it outright. Finally, if you wish to cancel an item from the auction, that is fine, as the held funds are immediately released back to the would-be buyer's account. Any bid retains funds from an auction account until such a time as the auction ends, so the funds are always held and kept. Those placing bids really need to make sure that they are purchasing what they want, as they are not returned while the bidder holds the highest bid position. Only in very extreme circumstances would an auctioneer allow a bidder to withdraw after a set bid. The last time this happened was during the goblin pox epidemic, when the transference of all items was banned for containment reasons.
How is everything transferred when an auction ends? SJ asked.
Through the transference network. On closure of an auction, the successful bidder is contacted via the system and given a time period to claim the item. Usually this is 72 hours. Once an item is claimed, it will be transferred to the winning bidder's chosen auction house for collection. If items are unclaimed from the system for delivery, the winning bidder will accrue holding charges. Individual auction houses do not control these holding charges. It's set through the magistrate's office. It's a dragon's task to resolve and sort out that side of it.
So, what does the 3% cover?
Alice asked.
Administration fees, matter transference costs, and storage costs.
Siegfried turned to look at Alice, and without either saying anything, Alice nodded.
Okay then, Nexus. If you can establish an auction house, we would happily do business with you,
Siegfried said.
Excellent news. I will just have to establish a suitable location. I require little room for the setup, but storing items requires significant space. I noticed a plot of land on the eastern edge of town heading towards the forest that may be suitable. It may require me to consider expanding into the field there. I would need to find out who owns the land. I can look into starting construction if we can visit the location and confirm its availability and cost.
Do you not wish to wait for approval before purchasing land?
Alice asked.
I can guarantee approval. Give me a moment.
Nexus placed his hand in his jacket pocket and removed a small, jeweled object. It looked like a small clock face with several colored gems around the edge.
Is that what I think it is?
Siegfried asked in amazement.
If you think it's a messenger dial, then you are right,
Nexus replied.
I've only ever heard of them. I've never seen one before. 1 minute,
Nexus said as he touched one of the colored gems, then several more. Suddenly, a hum was in the air before a sharp ticking sound began. After several moments, the ticking stopped.
Nexus! It's been too long, my old friend,
a disembodied voice emitted from the dial.
Hershey, you old dog, you. How are Safi and my little girl doing?
They are both well. Only the other day, Lily asked when Uncle Nexus would return to visit. I think she enjoys being spoiled when you're around.
She deserves to be spoiled. She is my goddaughter.
When will you next be back in the capital? I know Safi will be excited to know as well.
Unfortunately, not for a while yet. I am currently far south.
That's a shame. What do you need? I assume you need something if you're contacting me from the south.
I do. I assume the news about the changes taking place has reached the capital.
It has, yes. We've sent out parties to several territories to investigate. Do you have news?
I do. I am currently in a small starter town called Killic, where the boundaries have just been amended.
I see. Do you know what triggered them?
I have an idea, but that is for another time,
Nexus replied, smiling at Siegfried, Alice, and then SJ.
I called to ask a favor.
Of course. What do you need?
Hershey asked.
I'm going to establish a new auction house here in Killic, and was hoping for an expedited license agreement, if possible.
Anything for you, my friend. I assume the usual setup?
Yes. Everything as standard would be excellent.
I can get that written up now. I guess this Killic is an investment opportunity?
Hershey asked wryly.
You know me too well. I don't set up auction houses without a good reason.
What is the name of their leader who requires the notary?
Siegfried Maxwell is the presiding mayor of Killic.
Excellent. I'll have it sent over very soon. I'll let Safi and Lily know we spoke. They both won't be happy missing you.
I'll call again soon to catch up. Thank you, Hershey.
Anytime.
The magical hum stopped like a blanket of silence had just swallowed the room. 3 faces stared at Nexus in awe.
Well then, shall we visit this plot of land?
Nexus asked. Wait a second. Auction houses? How many do you own? SJ asked.
This will be my 6th.
Nexus smiled.
6?
Siegfried exclaimed.
You own and operate 5 auction houses already?
Yes,
only the 5. I could have set up many more, but it is more of a sideline than my main profession.
What is your main profession then? Alice asked, intrigued.
I am a tailor by trade.
Well, that is a little different.
Very. I'm looking to purchase the tailor shop here in Killic while I am here, as I know the master wishes to retire.
He does? Alice asked, shocked. I did not know.
Yes, he's been talking about it for a while. The last time we met, he discussed it, and I said I would come and see what it is like here in Killic. So, I will be trying to complete both transactions while here.
Are you not staying?
Siegfried asked.
I will be for the foreseeable future. Yes.
A similar ticking sound began again, and Nexus removed the messenger dial from his pocket. Pressing a few gems, he answered.
Hershey, so soon?
I forgot to ask for the transference position for the notary.
I'm sat with the mayor now. Just send it to me, and I will hand it over.
Excellent. It'll be with you momentarily.
The dial dimmed again, and a small ball of orange light appeared in front of Nexus. Nexus reached out into the light, and a cream-colored envelope appeared as he did. He removed it from the sphere, which instantly disappeared. Nexus handed the envelope over to Siegfried. The cream envelope was sealed with a bright red wax seal. Siegfried snapped the seal and removed the parchment inside, reading the content. He then handed it to Alice.
It looks like we have permission to establish an auction house.
Siegfried beamed.
Excellent. Then we have the formalities over. Shall we visit the location? Nexus asked. Alice, would you be willing to go with Nexus? I have Nevik coming to see me soon.
Of course, Mayor,
Alice replied, standing.
Shall we?
Leaving the barracks, Nexus led them down to the tailor's shop on the eastern end of town, a few buildings from the edge. SJ spotted Fizzlewick inside, speaking to a customer, while Nexus walked by their side. It was a bizarre experience, knowing that they were the same person. The final building leading out of town before the fields began was a single-story affair. It had once been a home, but looked as though it was no longer lived in. Considering that the Hobbs raids used to come across the fields, it made sense that several of the homes on this edge of town were empty. The buildings had previously been used mainly as a barrier.
This plot here would be perfect, considering its proximity to the tailor shop. I would also be looking to purchase the other one that backs onto it, and then expand a warehouse area into the field here.
Nexus indicated what he had planned.
Are you sure you wish to build on the edge of town? We can't guarantee security to the same degree, and we have only recently recovered from a spate of raids. We are not sure what the future may bring yet,
Alice asked.
Security won't be an issue. I will draw up plans for you. I just need to understand the cost for the buildings and land.
Alice took a small notebook, quill, and inkpot from her inventory and made a few notes.
Because of the condition of these buildings, we can let them sell for a reduced price.
Alice began pacing out the distances of the width and length of the plots. There were similar buildings, single-story cottages separated at their rears by small gardens and a wall running along the side facing the field.
What do you plan to do?
SJ asked Nexus.
I will have them torn down and replaced with an auction house, then build the adjoining warehouse for storage. I am guessing from your information that the mine is on this side of town, making the movement of ore or ingots easier.
Nexus replied, winking at SJ, knowing full well where everything was. It didn't take long for Alice to make the notes, and they headed back to the barracks.
I will get the paperwork drawn up for the transfer of the buildings, and then you can proceed with what changes you need to make,
Alice said, leaving them to continue back to the inn. Chapter 33. Fire. SJ was unsure how long she'd been asleep when Dave's voice boomed inside her head.
"Wake up now!"
he screamed. When they returned to the inn, SJ had spent the day with Nexus as he drew out his plans for the auction house. It was like watching an architect at work. The details and design were amazing. SJ was sure he could have just conjured the plan up, but had enjoyed watching the god at work as he sketched and adjusted the designs. The main building would be a single story, housing standard, receiving areas for small goods. Several smaller offices were designed for private viewings, and then there was a large side access for bulkier items, which was linked to a warehouse design. He'd also spent time writing a request for builders, and SJ had promised she would see Terrence about coming to do the carpentry work. The auction house would initially require 2 tellers, 4 laborers, and a transference controller. SJ had to ask what a transference controller did. Nexus had explained the requirement for being of lawful good or lawful neutral alignment, who could be trusted to establish the necessary transference links to the other auction houses. Surprisingly, they didn't need to be a mage, as the transference network was controlled centrally at the capital. Once the building was complete, Nexus could then add the details to the auctioneer's register. The evening had brought the usual influx of patrons, and it hadn't taken long for Nexus to be called upon to join the merriment, playing his violin. By the time SJ had retired for the evening, it had been getting late, and she wanted to make sure she was up early to attend claw training with Jurgen. Being disturbed so swiftly from her sleep, she shot up in bed, opening her eyes in panic. Coughing as she sat up, she took in a lungful of the thick, acrid smoke that was filling the room.
"Oh, at last! How did you not hear the explosion?"
Dave said.
"Oh, what explosion?"
What's happening? SJ said, confused, coughing, and rolling off the bed to the floor. She could remember back to her time at junior school when the local fire station had brought a large red fire truck and briefed them all on what to do if they were ever in a house fire, and so she stayed close to the floor.
The whole inn shook from the explosion, and you managed to sleep through it. The thatch has caught fire,
Dave replied. SJ looked up and could see the signs of flames eating at the underside of the thatched roof. Staying low, she crawled through to the other room. Grabbing her boots and dress from a chair where she had put them the previous evening, she wriggled into both. The flames were eating away at the ceiling, and the beam's pitch was beginning to bubble. The weather in Killic, apart from the one deluge of rain she had witnessed, was always dry and warm, which meant the thatch would be bone dry. She could hear a cry for help from another room. Coughing, she reached the door and fumbled, grabbing the handle and throwing it open. The corridor was empty, and she heard a scream from the room opposite. "Is anyone there?" she called, crawling over to the door. The smoke was now starting to fill the corridor.
Help!
A male voice cried. SJ tried the handle, and it was unlocked but wouldn't budge. "It's blocked," she called.
A beam is blocking it,
the voice called.
SJ!
Phyllis called, coming from her accommodation and crawling along with Karis close behind.
"Beam's blocking the door,"
SJ called.
"We need Bert,"
Karis called.
"I can get in,"
SJ said as she shrank. Squeezing through the gap in the door, she entered the room. Inside, it reminded SJ of pictures of the bombings during the Blitz in London. The rear of the room, where a window had once been, was now missing. There was a hole in the floor, looking down into the bar's main area below, and the ceiling that once existed was now open air. She couldn't see anybody.
"Hello?"
she called.
over here,
The male voice replied. Following the voice, SJ turned and saw an arm sticking out from under a large wardrobe that had toppled over. Thankfully, the room was clear of smoke, with it billowing upwards into the night sky. The floor looked weakened, not just where the hole had been blown cleanly through it, and she took off flying over, not trusting walking across the fragile remains. Landing next to the overturned wardrobe, she grew and peered over the top to find the face of a young man. His hair looked scorched, and his face blackened.
My arms are trapped. I can't push this thing off me,
he said. SJ bent, grabbed the wardrobe, and strained to lift it. Her strength was nothing special, and the furniture was made of solid oak or something similar. It wasn't like the DIY flat pack she used to have back on Earth. The young man managed to move his arm, and he could assist in pushing it upwards until, eventually, it was lifted high enough that he could wriggle out. SJ held the weight until he was clear, then released it, huffing. Standing, the man took in the damage in the room. Flames still licked at the thatch at the edges where it had caught fire. There was no way SJ or the man could move the thick beam that blocked the room's only doorway. Moving to the edge of the remaining floor, SJ looked out to the street below, where the scattered remains of the glass, stonework, and several furniture items were now strewn. A crowd had started to form at the rear of the inn, and as they stood there, she felt the first signs of a deluge of water beginning to fall and noticed several people flourishing their hands. One she recognized from the first day she'd sought directions to the meadow. She thought his name was Kevin. SJ watched a cart with hay draw up alongside the building as the water mages continued to make heavy clouds appear and fall onto the burning building, beginning to douse the flames.
"Can you jump down?"
SJ asked the man. He looked down at the cart before composing himself and leaping, and landed with a heavy groan. As he did, SJ shrank and flew down, then landed next to the cart and grew. Karis, Phyllis, and Bert stood around the back, looking at the damage wrought on the inn. The young man began to climb from the back of the cart where he had landed when the furious form of Karis approached him.
"What on Amatherean have you done to my inn?"
Karis shouted at the young, disheveled, and singed man.
His black hair was sticking up, and the streaks of soot on his face reminded SJ of cartoons where the villains' bombs exploded in their faces.
I did nothing,
he spluttered in response.
Then how do you explain that?
Karis screamed at him, pointing at the inn. The young man winced from the ferocity in her voice and stepped back. It didn't help that Bert, in his towering, powerful form, stood by her side.
I was only completing the instructions my master gave me.
What instructions? What were you asked to do?
Karis continued to shout.
I was supposed to mix them and then deliver them to an alchemist, Master Rui. I was following the instructions.
Are you really that stupid?
Karis blurted.
What?
The man replied, looking upset at the comment.
You were asked to mix alchemical components delivered to a supposed alchemist. Did anything ring in your head that seemed suspicious?
The man's cheeks went red, even under the soot covering his face.
I didn't consider it, and I am so sorry. I was just after the experience.
Let me guess. You're a Legionnaire.
Karis huffed in annoyance.
I am? Why? What has that got to do with it?
He said defensively.
Experienced chasers with no consideration. That is why. What the hell did you even mix?
The solutions I was given,
he replied nervously.
What solutions?
Karis screamed, going from angry to furious. Her wrath was palpable, and the man shrank away from her outburst.
One was called Pleuris, and the other Santine,
he stammered.
Pleuris. You had Pleuris in my inn. It's one of the most unstable alchemical solutions you can handle. And you thought staying in my inn, mixing alchemical solutions would be perfectly fine.
I was only completing a quest.
A quest that has destroyed my business.
Karis brandished her finger as she stepped towards him angrily. The man took a step backwards.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what would happen. I didn't know what they were capable of.
Do you bother asking questions or checking before you take on quests?
I had a list of instructions I was told to follow.
Do you still have them?
The man dug the instructions from his pocket and handed them to Karis.
What aren't?
Dave said. SJ glanced back, hearing the cracking of wood. The remaining floor where the wardrobe had fallen began to give way, and the wardrobe slid forward and came hurtling towards the ground.
Move!
SJ shouted, pushing the young man away as the wardrobe crashed onto the cart, splintering it. The burning wood set the straw in the cart on fire. One of the mages moved their spell to cover the area, dampening the flames. It was strange watching miniature black storm clouds move around and empty their contents at will. Turning back, SJ saw the young man lying face first on the ground where he had landed.
Sorry,
SJ said, looking at his sprawled figure. The young man rolled over and climbed back to his feet, dusting himself down.
Even new alchemists are informed of the dangers of certain components. Have you never been trained?
I only recently started.
Sighing deeply, Karis closed her eyes for several seconds before opening them again.
Who is going to pay for the damages to my inn?
She continued berating the young man. Only the odd patch on the inn remained burning, since most of the flames had been extinguished. Apart from the obvious damage caused by the explosion, the inn didn't look too badly wrecked. SJ was no structural engineer, though, so she couldn't be sure.
I have money, the young man answered. I can pay.
Karis's eyes narrowed.
How much?
She asked, hands on her hips, leaning towards him.
How much will it cost to repair?
Bert?
Karis asked, not taking her eyes off the young man.
Structural integrity looks fine,
the troll said.
Thatching is normally 3 copper per square foot. The whole roof needs replacing. The mason work for the walls, new beams, doors, decorating, flooring, any other damages ascertained because of the explosion, and compensation for lost business while repairs are underway. The standard work pattern should be able to get most things sorted in 3 to 4 days if we get the full team on it. I would say 3 gold and 18 silver should cover everything, including labour costs.
SJ's mouth opened in complete shock. She had known Bert since she arrived in town, and all she had ever assumed was that he was a bouncer at the bar. "Are your cousins free at the moment?" Karis asked.
Stan and Shirley are just finishing a new build by the docks. The new owners are not moving in for 2 weeks until they get married, so they have room in the calendar. I'll go and speak to them.
"That will be appreciated," Karis said. The young man's face had become ashen when he heard the price. "So, do you have the coin?" Karis asked, raising her eyebrow. He began to fumble with his belt pouch and count out coins. Then, letting out a deep sigh, he withdrew something from his inventory and handed it to Karis. "Will this do as payment?" Karis frowned, taking the object from him. SJ could not see what it was as it changed hands. "Where did you get this?" Karis asked, her own face now registering shock. "I acquired it, and have been keeping it for a rainy day." "A rainy day? Do you know what you even have here?" "Yes." "And you know how much they're worth?" "Yes." Karis lifted the round gem up and pointed it towards the moonlight, peering at it. The cut looks good. Why have you never sold this?" "I was saving it to place on the auction house when I needed to." "Oh, if you know the auction house process, you must know moonstones sell from 3 gold anywhere up to 7 for the purest cuts." "I am aware, yes. I've kept an eye on the prices." "What's a moonstone?" SJ asked, intrigued. "Specialist druids use them at higher levels. They're how you bond pets to owners," Phyllis said, speaking for the first time. "Certain creatures are not pleased to be pets, so using a better cut of moonstone can increase the success rates." The comment about pets made SJ think about the wyvern eggs she had stashed in her room. "I need to check my room," SJ said, panicking. Sprinting around the side of the inn, she walked in the front entrance. The smell of the burnt thatch hung heavy in the air, and water now dripped from the ceiling, as though the inside of the building was raining. The damage downstairs was minimal, apart from where the ceiling had collapsed, leaving a hole looking up and out into the night sky. Thankfully, the room was nearer a corner of the inn, so it was not over the main common room section. SJ cautiously made her way back up the stairs and to her room. The smoke had cleared and left behind a pungent, sweet, earthy smell from the burning thatch. Apart from the obvious thatch missing, the remainder of the structural beams appeared still in place. In her room, she beelined for the wardrobe. She had collected several items she'd been storing in there and began sorting them out, placing the small chest with the miniature wyvern eggs into her inventory as a priority. She removed a spare blanket from the wardrobe and dropped the items she couldn't fit into her inventory onto it before bundling it up and carrying it back downstairs. The mayor had arrived while she'd been inside and now stood out front of the inn with Karis and the young man, who looked terrified at the huge form of the mayor.
"People make mistakes, Karis. I'm sure he didn't realize what he was doing,"
the mayor said. "He should still be locked up. He's a menace to the town if he doesn't understand what he's handling."
Now, stay calm. I'll deal with this. Please check on the damages inside. I will ensure that Wendell comes to see what is needed once he wakes up. We can't have the inn out of action. It's the hub of the town."
"That would be appreciated, Mayor. Bert'll get his cousins to come and start repairs as well."
"Good. There is not much more I can do here until the morning. I'm sorry for the damage, but at least it appears salvageable,
the mayor said.
Bert believes so, yes.
Okay, I'll send Windle in the morning. Good night again,
the mayor said as he began to walk away.
What about him?
Karis said, pointing at the man.
He isn't going anywhere,
he replied, smiling. SJ hadn't noticed, but 2 of the town guards had appeared at the side of the man, and SJ recognized Greb.
Come on,
Greb said, ushering the man towards the barracks.
You have some explaining to do so we can write the report.
Dropping his head, the man walked off with Greb and his colleague. SJ remembered that Shelley and Nexus had been staying in the inn, and she had not seen either.
Have you seen Shelley or Nexus? She asked.
Phyllis turned to look at her.
Yes. Shelley went to stay with her uncle last night, and Nexus left when the bar closed. I don't know where he went, though.
Thankful that Shelley was safe, SJ walked over to one of the benches. She wasn't worried about Nexus, knowing it was unlikely he could be damaged, even if he had been present. She placed her belongings down and sat heavily. Quite a gathering had turned out because of the incident, and as everything began to calm down, folks started to walk off to their homes. Many muttered about being unable to get a drink or meal for the next few days. Karis was busy talking to Phyllis when Floretta appeared.
Kitchen serviceable,
Floretta said.
Really?
Karis replied hopefully.
Yes, no damage. The enchantment held.
What enchantment? SJ asked from where she sat, intrigued.
The kitchen is fireproofed for safety reasons,
Floretta replied. Every snippet of information or detail was another small revelation into the workings of Amathera. Why only the kitchen?
Cost. Enchanters charge a lot of money for fireproofing, which must be renewed regularly because of mana seepage. Thankfully, it was only topped up a couple of weeks ago.
I think it was Malachi who did this, Karis growled as she sat on the bench next to SJ, looking at the remains of her home and livelihood.
Who is Malachi?
SJ asked.
Malachi Fritoun. He works in Asterfall for the Chancellor. He's been after my rejuvenatis recipe for months, and I've always refused to accept his offers. Mayor Maxwell told me the other week about rumors he was planning something.
SJ could remember the conversation in the bar not long after she had arrived in Killic. She'd seen the towering form of the mayor speak to Karis and had assumed at the time that he had been threatening her or something similar.
Was that when he visited the bar that night? SJ asked. Yes,
Karis replied, nodding.
He had heard through another councillor that Malachi was talking about getting hold of the recipe by any means, as he wished to increase the productivity of Asterfall, but reduce the costs of hiring. The last time I was in Asterfall, I had a run-in with him about it. It doesn't matter how often I have told the man, he doesn't take no for an answer. I've recently had several visits from his contacts pertaining to the purchase of the recipe. Each time I have refused their offers. I'm sure he's trying to drive my business under, so I have no option other than to accept his coin.
Karis finished, swearing vehemently.
Are there no others that know the recipe?
SJ asked.
It is a gnomish brewer's secret. Only those of gnomish origin know the recipe, and we are all sworn under oath. My family's oath binding is stronger than any to maintain secrecy, never mind the racial and professional oaths that also relate to it. Even if I wished to pass on the recipe and its details, I couldn't without risking death.
I see. Is he not aware of this?
Of course he is, but Malachi doesn't care for others. He's only ever been interested in his own goals. He is an exceptionally skilled alchemist and has tried to replicate Rejuvenatus himself, but he will never succeed. Thankfully.
He couldn't stumble upon it by chance or research.
He could get close, but the side effects would be quite devastating if he did. Some processes must be followed that he will never consider in a million lifetimes. If I could tell you, you would understand why.
What's he going to do about it? I need to wait until the guard questions that idiot who makes the solutions. I can't believe he was so gullible as to fall for the plot. Unfortunately, over the years, I've met many who fall into the bracket of idiocy. At least in Killic, there are far fewer than when I lived in Asterfall. I didn't know you used to live in Asterfall. I did for several years before moving to Killic to escape the chaos in the city. I also wanted to be away from the guild's control. Guild? Yes. In Asterfall, to operate a bar, you need to be a member of the Brewers Guild, and I was sick of paying the cut they took on profits. So, I moved to Killic instead. It was the best decision I ever made, going independent.
SJ looked at her display. It was now 3. I need to find somewhere to stay.
We all do,
Phyllis replied, sadness in her eyes as she looked at the ruined inn. Chapter 34. From Above.
Alice!
SJ called as she saw the dryad hurrying towards the inn from the direction of the docks.
Oh, I'm so sorry it took me so long to get here. The sound didn't travel to the island,
Alice said.
The island?
SJ asked, frowning.
I live on the Fisherman's Isle.
SJ didn't know that Alice lived near Setu. There were only a few homes on the island. SJ could now understand Siegfried's anger and frustration when the bridge was damaged if Alice had been stuck there.
Caris, here, take these,
Alice said, handing her some keys.
The cottage opposite the church hall is empty, and you can use it for now until the inn is repaired.
Thanks. I'll grab a few items and head over.
SJ, I received confirmation this afternoon after we separated. You need to sign the paperwork in the morning.
That's fantastic news, and the timing couldn't be better. Thank you, Alice, SJ said.
Bird, are you going to stay at your cousin's?
I am,
he replied, nodding.
Okay, great. Now to sort Floretta out.
She can stay with me, SJ said.
Are you sure? I wouldn't wish to impose,
Floretta replied.
Of course,
And there are some fruits in the yard you may be interested in, SJ said.
All those who had rooms will be accommodated at the barracks,
Alice said. SJ had paid no attention, but 3 others were still standing around the inn. She had noticed Phyllis speaking to them, but was unaware they'd been staying there.
Okay.
Floretta, should we go to our new home? SJ smiled. Leaving Phyllis and Caris to sort out the other patrons with Alice, SJ led Floretta to the small cottage that she could call her new home. Opening the cottage door, she found it furnished, but bare of day-to-day items, and she would need to go to the market and get supplies tomorrow.
This is very nice,
Floretta said. A previous council member moved back to Asterfall.
That must be Miss Pruitt,
Floretta said. Alice didn't tell me her name.
Miss Pruitt was lovely. She had a caring soul and did everything she could for the town. I was sad to hear she was leaving when her sister fell ill. It's been a while now, though, since she left. I'm surprised that this place has been empty for so long.
I need to get some sleep. I think I've had enough excitement for one night,
SJ said.
I will just be in the lounge,
Floretta said. Do you not want to use the bedroom at the back?
No, I'm good. I have a book to read, so I will sit here,
Floretta answered, sitting at the small dining table. If you wish, SJ smiled and walked into the bedroom. The bedroom had a large double bed, and SJ dropped the blanket with her belongings on the floor, tipped them out, and then climbed onto the bed, wrapping herself in it. It took her moments for sleep to take her. The smell that filled SJ's nostrils was the heavenly scent of fried hogling. Sitting up on the bed, she heard whistling. She made her way through the lounge and down the short hallway to the small kitchen at the rear of the cottage. SJ opened the door to see Floretta cooking a wholesome breakfast.
Morning,
SJ said.
Morning,
Floretta replied, turning and smiling.
I thought you might like some food, and it seemed only fair after you allowed me to stay here.
You didn't need to. And where did you get the food from?
I went back to the inn and took what I needed.
It's my pantry, after all. The water is just heating for coffee.
SJ walked over to the stovetop where a kettle was sat as it began to boil. She allowed it to cool briefly before making the coffee. A barista boyfriend back on Earth had told her never to make coffee with boiling water, and it had stuck ever since.
Go on into the lounge. I will bring it through in a few minutes when it's finished,
Floretta said. SJ wasn't going to argue and returned to the lounge area, where she sat at the small dining table. Out the window, the sun was already bright in the sky, and it was nearly 10, which was much later than she usually got up, but considering the disruption from the fire, she felt she needed it. Floretta walked through from the kitchen, whistling a merry tune, and placed the perfect-looking full breakfast on the table for her.
Enjoy.
SJ's mouth watered at the sight. Thanks. She took her cutlery from her inventory and began to eat.
I will go to the inn later and see if we can still get food sales at least. I moved some tables and chairs out this morning and should still be able to serve from the kitchen into the garden at the rear. At least that way, Karis and Phyllis will still have income.
That sounds great, SJ said, grabbing mouthfuls of delicious fried hogling and mushrooms. After finishing the breakfast, she sat back in her chair and patted her stomach. Oh, I could get used to this.
Ha! I bet you could. You don't always have a full breakfast. Only normally twice a week. The other mornings you have either toast or cereal, and rarely porridge.
SJ looked at Floretta before replying. I assume you know what most people eat.
I know all the regulars.
That must make it easier to provide for them.
I pretty much know what I need daily. Only occasionally do things change. Most have their favorites that they stick to.
I will have to tell you more of the recipes from Earth and see if there are any more you can create here on Amathera. Oh, that reminds me. A grapey tree is in the rear garden.
I had forgotten about Miss Pruitt's tree. I hope someone has been looking after it.
Seeing how the cottage was left, someone has maintained it. I don't know who, though. I must speak to Alice and find out.
Probably Kevin. He is the most dab-hand at gardening, even better than many druids.
Is that his profession, then?
Yes. I always chuckle because he's a mage who is so negative about other mages. He's always criticizing enchanters, especially. Despite being a water mage himself, albeit low level, he has a habit of regularly hurling abuse at the academy mages. He only uses it to support his gardening, but it is somewhat contradictory.
Are you able to make anything special with the grapey? SJ asked.
I am, yes.
Floretta smiled her skeletal smile.
I can make hogling jerky.
Jerky? With a fruit?
Yes, it goes well with hogling and gives it a sweetness to support the meaty taste of the strips when dried. It also gives nice bonuses.
Oh, when I arrived you made that pie with the bell pops, but I never used it as it went off in my inventory. Jerky, I am guessing, lasts a long time?
It does, yes. Once made, it'll last for about a year, although it starts to lose its potency over time.
What bonuses does it grant?
It will imbue someone who eats it with +5 constitution for 8 hours.
That's amazing. That is a huge step in health.
It is. Grapey is highly sought after if you can get a fruit-growing tree. The fruit growing is the rarity.
How long does the jerky take to make? SJ asked, excited at the thought of boosting her constitution so easily.
That's the downside. As it is a jerky, it takes over a month to cure and flavor properly.
Considering how long SJ might live in her new life, a month was a mere second in comparison. That isn't too long. If we get some from the tree, could you make some?
Of course. It would be my pleasure. There are very few ingredients around this territory that can add bonuses to anything when cooked.
The potential of the benefits that food could bring, and the buffs they may induce, was something SJ knew from games, but hadn't even considered since the initial bell pop pie. It was a profession to keep at hand, and having a master-level chef in Floretta was a huge bonus for the town, which SJ believed was not being fully used or appreciated. Is the mayor or anyone else aware of the benefits you can get from your cooking?
Several are. but the ingredients are often rare or costly.
Food items are a massive thing in large cities with a population large enough to justify the outlay, Dave interjected. Here in Killic, though, it is so small a population in comparison that there isn't the same need or uptake, especially as they have no dungeon or anything near here that they can use as justification.
Floretta, do you know how large the population of Arsafall is?
I am unsure, but I think it's nearly 50,000.
Wow, that is much larger than I expected.
It's a large city. Not the largest, as the cities farther north are much larger. But in the southern region, it is the largest by far.
Is the population that sparse here?
It is not the population sparse. It's more that there are many more tribal or clan-based factions in the south than in the north. The northern region around the capital is diverse and heavily populated.
You have been to the capital?
Yes, I worked there for a while. Many, many years ago now. I was the personal cook for a guild until it went under.
Went under?
It collapsed because the guild leader siphoned off too much of the income from the members. There was a revolt and a dispute that caused it to break up.
Guilds were still a way off from SJ's consideration until she reached level 20, but because the town had now increased its base level and allowed an auction house, she would need to speak to Zigford about the potential for guilds. There was so much to consider with the continuing expansion plans of the town and what it may entail, and SJ had decided the more they could plan, the better. If the next trigger occurred when she reached level 20 in the town, she would want them to be ready.
I'm going to head to the inn and see what's happening this morning,
SJ said.
If you see Phyllis or Karis, let them know I'll be over for lunch to cook as usual. I think we'll still get a few patrons coming through.
I will do,
SJ said as she stood to leave. On her way towards the inn, SJ had a thought.
Dave?
Yup.
The territory increased in level when I reached level 10. Does that mean if a Legionnaire who is level 20 comes here, they will trigger the next border changes?
Ooh, that is a very interesting question.
Dave?
Silence. Dave didn't reply for several minutes. Sorry, I raised an immediate concern, which meant it went straight to the adjudicator panel. I have the answer, and it is no. Only a Legionnaire who originally started in a location can increase the threshold further.
They could tell you that.
Yup. It's the first time I've interacted with them since the border alignment. Apparently, the adjudicators are more well-informed than us administrators.
They know what is happening, then?
Nope. I asked that question. They're only being given specific details about the changes. I guess that Nexus probably knows more than they do. It still amazed SJ that one of Amathera's beings, even if a god, could know more than those supposedly overseeing the interfacing.
I wish he would tell us.
I bet he couldn't, even if he wanted to. If he knows details, he'll be under a stricter oath than anything you will probably ever see.
If a Legionnaire who started in an area is the only method of triggering growth, that means I am the town's only hope for it to continue.
The realization hit SJ like a train. She had personally disposed of the other 2 Legionnaires in the town who had originally started there, and, to her knowledge, was the only one who could trigger the next growth effect.
Do you know if I left the area, would it stop the impact of the growth?
I asked that same question already, and no. As long as you are alive and leveling, whichever town you originated in will continue to expand territories as you level, whether you stay here or not.
That means several towns may not even know what will happen to them.
I agree. It'll bring a little more chaos to Amathera.
A little? It'll be like playing roulette and never knowing when the ball will land on your number.
Oh, roulette. Now that is a game I enjoy playing. Dave sighed deeply.
Sorry, that was a bad reference to make.
There's no need to apologize. I need to deal with it. I've stayed clean long enough now, and I have you to keep me busy. Dave replied cheerily.
I'm assuming that new Legionnaires are starting in more advanced areas, SJ said.
Unlikely. There are 5 continents, remember, and from what I'm aware, only this continent is being trialled. That means there are still many starter towns that can be used outside the influence of the sandbox. A screeching sound filled the air, and SJ winced as her heightened hearing picked up the horrendous sound.
What was that?
SJ said.
Oh no, I was afraid of this.
What?
It seems we have a cross-border visitor.
What is it?
As SJ asked, a swift-moving beast flew over the street she walked down. She ducked instinctively from the cast shadow.
Wyvern,
Dave answered. SJ stared at the sky above, but could see nothing as the surrounding buildings blocked her view. A harrowing scream came from up ahead, and she ran towards the sound. Others who'd been on the street stood looking skyward.
Wyverns are vicious predators. I didn't catch its level, but they are normally 30+.
Turning the street corner and following the shouting that had erupted, SJ came onto a horrendous scene. An orc lay face down, blood pouring from wounds that had been torn across its back. A gnoll guard SJ recognized screamed for them to grab him and get him off the street. Looking up, SJ saw what could only be classed as a dragon soaring above the town and turning back towards where the members had gathered. Its wings were large and leathery, and its body sleek with a long, prehensile tail. It banked sharply, turning back towards the street, and SJ noticed the mottled green color of its scales. SJ ran towards them, as another guard member pointed a crossbow at the flying beast. The wyvern let out another screech as it again swooped towards where they stood. The guard released his bolt, and it flew towards the wyvern, who saw it coming and twisted its path, continuing its dive.
Move!
SJ screamed. Those near the fallen orc scattered, some grabbing his bleeding body as the wyvern approached. SJ had no ranged weapons. As those on the immediate street were moving, the guard who had fired stood, reloading his crossbow. He wasn't paying attention to the wyvern, cursing as he wound the loading mechanism. It looked like a heavy crossbow with a very slow loading time. SJ had witnessed them being used at the training ground. As the wyvern swooped, SJ turned and sprinted towards the guard who was the wyvern's target. Hurtling into his side as the wyvern reached him, talons extended, SJ pushed the guard unceremoniously to the side, and he staggered and groaned from the force of SJ's hit. It meant SJ was now standing in the guard's position, and the wyvern's talons struck true. The force of the impact and the pain from the flying beast's strike flung SJ backwards, sending her hurtling towards one of the building walls. Her display flashed madly as she crashed into the wall. It could not have been a killing blow, as her precognition hadn't triggered, but as she banged her head against the stone surface, she saw stars and slid to the ground.
Stay awake!
Dave screamed at her as she lapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 35. Wyvern. The screech from the wyvern brought chaos to the streets of Killic. Townsfolk ran for cover and got indoors as quickly as they could. It had struck in 3 places, and the orc who had received its initial strike had unfortunately succumbed to his wounds with no healers nearby. The wyvern stood on the roof of one of the buildings, screeching, its talons digging deeply into the thatch.
SJ!
Dave screamed. SJ came to. 2 town members had grabbed her, and she was now lying on her back in the hall of someone's home. Panic and cries could be heard outside, and as she began to regain her thoughts and lose the dizziness she was feeling, she sat up.
Oh, thank the gods,
Dave said. She knew none of the beings in front of her well. She'd seen them around the town, but never spoken to them. A large bugbear knelt at her side.
You okay? That was a nasty hit you took. Absolute stupidity, I might add,
he said, smiling at her.
I think I will be,
she said, wincing at the pain from the talon strike. Her dress was soaked in blood where she'd been pierced in her abdomen as the force of the impact had thrown her backwards. She placed her hand on her pounding head and felt the matted hair from the cut she must have received after hitting the wall with such force. Her head felt like cotton wool, and her health was reduced by 3/4 from the one strike. Her dress was repairing itself, and the tears from the talons and the blood were beginning to disappear. The bugbear looked in amazement as it self-repaired.
Neat trick,
he said. Did the gnoll survive?
He ran into a house on the far side of the street. Thanks to you for saving him. He owes you a drink.
SJ winced again, her head throbbing. I need a health potion. I don't suppose you have any?
No, sorry.
Grunting, she got to her feet. She was not in active combat and knew that her dragon blood would boost her healing process, but damn did it hurt. She peered out the open front doorway. Glancing up and down the street, she could not see the wyvern. Do you know where it went?
No, I'm not sure where it is now.
I need to get to the barracks. We need guards to take this thing out.
I'm sure they'll already be doing what they can.
Thank you for dragging me from the street, SJ said, turning to look at the bugbear. He only nodded in response. SJ could hear the wyvern screech. Thankfully, it didn't sound too close. Taking a chance, she stepped outside and looked up at the sky. She could not see the beast. She went to shrink to her miniature form, and pain flashed across her abdomen where she'd been struck. She stopped the process and remained her larger size. She held her hand across her stomach as she moved, her abdomen tender. She could still feel the dampness of blood caused by her movement as the wounds still hadn't closed fully. Any ideas? She said as soon as she was away.
It's 2 streets over on a rooftop, just sitting there screeching,
Dave replied. Having Dave's vision was proving invaluable. Staying close to the building sides, SJ hurried along the street. The barracks were on the other side of town from where she was now. The streets were empty, and SJ saw several faces peering out of windows or doorways looking skyward. Did you get its level? SJ asked.
It is 31,
Dave replied. Oh, there's no way we can fight something so strong. I can't do anything against something like that.
Unlikely. The mages may affect it, but really you need archers and rangers. Even if they can't kill it, it should eventually leave if they can hit it enough. They are not known for liking to receive damage.
If anything can even damage it. It took SJ several minutes to work through the streets, and she heard the wyvern screech, but didn't catch any sight of it. What is it doing? She asked.
It's just sitting there doing nothing. It's probably just waiting for someone stupid enough to go outside. A little like yourself.
Dave chuckled nervously.
Oh, hang on. It's airborne again.
SJ stopped and moved to the side of the building she'd been passing, standing under a small lean-to where an owner kept chopped firewood. Peering into the sky, she spotted the beast circling the town again. It was miniature compared to Bob's humongous form, but still large enough to strike fear. Its wingspan must have been almost 30 feet, its snake-like body allowing it to turn quickly. It also didn't have 4 legs like a dragon. SJ knew that, with her identification skills, being able to work 20 levels higher than her own, she should be able to get more details on the creature. Unsure it would work at the distance she was from it, she gave it a go. It didn't work initially, and she watched the timer cool down before trying again as it swooped lower over the town. Mottled wyvern. Level, 31. Hit points, 415. Mana points, 0. Armor class, 42. Attacks, talons, and bite. Special, acid. SJ let out a low whistle as she read the details. That thing is untouchable. What does its acid special mean?
They have various special attacks depending upon the variant, like dragons and their abilities, but on a much lesser scale. Mottled wyverns are the commonest of their species. They're susceptible to fire damage, which plays havoc with their acidic blood.
That's good to know. I still need to reach the barracks. Watching the path of the wyvern, SJ continued her movements, darting from one piece of cover to the next. The wyvern screeched again,
and SJ saw it disappear down another street to her left. Taking advantage, she sprinted the final distance. Her wounds were healing well, the tenderness in her abdomen easing, and her dress had been repaired and cleaned. At least she no longer felt like the torn piece of meat she had done. She did not slow as she approached the barracks entrance, plowing through the door. The guard, standing on the other side, shouted in shock and surprise. Captain Broadaxe stood in the main area, shouting orders to guards filing down towards the armory. Lorna was busy talking to two other guards who were holding very long pikes, which must have been nearly 20 feet. SJ hurried over to the captain. He noticed her coming, finished shouting his last instruction, and turned to her.
SJ, what are you doing here?
I am here to help if I can. I know it's a level 31 mottled wyvern and is susceptible to fire damage.
You know its weakness. I didn't realize your identification skill was so high.
Ballantyne replied, surprised. The main area had nearly 20 guards, most equipped now with crossbows or bows.
Get me cloth swabs and oil, now!
Ballantyne shouted to one of the attendants who would normally be sitting at a desk doing his daily work. The kobold jumped at being addressed by Ballantyne and sprang to his feet, then ran towards the armory, pushing through a guard who was just heading back up the corridor with a bow and quiver in hand. Have you fought these before? SJ asked.
Never,
Ballantyne replied.
I've fought hatchling red dragons, but never a wyvern.
They also spit acid, so the guards need to be aware. Ballantyne hurried the guard to sort themselves out, and they moved towards the entrance. The double doors were opened, and the captain stood looking outside up to the sky. The screech of the wyvern carried easily over the quiet streets of the town, with everyone indoors.
Okay, we fan out and line up the street sides. They can't swoop to attack if we're against the walls.
Here, panted the attendant, whom Ballantyne had ordered away as he ran forward carrying a bucket of oil and a cloth roll under his arm.
Before you go out, those with bows must make burners.
Only half a dozen had bows, and one of them moved forward to take the cloth. SJ watched as he removed a knife from his belt and started to cut the cloth into strips that could be soaked in oil. Here, SJ said as she equipped her claws. Hold it taut. The guard and attendant held the cloth stretched between them as SJ pierced the material and cut it into strips much faster than a single knife blade could.
Thanks,
the guard replied. Taking the cloth strips, the other archers began to remove arrows and wrap the cloth tightly around the ends before soaking them in the oil from the bucket.
Ready?
Ballantyne asked.
Sir,
came the reply from several guards.
On my order, we move out and line the streets. Ready? Move!
The guards streamed from the barracks entrance and split to both sides of the street. The wyvern was not visible now, and as they reached their positions, SJ watched from the barracks doorway as two crossbow wielders took flint and steel and began striking them to support the archers, setting their wrapped arrows alight. The whole town lay silent, apart from the wyvern's screech and the sound of flint and steel being struck. You need bait, Dave said. Wyverns are not the most intelligent of beings, and if you can draw it to attack, that will allow the archers to strike. SJ groaned, knowing exactly what Dave meant. She shrank to her miniature form, thankfully without the previous pain, and flew out the barracks door. She turned up and headed towards the roof of the 3-story building. As she flew past a window, she saw the wide-eyed face of the gnome who worked on the miniature town staring out at her. Reaching the roof, she landed and scanned the sky. The wyvern circled above the far side of the town, where SJ thought she remembered there being livestock. It dived out of sight and moments later reappeared, this time with a cow in its talons. SJ could hear the panicked mooing as the beast was taken. The wyvern carried it upwards, beating its wings, before releasing it. The bovine lowed as it plummeted back towards the ground and smashed into and through the roof of a building.
I need to get its attention somehow,
SJ said. She took off again and flew straight towards it, diving low down to the roofs of the buildings.
Of all the stupid things to be doing, flying towards something that could eat me for lunch.
She sighed as she continued. Compared to her 6-inch miniature form, it looked like a mountain, its huge, leathery wings accentuating its body size dramatically. As close as she was getting now, its skin reminded her of that of a python, with its mottled coloring and green-brown tones. It had not noticed her yet, and she was only a few streets away from it.
Don't get too close. They're fast when they want to be. You need lead time to keep away from it, Dave warned.
It's not paying attention, though.
Land, grow, and then get ready to run like your life depends on it, which it will,
Dave added unhelpfully. Dropping to the nearest rooftop, she checked her footing on the thatch and then grew, not taking her eyes from the direction the wyvern was in. Once again, it had circled away, making its way out to the town area.
It seems to be moving away,
SJ said.
It won't go far, if anywhere. Once they've found an area to hunt, they're quite persistent, unless driven off or killed,
Dave said. SJ stood on the roof and began to shout and wave her arms. In her green dress, she hoped to draw its attention at least. It flew out over the fields and turned as it neared the windmill. SJ saw a flash of blue streak into the sky, followed by another of red.
It looks like it found the Mage Academy,
SJ said. The wyvern let out another screech, which even in the distance still made SJ's ears ring as it headed back towards town. That is when it saw her. SJ ran as she saw the creature's gaze fall on her. Throwing herself off the side of the building as she finished shrinking, her brilliant green form flew as fast as it could towards the barracks and where the guards lay in wait.
Faster! It's gaining on you!
Dave shouted. Glancing over her shoulder, SJ could see the speed at which the beast moved. Its wings were tucked in like that of a diving bird. It had been higher than the rooftops, so it had approached her at a slight decline, increasing its speed as it did. SJ gritted her teeth and flew as fast as she could, zipping over the building tops until she reached the street of the barracks, then dived and skimmed the street's surface.
"Get ready!"
she screamed as loud as she could in her small form. Valentine and the other guards saw the bright green missile of SJ fly down the center of the street, which was followed by the snake-like head of the wyvern following her path. The guards were a little slow on the uptake, and several didn't even react before the wyvern passed their location. Others further down the street had time, and missiles got fired towards it. SJ watched the flash of bolts soar by her, as at least 3 burning arrows also did so. She didn't know how much had fired, but the sudden draught she felt behind her as the wyvern adjusted its flight path and rose again into the air told her it was getting out of their way. She reached the main barracks entrance door and flew straight inside before stopping under the shelter of the building. Panting from the exertion, she turned and looked back outside. At least 4 of the projectiles had struck the beast, one of them a burning arrow. The wyvern shrieked as it circled upwards out of range of the archers, whose arrows fell short and back down to the ground.
"That didn't work as well as I hoped,"
SJ said.
"Maybe we should have informed them what the plan was first,"
Dave said, chuckling nervously.
"Ugh,"
SJ said, annoyed at her stupidity for not even letting them know. She'd been so caught up in getting its attention that she hadn't even informed anyone what she was going to do. That was why so many were not ready for its appearance.
"I doubt it will work a second time."
"They are pretty stupid beasts. If you attract its attention again, it will probably attack," Dave said. SJ flew back outside again and straight over to where Valentine stood with a heavy crossbow. He had just finished reloading it.
"Sorry, I should have said what I was going to do,"
SJ said as she approached.
"No problem. I just wish we had more archers and rangers available. As fighters, we're not skilled in archery, and these crossbows do not reload fast enough to allow for successive attacks."
The wyvern screeched again, as it now hovered high above the street. She noticed it draw its head back and then throw it forward as though spitting.
stuck!
Dave shouted as the green ball of acid came hurtling downwards towards where she and Ballantyne stood. She flew sideways, screaming at Ballantyne to move. He dived out of the way at the last second as the ball of acid struck the wooden door that he'd been standing in front of. Its acid sizzled against the surface, charring the wood. She turned and looked again as it spat towards another position where guards stood by the wall. One of the guards did not react quickly enough, and the ball of acid struck him in his leg. Screaming in pain, he fell to the ground. Another guard grabbed him and dragged him back towards the wall edge. A door opened from one of the homes they were stood by, and the guard was dragged inside.
We need more than this,
Ballantyne said. That was when a blazing arrow hurtled towards the wyvern. It screeched in response and tried to jink out of the way, but this arrow flew with unnatural precision and speed. It lodged itself in the beast's wing arm. The wyvern wailed in frustration as the flame from the arrow began to spread onto its wing. The wyvern reacted by diving downwards, and the draught caused by its sudden descent made the flames flicker, then extinguish. That was when SJ saw him. Standing in the doorway to the jail was the half-elf who had managed to blow up the inn. He held a glowing short bow in his hands and again took aim at the wyvern. The arrow tip began to glow a blue color, and he released it as the wyvern neared. The wyvern had no chance to react, and the arrow struck its elongated neck. That was when the effect took hold. The scene reminded SJ of people she had seen tasered on Earth as a flash of blue lightning erupted across the surface of the wyvern, making it spasm and lose control. It hurtled towards a building and crashed into the roof, disappearing into its interior. SJ heard screams from the building as the wyvern's head reappeared above the remaining wall. With effort, it hopped and flapped from the debris until it could jump again into the air and fly. Another flaming arrow again sped towards it from the half-elf and successfully struck it. SJ noticed Siegfried stood in the jail entrance behind the half-elf. The wyvern cried again as it flapped its wings, cascading dust and debris from the building across the street, and took off, gaining height. They watched as the beast moved away from the town and towards the mountains to the east. Chapter 36. Darren. As the wyvern continued to move away from the town, Ballantyne began shouting orders to the guards.
Get the clerics, now! I want all those injured across the town treated. I also want you four to check the building that the wyvern landed on. The rest of you need to start cleaning the streets, and I also want the livestock herd checked out. Tell Gregor to ensure that any livestock is moved into the barns immediately. I'm sure we all saw the flying cow. Find out where it came down, and check for injuries, he called.
SJ grew to her human size and looked at the devastation of the building where the wyvern had crashed. The front wall was at a precarious angle, and she was surprised it hadn't collapsed fully from the impact of the beast landing inside it. Glancing towards the wyvern, she ensured it was still heading away from the town.
"It'll be back,"
Dave said. SJ walked some distance from Ballantyne before whispering,
"How do you know?"
"It is a predator after all, and the town is an easy source of food for it, especially with livestock. I'm surprised it didn't just take one of the cows and leave."
"These changes and monster levels could get very dangerous very quickly."
SJ saw Siegfried place his hand on the half-elf's shoulder, nod at him, and follow as he slung his bow over his shoulder and re-entered the jail area. Watching him head back inside after what he had just done for the town concerned SJ, and she walked straight over. Siegfried stood at the desk with the half-elf.
"If you sign here and here,"
SJ watched Siegfried indicate,
"then you are free to go."
The half-elf picked up the quill from the desktop and, dipping into a pot of ink, scrawled his signature as requested.
"Thank you. Make sure that you don't do anything else stupid while in town,"
Siegfried warned.
The half-elf looked at the huge form of Siegfried, and his shoulders sagged.
It was an accident. I honestly did not know what might happen. I know it's obvious that Master Fratoon wasn't expecting you to survive, or that you'd be able to inform us that he sent you here.
Siegfried replied.
SJ, what brings you here?
He asked, smiling. I just came to see who saved the town from the wyvern attack, SJ said.
Well, Darren here is a ranger with experience fighting wyvern,
Siegfried replied. He has. It's good to know that there's someone in town to help with it. I'm guessing it'll be back at some point, SJ said.
I hope not too soon,
Siegfried said. Darren was still in the same state he'd been the previous evening. His face was covered in black streaks from the fire and the explosion in his room. His clothes were unkempt, and he looked disheveled.
I'm going to see if any of my stuff survived the explosion,
Darren said as he headed to the door.
Level 20 Legionnaire,
Dave said. Level 20? SJ said in surprise. Darren stopped, turning to look at her. You could have asked, he snapped angrily. Asked what? SJ said, shocked by his response.
To identify me before going ahead and doing it,
Darren replied. I didn't, SJ spluttered defensively.
Then how do you know what level I am?
He asked, scrutinizing her. That is a separate story. Let me accompany you to the inn, and I can explain it.
Whatever,
he replied, shrugging as he walked out of the jail.
SJ, please keep an eye on him,
Siegfried said as she followed Darren out the door. Darren was walking off down the street, ignoring the guards and others who had now come out to clean up the mess left by the wyvern. SJ hurried to catch him up. Wait, she said as she got to his side.
Wait for what? To be thrown in jail again and locked up? I don't think so. I'm going to get my things and leave this dump of a town,
he snapped. Dump of a town? SJ repeated angrily. This dump of a town, as you call it, is my home, and I don't take kindly to someone from out of town coming here and saying otherwise.
How would you feel after the way I've been treated? Typical Legionnaire. All he thinks about is himself,
Dave said. Treated? You blew up the inn, which was my home, and you don't see me having a go at you, do you? SJ retorted, frowning.
I paid for the damages and apologised. I'm unsure why I spent the night in the cells.
Precaution, probably. Would you let someone who had just caused an explosion walk off without questioning them? Darren stopped and turned to look at SJ, his eyes narrowed and filled with anger. SJ stood, looking back at him with a blank expression, showing no malice towards him. His face softened slightly.
At least you aren't looking at me as though I'm a piece of dirt,
he grumbled. I have no reason to look at you any other way. I'm more interested in finding out about you being a Legionnaire.
So, how do you know I'm a level 20 Legionnaire if you didn't identify me?
He asked, pursing his lips, clearly expecting to hear a lie. I know what level you are, because I'm also a Legionnaire, with an administrator who speaks to me, and he informed me. I guess yours doesn't, SJ said, smiling.
Darren shrugged nonchalantly. All administrators talk to their Legionnaires, but mine has never given me any details about anything useful.
My administrator may not be that normal, SJ said.
Hey, I can hear you, you know,
Dave complained.
What do you mean, not normal?
He's a little sarcastic.
I am. I have a first in sarcasm,
Dave replied smugly.
Sarcastic? My administrator rarely speaks, and when it does, it's in the most annoying metallic voice, like a nail on a blackboard. He must have an old model. They are rather boring to talk to. I wonder who he has,
Dave mused. Dave wonders who you have, and says they must be an old AI model. He even said that they can be rather boring to talk to.
Dave?
My administrator.
He has a name?
It's not his official name, but I couldn't keep calling him blah 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 or whatever his designation was.
I couldn't remember it for a start.
How can he speak to you about levels, though? Darren asked, frowning.
Dave can do much more than that. He's my best friend in Amatherean and always helps me out.
You're kidding me, right?
Surprise registered on Darren's face.
No. Why would I lie about it?
My administrator only tells me about basic upgrade stuff. Its voice is the most frustrating part.
Darren's face was a picture, a mixture of confusion and surprise as he stood looking at SJ.
What does he tell you?
Darren asked, intrigued.
Whatever he can.
Ooh, I found his administrator, Dave said. He is an old model, probably one of the first. I can't speak to his administrator for obvious reasons, as we have Legionnaires, but he is the only Darren registered on this continent.
Dave thinks your AI model may be one of the first ones on Amatherean.
How would he know that?
He found your name and traced it.
I wish my AI was as helpful and interactive as yours sounds, Darren replied in disbelief.
Dave is great, SJ said, smiling. You realise that we are the only 2 Legionnaires in the town?
Oh, shucks. You'll make me blush, Dave said. I'm not surprised. There isn't anything to keep Legionnaires of higher levels here.
There will be in the future, if things continue.
What do you mean?
With the territory and border expansions that are occurring.
What?
Darren asked, frowning.
You may not be aware, but the starter areas are starting to get the opportunity to level higher. This town was a 0 to 10, and now is a 0 to 20.
How has that happened?
SJ spent the next few minutes explaining what had happened with the system since she hit level 10 as they neared the inn. On arriving in the town square, there were several broken stalls, and it was obvious the wyvern must have struck here. Thankfully, there was no evidence of injuries. Instead, it was filled with the frantic and worried expressions of the town members who were busy cleaning up. Many of them were glancing up into the sky continually. The damage to the inn was visible in daylight, and SJ stopped to survey the scene. The front looked fine, apart from the fact it was missing its thatch. There were several blackened marks on the walls caused by the smoke, and there was a large sign posted by the door, "Garden Entrance Open." Around the rear of the inn, where the garden area was, the damage to the building was more substantial, with the missing wall and clear damage caused by the explosion. SJ watched Darren cringe when he saw what he had caused. SJ spotted Phyllis and headed over.
Hi, Phyllis. Hi.
Phyllis stopped in her tracks when she saw Darren.
You are either brave or very stupid,
she finished, looking at Darren.
I just came to see if anything I brought had survived, and then I'll be out of here, Darren said.
You're lucky my mum is going to help at Lucian's, where that cow landed. She'll probably be there for a while. I'd advise you to go and look, and then make yourself scarce. Her temper is legendary in Killic.
SJ couldn't help but half smile at her comment. She had seen the effect that Karis could have on some exceedingly large and drunken beings before, and the way they had shrunk away from her, and after seeing her tear into Darren the night before, SJ could believe she'd do it a second time.
Can I get in the back to look? Darren asked.
Go through. Bart is inside, clearing the worst away still.
Phyllis and SJ watched as he walked through into the back of the inn.
I can't believe a wyvern attacked the town,
Phyllis said.
I know. It moved off, though, because of Darren.
Darren? Phyllis asked, raising an eyebrow at SJ.
Yes, he is a level 20 ranger. You should have seen him with his bow. It was glowing as he fired arrows at the wyvern. I think Mum would say he'd need to do a lot more than that to get in her good books.
He has paid for the damage. She can't hold a grudge to that degree.
You know, Mum,
Phyllis replied, shrugging.
Well, I remember, Floretta thinks she may still serve food today. With a wyvern in the area, we'll have to see how many of the town venture outside today.
SJ had automatically turned to look in the direction that the wyvern had flown. There wasn't a clear view of the mountains from here, but she couldn't see any signs of it being airborne. The streets were much quieter than she would have expected.
Many stood in doorways, talking in hushed tones to each other.
You need to try to keep him in town,
Dave said. Phyllis had returned inside the inn, so SJ could respond to Dave. Why?
I've seen all the town's archers, rangers, and fighters. As with the magic users we've seen, very few can damage that wyvern. If it returns and attacks the town, there is virtually nothing they have of an offensive capability to damage it enough. Even multiple runs, as you did with it being shot at, would take forever to take its health down. As we saw with his shock arrow, that ranger has the best chance. Once it's on the ground, you stand a chance, but airborne, you won't.
I'm not sure how we can make him stay. He sounded pretty determined to leave as soon as he could. He's also level 20 and won't be able to level further in this territory.
That is true, but there may be a way around it.
Really? How?
I think I may have found a loophole you can manipulate to your advantage.
At the thought of a loophole, SJ felt a rush of excitement. Go on. What loophole have you identified?
I've been considering how the system will have allowed the growth changes to occur. I've also been considering the quest system and how it is associated with territory levels. With the expanded territories and the variants and levels that are now permitted to enter, I believe that an open quest may provide the answer. An open quest is one which can be completed across boundaries. So, you could assign one to Darren to allow him to progress still.
Me? Give a quest?
The revelation startled SJ.
Never in 1,000 years had she considered being able to assign quests.
Yes, you are now a member of the town council. You should be able to assign quests on behalf of the town, if the mayor authorizes you.
Can't that be seen as cheating?
Potentially. But remember, you are not signed up to the terms and conditions. Unless we try, though, we won't know. I can't guarantee that it will work, but maybe, if you can assign a cross-border quest, you can assign experience gains. It would be like how guilds operate with their quest system. Many quests are within different territories than where a guild is based, and they accept them on behalf of the guild, allowing members to complete them.
So, to allow for Darren to be issued a quest, since he is level 20, I would need to be in a territory that allowed quests for his level? I thought assigned quests were within a territory. You mentioned before if I leave a territory, the quest is released.
Most are, but not all. Several quests cross territories at higher levels, where they complete certain tasks or are after certain items or information. An example would be a quest relating to information. A being may be required to go to a territory to attain information, even if they are a higher level than the area. Just because they are at a higher level doesn't necessarily mean they will not gain experience if they complete the quest. It is no different from what I assumed Darren was working under.
What do you mean?
He said he was completing a quest. The quest was to deliver the alchemical components to someone in Killic, a lower-level territory. He could still accept the quest.
So, even if it did work, I would need to enter a level 20 to 30 territory and assign him a quest that allows him to gain experience.
Basically, it is hypothetical. The problem is, I've never known one that involves killing something or someone because of restrictions. I think that because the beast is above the threshold of the normal territory levels, it may allow it to happen as a kill quest. No one has tried it before, but you won't know unless you try. It wouldn't even be a consideration in normal circumstances, as the levels are aligned directly with the territory.
It still sounds like a way of cheating.
I wouldn't call it cheating. I would call it playing the system.
Dave laughed at his own joke. SJ groaned in response.
I think the wording of such a quest must also be carefully considered. Because I've never heard of a cross-boundary kill quest, I think it would have to be deemed a protection quest.
After several minutes, Darren returned down the stairs, carrying a blackened backpack on his shoulder. "Did you get your things?" SJ asked.
"What I could. Thankfully, some of my clothes survived, and I'll get changed out of these," he replied, indicating his state. "Is there another nearby inn where I can get cleaned up?"
"Unfortunately, no.
The only inn in town currently has no roof. SJ smiled. Darren grimaced. I'll let you come back to mine to clean up, and while you're there, we need to talk, SJ said.
About what?
About you staying in Killic, SJ said, smiling.
Chapter 37. New Allegiances.
It was afternoon before Darren finally finished cleaning himself up and changing at SJ's cottage. Floretta had been kind enough to make some lunch before she left for the inn. There had been no further sign of the wyverns since it had left town, and SJ sat in the front room as Darren walked down the hall from the back room where he had changed. He was wearing a dark leather suit of armor with metal shoulder plates. He had cut away the scorched parts of his hair with a knife, and his unkempt looks were cleared to show a young, clean-shaven appearance. SJ could see the slight point to his ears poking from behind his hair. Across his body was a bandolier-style leather strap, and on his back he wore a large quiver of arrows. He carried his short bow at his side. He was much younger looking than SJ had thought, and had an Asian look. His olive skin tone was similar to Nexus's, and now that he was cleaned up, he looked quite attractive.
Floretta made some lunch,
SJ said, smiling at him as he entered the lounge. Darren had been taken aback when he had first arrived at the cottage to find a skeleton residing inside. He stated that he had previously had some poor experiences with the undead. It had taken a while for him to begin to relax, watching every movement that Floretta made. Now the table was laid with Floretta's usual amazing spread. She always presented the most amazing-looking food, and SJ saw Darren swallow. Placing his bow on the table, he sat down before taking a plate and beginning to fill it with food.
Thanks. I haven't eaten since yesterday morning,
he said, popping a small ripe tomato into his mouth. As he bit into it, his eyes widened in surprise.
Damn, this tastes so good.
Floretta makes everything taste amazing. She is a master cook.
What is a master cook doing in a starter town area?
She's been here a long time. She's an integral part to the inn, and one of the reasons it has such a good reputation.
I need to ask you, what level are you?
I'm level 11, SJ said.
I must admit, seeing how you're dressed, I didn't think you were a Legionnaire at first,
he replied, looking at her dress.
This dress was a gift, and is quite special, she said, not adding any detail.
Dave warned her to be careful about what information she gave Darren.
You know I'm a ranger. What class are you?
He asked, biting into a chunk of bread smothered in butter. SJ could feel her face heat up at the question, though she knew it would come at some point.
I am an assassin.
The mouthful of food Darren was eating at that moment nearly came back out as he forced himself to chew and swallow it, coughing before he could respond.
You're an assassin?
He stared in amazement.
I thought you were a druid or a mage.
I think many others think so too,
she said, smiling again.
What made you choose to be an assassin?
He asked, surprise etched on his face.
It may sound strange, but I wanted to help people fight for good against evil. I'd always liked the class from games back on Earth, and the skills seemed to align loosely with my previous life.
What were you, a hitman or something?
He exclaimed. SJ blushed as she said,
a forensic accountant.
Darren guffawed at her comment.
How do you think an assassin would align with a forensic accountant?
Okay, maybe it isn't the most direct relationship, but it has done me well so far.
SJ huffed.
And what were you?
I was trying to make it in the music industry.
That sounds interesting.
It may have been, until I died while attending an audition.
Oh.
Yeah. They'd been advertising for the next boy band, and I'd made it through the preliminaries for this new group they were putting together to fill the void between the K-pop and UK music scene. I was more of a dancer than a singer. That was until one of the stage lights fell on me.
At least you weren't squished by a tree.
His previous career intrigued SJ.
You could have been the next big act then.
I'll never know, unfortunately,
Darren replied, shrugging. How long have you been on Amathera?
16 months now.
Wow. I've not been here 3 yet, or anywhere outside of the town.
You are lucky then. You seem to have people here who you trust and speak to. I had to leave my starter village to continue levelling, and it was not a great journey. Things only recently started to get better when I arrived in Astafall.
Why?
Legionnaires are seen as a nuisance by many normal Amatherians outside the starter areas. Many are not held in high regard.
Dave has told me that before. It still seems strange that some shun us.
I think it relates to jealousy. Amatherians can't level as easily as we can, or have the same chance to experience what we do.
In what way? They can still level.
Yes, but they can't go into a dungeon and die multiple times as we can.
SJ was excited about the chance to enter a dungeon. Have you been in one?
No, not yet. I wanted to reach a higher level before I did, but I needed to level my alchemy skill first.
For what reason?
Healing potions are very expensive normally, and my constitution isn't as high as I'd like it to be, which I'm sure your AI has told you.
No, he hasn't told me your stats. He can only tell me your level. He can't give me details of your attributes.
Oh, I assume that you have the identification skill.
I do. It's part of my class.
Yeah. There are a few classes that have the option to choose it. Unfortunately, it's not available to rangers. Mainly the magic user classes. It would have been nice to have.
SJ had never considered which other classes would have the option to learn identification. I couldn't see your stats if I did identify you anyway. It doesn't give me those details.
I assumed it would do. I suppose it must have some barriers.
I'm not that high level in it yet. I'm unsure what it may advance to in the long term.
Anyway, you wanted to talk to me about staying in town?
SJ had been enjoying their topic, but didn't want to push too far in asking questions. Yes, I do. I would like you to remain and help protect the town.
Why would I remain in an area where I cannot level or advance?
Because in time, you will be able to.
In time? You just said you're level 11, and it's going to take you at least 12 months, if not longer, to reach level 20. I know. I've done the slog. Repetitive, boring quests just to grind the experience needed.
SJ had not had to repeat any quest to continue leveling, and hadn't considered the need to with so many options available within the town, never mind the new quests she was offered. She had not actively sought quests apart from the very first one, when she had gone crypt diving for Lithonian. Everything else had been offered as she had naturally interacted with others in the town. I have enough quests to keep me busy without worrying about repeating things currently.
You haven't had to do any grind quests yet?
Darren asked, surprised. No, not once. Every quest I've completed so far has been different.
There must be a lot of quest issuers in the town then.
I'm not sure, although I assume I could have got more if I'd sought them.
What? You didn't even go looking for them?
No, only my first. Since then, everything has been offered to me.
How?
I don't know. It just has.
I'm guessing you have at least a liked or popular reputation with the town then, if that's the case.
I have revered status.
Darren gasped. Revered? How on earth did you achieve revered status?
That's a longer story, SJ said, smiling.
Do tell,
Darren said. SJ reached for a piece of crusty bread. Then she began to tell Darren about her time on Amathera since her arrival. It was mid-afternoon when SJ finished relaying her history in Killic.
You are a member of the town council?
Darren echoed in amazement. If his eyebrows could have risen any further, they probably would have fallen off his face. Yes, newly appointed as the ambassador for Killic.
I can understand why you may want to stay here then. I've never been so lucky.
She'd never considered it luck, but rather a chance of circumstances. SJ shrugged. I'm not sure I would say I was lucky. I've made some good friends since I've been here, and trust many in the town. It has become my home.
Darren shook his head in disbelief at SJ's story. He couldn't comprehend what had occurred. I can't believe that you've had so much involvement across the town already. In my starting village, all I had available to me were my training quests and profession.
What profession are you?
My main profession is a tanner. What about you?
I'm a tailor.
That explains the dress, I suppose, Darren replied. SJ wasn't going to contradict the assumption.
Yes. It was a gift from my trainer. I may have some items that are of use to you.
What do you have?
I have some leather and a couple of other items that you might use. I've no need for them, but have never sold them.
If you let me see them, I can let you know. SJ stood and walked through the bedroom, collecting the items she had gathered since arriving in Amatherean. Bringing them back through, she placed them on the table in the lounge. I can use the leather and the wolf pelt. The chitinous plates are more of an armourer's thing. What are those other plates you have? I don't recognise them.
Rock gobbler plates.
Let me check my recipes. Darren's eyes seemed to blank out as he was obviously looking at his display. She had never witnessed anyone before doing it, and it was as though he had a vacant expression. After several moments, he turned back to her. They can be used to create braces and greaves. They're listed as a material that I can use, but I don't have a recipe for them. SJ was pleased with the information.
Where can you get a recipe?
The only place is probably an auction house. It's a rare recipe, so the closest place would be Astafall.
Actually,
SJ said, pausing. What?
We are building an auction house here in Killic.
But you can't use one.
There are locals above level 20 who can, and it seemed like a good opportunity to get one set up early.
I don't know about auction houses apart from the ones in Astafall, where I check the prices of items.
I have a friend who may find out, but with this recent wyvern attack on the town, I'm not sure if the builds will be delayed, or how long it will even take.
You are thinking of expansion, aren't you?
Yes. This town has no choice but to grow with the changes, and I've no plans to leave here for now.
With all the details SJ had given Darren, she left out some key points she was unwilling to share, specifically about the mithril mine. She was already aware of the secrecy issues surrounding outsiders finding out. Even with what you've said, I still can see no benefits for myself staying here.
I think you need to give it a chance to grow on you.
Without being able to quest and level, there's nothing I can do to gain a good reputation. That's not true, Dave said. Reputation gains do not require a quest completion. Take your raise because of saving Cristy as an example of a boost that was not quest-related.
Dave states that isn't the case. You can gain a reputation without completing quests by acting on the town's behalf.
It still doesn't boost me, though.
Imagine if you reach revered status, though, and the benefits it will bring long-term as the town grows.
Darren sat contemplating the information from SJ. It would be amazing to get 100% experience bonuses for quests, but from what she'd explained, until SJ reached level 20, he still couldn't see a benefit.
I also need to see if something else will work. I don't want to say anything until I try, as I don't want to give you a false sense of hope.
Frowning, Darren looked at her quizzically. I can't go back to Astafall straight away, and the quest I had from Master Fortune is showing he's failed, so the experience I should have been able to get has been lost.
I guess that your master will send someone to Killic to investigate what has happened, and whether his plan worked.
I still don't know what he was hoping to achieve, or how I was stupid enough to fall for his tricks. I know he was manipulative, but naively accepted his word.
We all make mistakes,
SJ said, not wishing to discuss Karis's concerns about Malachi Fortune. She had so many questions that she wanted to ask Darren, but also needed to be careful about what she divulged.
Hopefully, you will at least stay here a few days while I see if I can sort out what I'm hoping to.
The cryptic comments did not give Darren much peace of mind. I'll probably just start travelling north and head towards the capital. Most of the trade routes are well protected across territory boundaries, and once there I can get lost in the crowd,
and leave Astafall in the south behind me.
Look, give me a few days at least to see if I can sort things out for you here, SJ said, and then continued. You can stay here. There is a spare room in the back, which you've already used. I just need to go to the market and get the basics. I only got the cottage last night after the explosion.
Darren closed his eyes, shaking his head again at the reminder. Opening his eyes, he said, "Doesn't your skeleton companion stay in a room?"
No, Floretta never sleeps. I need to go into town and get what is needed for the cottage. Would you like to join me?
SJ asked, hoping that he would accompany her. If Darren got to meet and know some others in the town, he might feel more inclined to stay, and the town's safety might depend on it. Chapter 38. Setting Quests.
Dave, which is the closest area to see if quests can be created?
SJ asked. When they entered the town again, SJ visited several shops where goods were sold, after finding many closed. Many of the usual market traders were not running the stalls in the square, through obvious fear of the wyvern returning. This gave the town an eerily quiet feeling compared to normal. She'd ordered what she needed and arranged for delivery of most of the items to the cottage, saying she would be back there later that afternoon. The open traders had been more than receptive to her requests and grateful for the business on such a day. Now, Darren was standing in the tailor's shop, looking for new clothes to replace his ruined ones. SJ had shown him inside and introduced him to Fizzlewick's quarterling form. She now stood outside, waiting for him to finish. Despite her struggle to adapt, she acknowledged that Fizzlewick was Nexus, no matter where Nexus might currently be. No one had seen him return since last night, and she wanted to speak to him about the rock gobbler recipes without arousing suspicion by talking to his quarterling version. It was still mind-blowing, considering she knew who he was and that he was a god performing the menial tasks of shopkeeping, but the smile on the quarterling's face showed that he really did enjoy the daily interactions.
The easiest option would be going to Astafall. Designated cities do not have level caps, so you can go there and try. It is a 4-day journey, so you are looking at an 8-day return trip, Dave said.
Is there nowhere closer?
There is, but it means going into the desert region to the south and crossing it. The region is not very large, but the dangers there are quite real compared to travelling the much safer route to Astafall. The main route is regularly patrolled, especially as you get nearer the city. It helps keep the bandits away. If you go via the desert region, you could get across and back in 4 days. With your flying speed, it may work out faster, but the temperatures can be limiting, so I suggest wagon travel. Either that or flying at night time, but more hostiles are around at night.
The sound of going to the desert region wasn't very appealing to SJ, but she wanted to see if she could assign a quest, and 8 days seemed too long to wait with the wyvern threat and Darren's eagerness to leave Killic. She needed to devise something to keep him here in the meantime. As they walked through the town, the streets had been empty, and the usual hustle and bustle had been subdued. There was also an increased guard presence, with pairs walking the streets, one carrying one of the large pikes, and the other holding a crossbow or bow. Darren walked out of the tailor's 10 minutes later, holding a large bundle of clothes under his arm. He scratched his head with his free hand as he looked at SJ.
I've spent much more than I expected, and the quarterling is strange. He kept asking how I knew you.
Oh, SJ said. I'm a regular customer and his apprentice tailor. He's helped me out quite a bit.
It was like being questioned by a relative of yours.
SJ laughed nervously.
Was it? I suppose he's a little protective of me being his apprentice.
She could not get the thought out of her head that a god was quizzing Darren.
He said he's leaving soon, and someone new is taking over. Is that not going to mess up your training?
No. The person taking over is a skilled tailor, and I know them already.
The conversation was making SJ feel a little uncomfortable talking about herself.
I bet an alchemist in town could help with your training. It'd probably be easier to increase your basic levels in a starter town, no?
Darren tilted his head slightly, considering SJ's comment.
I suppose it could make it easier. Do you know who the best alchemist is?
I haven't a clue, as I've never investigated it, but I'm pretty sure I can find out and confirm easily. I've worked for one of the regular healing balm sellers, Grulis, who could be a good place to start asking questions. I know you mentioned Master Rui, but I've never heard of that name in the town before. That doesn't mean he's not here, though.
Darren scrunched his face at the reference to the name.
I'm not sure either.
SJ watched him visibly slouch as he walked, reflecting on the previous evening's issue. Turning, she headed towards Grulis's store, Darren's dejected form following her. Not surprisingly, the shop, like many others, was closed after the attack.
It looks like we're limited today after the attack. At least you have new clothes and can stay at the cottage tonight. Then tomorrow, we can investigate finding you an alchemist,
SJ said, hopefully.
When is the next wagon run from town?
I don't know. I've never used it. I assume someone at the stables would know.
There were so many aspects of the town that SJ was still unaware of herself.
If you head back to the cottage,
SJ said, removing a key from her inventory,
I need to call in at the barracks and check on a few things. I will find out the details for you and meet you later.
Leaving Darren to head back to the cottage, SJ headed to the barracks to speak to Siegfried or Alice about her plans. Darren let himself into the cottage and dropped his bundle on the table, then sat heavily in an armchair. He couldn't believe how stupid he had been, or the problem he had caused with the alchemical solutions he had brought. If only he hadn't been focusing on the experience gains, he might have considered that the whole quest had seemed too good to be true, just as the innkeeper said. The experience alone had been high, but also being paid the 15 silver to cover expenses. He hadn't even considered the details. He could have kicked himself for his stupidity. What intrigued him the most was SJ. She appeared so naive in the ways of Amatherean, yet had successfully achieved revered status with a starter town. He had only achieved a popular status within his village, and he had helped who he could when he could, completing their quests, but had never progressed further. With the restrictions on the level cap when he reached it, he had no choice but to leave and find new areas to continue his growth. Thinking back, he knew that he would have happily stayed in the village if it had offered him further growth. Killic was much larger than the village he had started in, and it had much more to offer in the long term. Because it could now accommodate growth to level 20, and from what SJ had told him, potentially even higher, staying here was an interesting possibility. If he could find an alchemist trainer, he could just stay here for a short time, at least to begin his leveling process. With the expense of paying for the damage he had caused to the inn, his funds were even more restricted now. He owned another moonstone that he could sell, but he needed an auction house to get the best value, as he doubted anyone in the town could afford it or needed one. Plus, he didn't want to sell it unless it became essential. Looking at the town and its growth potential, there could be consideration for producing leather goods for sale. He could make scaled leather at the professional level of journeyman level 4. He had spent so long grinding that once he'd got into a routine, he would work on his profession every evening, with little else to do in the starter village. This had accelerated his profession leveling, and the armor he wore he had made himself. It was not the best, but it was good for his level. Killic was idyllic, with clear blue skies and beautiful weather. It was very different from the village, which had a much cooler climate, with regular rainfall. He stood up from the chair, getting a glass of water before picking up the bundle and moving to the bedroom to try on his new clothes. That tailor had been ridiculously persuasive and made him buy more than he normally would have. He had just finished getting changed when there was a knock on the cottage door. Walking through, he opened it to recognize one of the traders they had visited earlier that afternoon.
"I have brought the goods as requested,"
the trader said, indicating toward the cart parked at the end of the small footpath.
"I will help you bring them in,"
Darren said.
Several trips later, the dining room table was covered with all SJ's purchased items. Darren believed she had bought pretty much one of everything that she thought may be useful in time. It had been the same back on Earth when he'd moved into his first home. The fact that she was looking to furnish and equip it so well meant that SJ had no plans on leaving Killic anytime soon. It was strange for him to consider making a home in one area, and the thought intrigued him. It cost her a small fortune, and Darren was surprised she could afford it all. When he left his village after finishing his basic training and leveling, he only had a couple of silver coins to his name. While Darren was still finishing sorting out the first delivery, there was a second knock at the door, and the remaining ordered items arrived. Taking receipt again, he began to make the cottage homely. Darren spent the rest of the afternoon sorting through what had been purchased and turning the empty cottage into a home. He'd always taken pride in his flat back on Earth and gone the extra mile, keeping it clean, tidy, and well-presented in case he ever entertained. He could do the same for SJ. After speaking to Sigford, SJ was authorized to assign quests on behalf of the town. She had also stated that she would need to travel to a 20 to 30 territory at least to attempt to create the quest's level. Sigford was amazed at the consideration of the open protection quest. The only quests he had ever raised were basic town support quests that had nowhere near the expectations of what SJ was suggesting. He also mentioned Asterfall as the easiest, as Dave had, but she really didn't want to be away for 8 days. She was concerned that Darren might just up and leave in that time. He had not appeared to wish to stay in Killic, and the sooner she could confirm whether a protection quest could be assigned, the better. At least that way, he would have a reason to stay alongside his alchemy training. Master Rui was indeed the town's master alchemist, and Sigford had told her where Darren could find him. Master Rui spent most of his time collecting herbs or similar for his potions, but he also trained apprentices and took them on field trips. SJ would take Darren to see him tomorrow. They discussed the wyvern attack and their concerns over the ability to damage the beast. Apart from the town guard changes, all the hunters were being called in to support, and every able-bodied member of the town who knew archery would be issued a bow and quiver of arrows. The fallout from the wyvern visit had seen 2 of the town killed. The orc, SJ had seen when she had saved the gnoll, and a daughter of the family from the home where the wyvern crashed. The young human girl, whose name SJ didn't recognize, had been crushed by an interior wall when it collapsed. SJ's heart sank at the news. The funerals were already planned, and both were going to be private affairs. As she stepped onto the road to her cottage, SJ heard the wyvern's cry. Panic flooded her, and she looked towards the mountains where the sound had originated. She watched the shape of the wyvern high in the sky, a distance away from the town itself. It appeared to slow and hover before it dived, tucking its wings in and disappearing out of sight behind the buildings. Hurriedly, she passed through the cottage's fence. The wyvern had not cried again, and she kept looking towards where she had last seen it, but it hadn't risen. Darren stood in the front garden area, scanning the surrounding skies. He had his armor on and stood with his bow in hand, with an arrow nocked on the string.
"Did you see it?"
he asked, noticing SJ's nervous expression.
It dived into the forest area by the mountains away from the town. I didn't see it rise again.
"It may be hunting. I'm guessing there is a decent hoggling and deer population around here."
I know there are both. I don't know how strong the population is, although there are always hunting parties out there.
"If it has a ready supply of food outside the town, and the potential of attacking here, I can't see it moving away anytime soon. Having fought them before, they're tenacious regarding easy food sources."
I forgot to ask you about your experience with them. When was it?
"Several months ago. I was completing a quest chain for my class, and the final stage was to kill a wyvern. That quest allowed me to earn the shock arrow skill."
I did not know about class-specific quest chains.
Darren looked at her, frowning.
"Do you not have a class trainer?"
No. I train my skills myself through both weapon and skill training.
"That will mean that you've never started any class quest chains."
No, never.
They help with the progression of your class skills and give options to increase them. I'd advise you to find a trainer as soon as you can. Do you mind if I ask what your skill levels are?
SJ contemplated his request for a few moments before replying. My skills are in martial arts and subterfuge.
Really?
Darren looked surprised.
They are unusual. I've met a few assassins over the past 16 months, and none have had that combination. It is a very specific set of choices. Not limited, but at lower levels, I bet it isn't easy to achieve much.
It was SJ's turn to frown now. I think I'm doing okay overall at my level. I have both my initial skill choices open in each branch.
Well, I don't know the skill trees for assassins, but without you having a trainer, you are stunting your growth. The quests they offer relate directly to skill opportunities.
The screech of the wyvern sounded again, cutting off their conversation as they both looked skyward.
It sounds distant still,
Darren said. I hope it remains that way. The impact on the town was bad today, but if it stays, it will get much worse.
Chapter 39. There and Back Again.
Now that Darren is training with Master Ruby, I think I have time to see if it's possible to raise a quest, SJ said. It had been 4 days since the wyvern had visited the town, and although it could be heard towards the mountain peaks, it hadn't yet returned. It still meant the threat existed, and the town was continuing to work out plans for dealing with any future attacks. The guard force was undergoing extensive archery training. Many of them would never be anywhere near the level of proficiency of an archer or ranger class, or that of a hunter profession, as none of them had the dexterity level necessary. Still, they would at least be able to fire arrows rather than depending on the slow reload time of the crossbows. They hoped that anything with 100 arrows fired at it would think twice about trying something again. The general guard force was also being trained in using pikes and standing in a line, forming a wall of spikes could be used as a deterrent. They had been performing drills around the town, and the mage who completed the announcements called dummy attacks to help improve the guards and the town's reaction times. Gradually, life was returning to the streets, and Siegfried had made an announcement via the mage about the plans so that all were aware. Several had not even left their homes since the first attack had happened, being too scared to venture outdoors. The mages under Fran's guidance who were able were beginning to learn lightning spells. Many could not do so because of their elemental alignment, but at least 4 could cast the spell now. The same training was underway for the fire mage apprentices who were of a high enough level to learn fireball or firebolt. The town's training and adaptation to this new threat were exemplary, and even Darren commented on their professional approach. Over the past 4 days, Darren had begun to settle in, to SJ's relief. When SJ arrived back at the cottage that first day and saw what he had done inside, unpacking and arranging everything, she was grateful. He had apologized for doing it, but stated he couldn't just leave everything on the table waiting for her to return. He was still staying in the back room, and Floretta spent her nights sitting in the lounge reading while the repairs at the inn were finished. The repairs had got underway, and Bert's cousins were commencing work quickly. The walls were already rebuilt after new floor crossbeams had been installed. The 2 massive trolls, who were his cousins, dwarfed Bert. SJ had never seen trolls so large. They both towered nearly 20 feet tall. They moved stone blocks around as though they were made of polystyrene. It was effortless for them, making the building process much faster. SJ had wondered why they had not previously helped defend the town when the Hobbs attacked. She had taken the chance to use her identification skills to discover that one was level 4 and the other level 6. Their size made them appear much more than they were. Nexus had also returned and apparently finished the dealings at the tailor shop. The quarterling had been seen leaving town with a wagon full of his possessions to move back to his family's village on the far side of Asterfall. The rumor was that he had sped up the process of selling the shop after the wyvern attack. Nexus was becoming a town celebrity. Everywhere he went, beings spoke to him. SJ believed he loved the attention he was getting from his admirers. She had spent some time with him discussing the auction house further and had promised to get Terrence up from the cottages to go over the plans and discuss the carpentry works. That was why Fran was currently standing in the lounge of the cottage. Darren was off with Master Rui today. They were going on a field trip into the forest on the opposite side of the wyvern's known location, searching for herbs and other alchemical components.
This cottage is lovely. I've never been inside before,
Fran said. Darren had done an excellent job sorting the place out, and everything already had a home. It felt to SJ that she'd been living there much longer than the 5 days she had been.
It is. I'm so lucky to get it, SJ said. I know you don't own the deed, but as you are the agreed tenant of the property, I should be able to set a soulstone. Remember what I said about how it affects your health? Are you sure this is what you wish to do?
Yes. I want to get to Farlek Cottage and visit the skeletons.
Okay then. The way it works is that the soulstone will attach itself to the essence of the building. Where do you wish it to be located?
I think my bedroom is the best place, SJ said, indicating the front bedroom. Following SJ, Fran walked into the room. It was large, with a wide double bed, bedside tables, a large wardrobe, and a desk covered in her possessions with a comfy writing chair. The final touch was a large mirror that hung on the rear of the bedroom door. Lighting in the room was provided by a lantern that sat on one of the bedside tables.
You need an open floor space that can be used as the portal spot, Fran said.
I think in front of the window is the best place. The bay window, with nothing in front of it, allowed an open view of the cornfields across from the front garden.
Stand where you wish it to be placed. To return, this area must always be clear, or you will lose the link capability.
Nodding, SJ stood in front of the window.
Here. It has been a while since I cast the spell, and it is quite complex. You need to stay perfectly still. When it begins, you will feel the sensation of the spell. Some have told me it is painful. Others haven't, so I can't guarantee what effect it will have on you,
Fran said. SJ took a deep breath.
Okay, let's do this.
Fran began to whisper, closing her eyes and moving her hands in a slow, rhythmic motion. A beam of light appeared in front of Fran and shot at SJ instantly. She gasped as the light struck her. The sensation of warmth suffused her body, and then it began. Initially, the warmth was pleasant, and as Fran continued to cast the spell, the sensation of heat increased. It moved from pleasant to bearable, to uncomfortable, to painful in the space of a minute. The light enveloped her fully now, and she winced. It felt like her whole body was being dipped in a red-hot bath, and she gritted her teeth, resisting the urge to tell Fran to stop. She then noticed the health on her display dropping. Slowly, as the light from the spell increased in intensity, her health reduced by 5%, as Fran had mentioned. As it did, the light intensity became unbearable, and she closed her eyes and let out a deep groan from the pain. The pain faded, but there was a residual effect from the spell, which still made SJ's skin feel as though it was on fire. She opened her eyes and looked at Fran. Fran's demeanor had changed, and her shoulders were sagged. As she staggered slightly, SJ stepped forward, caught her, and steadied her.
Are you okay?
SJ asked, worried. Fran smiled weakly.
I will be. I'd forgotten how taxing the spell is to cast. It uses virtually my whole mana pool.
SJ helped Fran to the edge of the bed and sat her down.
I will get you a drink,
SJ said, leaving the room to grab her a glass of water. When she returned, Fran sat leaning on her knees, breathing heavily, her brow glistening with beads of sweat.
This has taken it out of you. If I'd known it was that challenging, I would have never asked you to perform it. I wouldn't have agreed if I didn't know what I was getting into, Fran replied. I guess that it worked. My health was reduced by 5%.
SJ's health bar, previously a full red 98 points, was now grayed out down to 93.
It was successful, yes,
Fran said.
I can now portal and return again,
SJ said, feeling trepidation. She hadn't even attempted to use the portal at the cottage yet, and thinking about it was both exciting and nerve-wracking.
I told Darren that I would be going to the cottage today, and with the cooldown, I hope to return this evening.
Fran had drunk the glass of water and placed it on the bedside table, then removed a blue potion from her inventory. Popping the cork in it, she drank it before replying.
No time like the present, Fran said. It can be a little disorienting until you get used to the feeling of using portals.
SJ bit her lip nervously.
I need to give it a go.
Open your map, select the portal, and boom,
Dave said. SJ jumped at Dave's sudden interruption in her mind. He had been very quiet the past couple of days, and she'd been getting concerned.
Are you okay?
Fran asked, frowning.
Yes. I'm just a little unsettled. The sensation of that spell was not pleasant. I felt as though my skin was on fire.
It was still wearing off, and the burning sensation dimmed to that of warmth again.
The spell seems to affect different beings in different ways. Some complain of heat, others of cold, others nothing. There doesn't seem to be a reason behind the differences.
Thank you, SJ said, smiling at Fran.
My pleasure,
Fran said.
I am going to try my portal now.
Fran smiled at SJ, watching intently. SJ opened her map, zoomed in on the cottage, and selected the portal where she had placed it.
Here goes,
she thought. It was as though all light had been absorbed from the world. Her eyes were open, but she couldn't see. Not knowing what to expect from using the portal, the shock of losing her vision made her gasp. She knew she could see, but the darkness enveloping her was absolute. Her body felt tingly and cold, a welcome sensation after the heat of the soulstone spell. As quickly as the darkness had come, it disappeared, and she was standing in the clearing before Farlek Cottage. She heard shouting, and as her vision came into focus, she saw Charlotte's startled face above an arrow nocked on her bowstring, drawn and ready to fire.
SJ!
She cried in shock. Terrence stood behind her with a large mallet in his hand. Brian was nowhere to be seen.
Hi,
SJ said, smiling broadly at them, amazed because she had just traveled so far so quickly. The portal was going to be amazing, and with it in place, she could now visit the cottage whenever she wished.
We wondered who was opening a portal in the yard,
Charlotte said, releasing the tension on the bowstring. Terrence dropped his mallet to his side.
At least we know for the future that if a black pool of light suddenly appears in the yard, it's just you,
Terrence said.
Is that what it looks like? I've never seen one.
Yes, a black pool of light appeared, and then moments later it went, and you were stood there,
Charlotte replied. SJ took in the cottage in front of her. She had appeared nearly 50 feet from it in the corner of the garden, where she had set the portal away from any structures. Now, what she saw was not what she remembered. The front of the cottage looked similar, but different somehow. The gazebo that had been constructed now had a swinging seat hanging from its beams. The side of the cottage had a lean-to that had been extended beyond what SJ remembered. Her mouth dropped open at the transformation. The garden area was a picture of perfection, with neatly aligned rows of plants and brightly colored flowers lining the pathway of stone slabs that led from the short picket fence surrounding the property to the front door.
Oh, you guys have been busy,
SJ said, wide-eyed.
There's still so much more to do,
Terence replied, smiling his skeletal smile. The large-boned orc skeleton now stood with the mallet on his shoulder.
Has anything happened since I was gone?
No, nothing. It is the most peaceful we have ever been,
Charlotte replied.
Where is Brian?
SJ asked.
He is down at the second cottage gardening,
Charlotte said.
Thanks for getting the chisels dropped off. They've sped up the process of building things,
Terence said. SJ had completely forgotten about the chisels and the chimney needing to be aligned.
I meant to speak to Husa to confirm that everything had gone okay.
It was a simple job. No new stone was needed. We just needed resetting, which he did while here,
Terence said.
So the chimney is all fixed. That's amazing.
Yes. Let me show you what else we've been doing.
Terence turned and walked around to the rear of the property. What met SJ's gaze was the framework of an extension. It stretched back from the rear of the property, almost doubling its footprint. The previous storage locker that Terence had constructed was now placed at the side of the cottage under the lean-to and out towards the woods, which began a couple 100 feet from the rear of the property. SJ could see where Terence and the others had been cutting trees down to allow for him to construct the extension.
Wow, this is amazing. This place will be huge once finished.
I'll need to keep myself busy,
Terence said.
You have all been busy already. I need to ask you a favour,
SJ said, looking at Terence.
Of course. What do you need me to do?
I need you to come to Killic, if you can. A new auction house is being constructed, and the owner needs some carpentry work done.
If Terence's eyes could have shown more emotion, SJ would have sworn he looked excited at the chance to do more work.
That sounds interesting. What do I need to do?
There are various items and some internal structures that he has designed, and I thought of you when I was discussing his plans with him.
When do you need me to start?
Terence said, and SJ could hear his excitement in his usual gruff voice.
I plan on returning later today. If you can travel to Killic in the next day or so, that would be great. I can give you directions.
No problem. Whatever you need me to do. Hi, SJ.
Brian said as he appeared from nowhere only a few feet from her. SJ squealed in shock.
Sorry,
Brian said, looking as embarrassed as a skeleton could.
It's okay. You were just so quiet I didn't even sense you nearby.
Class perk,
he replied, smiling.
I was letting Terence know I need him to come to Killic. There is some work that needs completing for a new build there.
That sounds interesting. Do you need me and Charlotte to come as well?
SJ had discussed with Dave about the skeletons accompanying her to the desert region as extra support, which she had initially decided would be the route she would take to get to the closest territory level increase. Dave stated that the only route to the desert region was down through the valley and then through the southern tunnel system, unless she wanted to go over the cliff edge where the rock gobbler had met its demise. He had also reminded SJ that the skeletons were low level still in comparison, and even though they may be skilled in various areas, they would be ineffective against many hostiles there. The mention of hostiles had made SJ reconsider going via the desert and take the extra time to go to Asterfall. She was still only level 11, and her skills were only useful up close and personal. She had no ranged ability skills and didn't fancy getting into fights with monsters or beings that were a higher level than she was. Going to a level 20 to 30 territory could be a significant risk, and now that Darren was working with Master Rui on his alchemy profession, he seemed more likely to stay for at least a short while. SJ had concluded that she needed to take the safer option and travel to Asterfall, even if the journey would be longer. Over the past 4 days, she'd begun to put things in place. Alongside her daily training, she'd also been working on her tailoring, and she'd been so close to managing to install an enchantment slot that she just wanted to get it done and advance her profession further. Going to Asterfall would also allow her to sell off the extra items she had from looting various victims, and to inquire about the miniature wyvern eggs she had.
No, just Terence for now. I'll be heading to Asterfall soon, but I wanted to introduce Terence before I go.
Charlotte joined them at the rear of the cottage.
How long are you staying?
I'll be going back later today. It is only a fleeting visit, SJ said.
Taking in the cottage and its surroundings, it was so idyllic that she wished she could stay longer, and she would have to bring Cristy here at some point. With the wyvern near town, getting her out of there might be good. She always had something to contemplate or consider, and there was never a day that she wasn't busy doing something. She still had the quest offer from Fran to consider, as well as the quest from Siegfried.
Did you want anything to eat?
Brian asked. SJ frowned, confused. I didn't think you ate.
We don't, but I've been fishing at the lake in my spare time and can easily catch one if needed.
That would be great, SJ said, smiling.
No problem. I'll be back in a while.
SJ watched in amazement as Brian turned and walked off, whistling. SJ found the inside of the cottage immaculate as well. The items she had purchased and brought down previously were all perfectly placed, and not a spot of dust rested on anything. She walked to the stove area and lit the fire, putting some extra wood in the burner. Then, walking outside to the well, she drew a bucket of water before filling one of the pans. She set about making herself a pot of coffee, removing the container of coffee from her inventory that she'd got from Floretta that morning. While the water got up to temperature, SJ stood in the cottage doorway. Charlotte had returned to gardening at the front, humming away as she carefully worked through and between the plants and flowers along the path. She heard an axe being used, and then the sound of a saw, and knew that Terence had just returned to his task of building the extension. Leaning against the doorframe in this heavenly place, SJ relaxed fully for the first time in a while. She only realized quite how long it had been when the serenity of the place took hold. Once the coffee was made, she carried the pot and a mug out to the swinging seat, where a small table stood. She placed the mug down and poured a coffee, then sat in the seat, swinging and sipping her drink. Chapter 40. Missing. Yes! SJ screamed. The look of absolute shock on a skeleton with its mouth wide open made SJ chuckle. Sorry, she blurted out to round her excitement. She had just managed to install her first ever enchantment slot in the bundle of cloth she had brought with her. After arriving at the cottage, she performed her daily kata routines and then proceeded to work on her tailoring quest. It was her display triggering that had caused her to scream in delight. Congratulations! Tailoring Apprentice Level 5 completed. Quest: Tailoring Apprentice Level 6. Produce 10 items of common or higher rarity clothing. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes or no? Charlotte was still staring at her, wondering what had caused her to get so excited that she screamed. SJ had been sitting watching Charlotte work in the garden and had been so relaxed that she had paid no attention to her mana streaming. It appeared that the relaxed state had given her what she'd been missing to create the enchantment slots. Brian had returned with a large fish from the lake. She did not know what type it was, but Brian had been quite adept at filleting it and was currently frying it off over the stove for her. His head appeared in the cottage doorway, and Terence came walking around the side of the cottage. SJ couldn't still her excitement. I just leveled my profession.
Ah!
Charlotte nodded in understanding.
Congratulations!
Both Terence and Brian said as they returned to what they were doing. SJ was not going to be deflated by their lack of appreciation for her success, so she performed what she called her happy dance. Dave perked up.
We spoke about this before.
You aren't knocking me today, she whispered in response.
Even though the skeletons were her followers, she didn't want to be seen talking to herself. Dance lessons, perhaps? Dave would not wipe the smile from her face now that she had achieved level 5. I wonder, she thought as she looked at her display and switched it to her inventory screen, focusing on her dress. Haybear's Dress of the Tailor, level 5. Grade, Astral. Quality, Perfect. Durability, Infinite. Enchantment slots, 1. Armor class, 5. Attributes, +2 charisma. The god Haybear himself made this dress. It is unmatched by any other and provides the wearer with unique skills that are available as levels are gained. Self-repair. Transmogrification. The dress's appearance can be changed as your tailoring level increases. Current available choices. Color. Wow, SJ said, much louder than she meant.
What?
Charlotte asked, looking up.
Oh, just my next profession quest,
SJ said, grinning like a Cheshire cat and not telling the truth about her dress. She noticed how easily she'd begun to lie. Lying had never been something she did. Maybe she'd told the odd white lie now and again to not hurt someone's feelings, but it seemed she was becoming adept at changing the narrative of her thoughts. I wonder if it is aligned with my class, she thought.
I wish I could still level my profession,
Charlotte replied sulkily. I thought you could still learn new things. It just doesn't level?
I can. It's just you don't get any profession perks.
What perks do you get as a gardener?
Increased nutrition, sturdy stalk, brilliant blossom, and many perks can support the profession. I had those 3 before I was killed and returned. That was close to my 4th.
Not appreciating or understanding the effects of perks that other professions gave, SJ looked quizzically at Charlotte.
What level are you?
I was at Journeyman level 9. At every 10 profession grade steps, you receive a new perk. I would have been to a 4th perk with all the gardening I've been doing. It's annoying, but the benefit is that I can keep doing what I love without ever having to worry about dying of natural causes.
Charlotte's comment shocked SJ. She had never considered how the skeletons felt about being skeletons. She needed to spend time getting to know them better when she could, and would have to visit more frequently. They had, after all, given themselves to her as her followers, and she felt as though she had an obligation to them, which for now she had not met. She was mulling over what she needed to do when Brian appeared at the cottage door.
Food is ready,
he called. Brian had laid a place on the table inside for her, and a perfectly grilled fish fillet was presented with a small sprig of green herbs and a green sauce. SJ was unsure what they were, and picked one of the leafy stalks up and bit it, even though it didn't look like parsley, and had the same taste. Taking her cutlery from her inventory, she cut into the fish, the flesh flaking under the slightest pressure from her fork. It tasted like cod, and the soft white meat was delicious.
Oh, this is good,
SJ said, nodding her appreciation at Brian.
I may not be good at cooking many things, but I have experience with fish. I used to fish a lot.
You have cooked this to perfection.
Finishing the fillet and wiping her mouth with a napkin that Brian had folded, SJ felt content. Brian returned outside to help Charlotte in the garden. Charlotte had moved on from working on the flowers by the path and was discussing making a vegetable patch to the side of the cottage. SJ could hear them through the open cottage doorway and smiled at the conversation. Not discussing the threat of a wyvern, the political intrigue surrounding the council, or the threat to Fran was a pleasant change.
I can't believe the scale my dress has opened up,
she whispered. That looks like it could be an amazing perk as you increase your tailoring levels further. Hopefully, now you're level 5, you can get through the next few levels quicker than you have been, Dave said.
With everything else I've been doing, I don't think I've been that bad at leveling my profession,
SJ said. No, I agree. A snail may have been slower, Dave sarcastically replied. Huffing at Dave's comment, SJ stood and cleared the table, washed up and placed the items to drain. Then she headed back to the seat under the gazebo. The sun was beating down as usual, and the gazebo gave respite from its relentless rays. The area around the cottage appeared to have a microclimate, trapping the sun's rays in the confines of the surrounding forest. It was blissfully warm, with a gentle breeze blowing from the lake. It had been a few hours since her arrival, and she still had to wait before returning to Killic. When I return, I assume I just focus on traveling back? SJ had not asked at any point, and was now wondering how the soulstone worked. Charlotte, Brian, and Terence stood by the side of the cottage discussing the vegetable garden. Charlotte was busy instructing Terence on what she needed to create for the borders and planters. SJ smiled at their interactions. The three of them had settled at the cottage so well, creating their new lives.
You stand on the spot you arrived and basically go in reverse. You can't just travel to a soulstone, otherwise people would use them to place a portal. You must be at the original portal location, Dave said.
That makes sense. I should mark it properly.
Rising from the seat, SJ walked to where she'd arrived, noticing for the first time that the grass where the portal must have existed was flattened. I may as well mark it with stones or something similar. Guys? The three skeletons turned to look at SJ.
Yes?
Charlotte asked.
Could you possibly mark the spots where the portal is with stones to prevent anything from being placed there going forward?
Of course. It would make sense to prevent Brian from trying to be creative with his newfound love for gardening and planting a tree there.
Hey,
Brian replied.
Well, I do keep finding random new plants dotted around.
they improve the garden.
Not when you plant weeds just because they have colorful flowers, which would take over the whole garden, I might add.
Oh, that was only once.
Brian huffed. Terence patted Brian on his shoulder sympathetically.
Don't worry, Brian. Charlotte is just as mean to me.
SJ laughed heartily when Charlotte thumped Terence in the shoulder. Their friendly banter felt therapeutic. Even though SJ had friends in Killic, she hadn't yet allowed herself to get as close to anyone as these three were.
I've a couple of hours yet, so I'll go for a walk and see what the other cottages are like. I'll be back in a while,
SJ called over to the skeletons.
I can come with you if you wish,
Brian said. No, I'll be fine, and I'm sure Charlotte has chores for you. SJ smiled wickedly. Brian sighed, turning and looking at Charlotte's skeletal smile. Walking down the path to the lake, SJ couldn't remember the last time she'd felt as relaxed as she did now. The sweet scent from the flowers and the tall grasses along the edges of the forest that enclosed the path to the cottage was intoxicating. Their heavenly aroma filled her nostrils. Reaching the lake's edge, SJ walked out onto the small wooden jetty where the rowing boat was moored. In the keel of the boat sat 2 fishing poles and tackle. She smiled, thinking about Brian rowing out onto the lake to go fishing. Standing for a moment, she took in the peace and the scenery, bubbles breaking on the lake's surface where fish must be, the gentle breeze through the grasses by the lake, and the sounds of the wildlife in the surrounding forest. A flock of brightly colored birds flew across the lake, heading north.
I need to bring Cristy here, and I would love to get Patch and his family here as well,
SJ said.
It's a nice place. But do you think it is best for Cristy? She's been doing so well at the orphanage, and Madeline said last time you visited that her literacy and numeracy were coming on brilliantly,
Dave said.
I know. I just think she's missing out on an opportunity.
You can always bring her for a visit. I wouldn't advise her to move here full-time,
Dave said, sounding like a concerned parent.
I know. I just think she'd love it here. She's never happier than when she's out with Patch in the forest, and here they could stay much closer, and she could visit them more easily. I could also ask Charlotte to teach her archery. She's still determined to become a hunter.
She is, but I think you also need to consider her future class.
I've thought about it, and I thought Druid was probably the most aligned for her.
Maybe, maybe not. The bond she has with Patch and the wolves has already been formed to a strange degree. I've never seen one like it before between wolves and beings. I've witnessed wolves as familiars, but Cristy and Patch's bond is stronger than that. It appears that they class each other as family.
Druid will allow her to help heal the wolves if they get injured.
So would any other healing class.
I still think Druid would be best.
Considering her age, classes would not normally be something to consider for another few years yet.
Is there anything stopping her class training early?
No, not that I'm aware of. It just isn't usually something done at such a young age, to allow them to experience the world more and decide on their own.
I may speak to her about it and see if she's ever given any thought to a class. I don't want to force her into a class she doesn't want to do.
I agree. Next time we visit, we can discuss it.
The way Dave spoke about Cristy made SJ grin.
What are you grinning at? Dave said cautiously.
Nothing, SJ said, smiling even more.
I don't trust that look on your face. You are up to something.
SJ ignored his comment and did not give him the privilege of a reply. Turning, she walked from the jetty and around the lake's edge towards the other cottages. A while later, SJ returned to her own cottage. As usual, the skeletons were busy. It still amazed her that they never tired or stopped working. Everything they did had a purpose. Floretta relaxed and spent time reading in the evenings. SJ would need to discuss resting with her followers. The area where the portal appeared had already been marked out during her absence with a ring of stones. She had looked at her display and knew that the 8-hour window for returning had now elapsed. SJ took out the notebook and pencil she had brought with her and, sitting at the dining table, sketched out a rough map and instructions for Terence. "Terence," SJ said, as she found him cutting some timber at the rear of the cottage.
"What do you need?"
Terence replied. "I have the directions for the way to Killic, and the cottage I stay in there." Carefully tearing the page from the notebook, SJ handed it to him. Taking the note, he read the directions.
"Hit the main path turning south. Head through the crags, and then continue along the path until you reach the cornfields. Don't enter the town, but turn left on the far side of the cornfields and look for the small cottage with a picket fence. Sounds easy enough,"
he replied. "Excellent. When do you think you could set off?"
"I can leave now if needed. There's nothing that can't wait here."
"That would be great. I'm going to Portalback now, so if you can head there, I'll see you tomorrow, perhaps?"
"Easily. I don't sleep, remember?"
Terence smiled. "I look forward to seeing you in the morning then." Terence began putting his tools away, ensuring he had a hammer tucked into his belt. He wished Charlotte and Brian farewell before heading down to the lakeside, whistling. SJ watched him go before promising Charlotte and Brian that she'd be back to visit again soon, and thanking them for all the hard work they were doing. When she'd toured the other buildings, she'd seen they'd kept pristine the cottage that belonged to the mill workers. Gladys and Hubert and the skeletons had even sorted through the derelict cottage. They'd dismantled the walls fully and planned on moving the stone to SJ's cottage. They couldn't use it to build, not being stonemasons, but they wanted to make sure it was there if required. Walking to the portal spot, SJ opened her display and saw a return option that hadn't existed before she'd used the portal, so she selected it. The world went black again, and the same cold sensation flooded her body. She did not know how long the transportation took, as once the blackness enveloped her, time seemed to have no meaning. The sun had begun to fade in the sky as time passed before her return, and she appeared in the area of her bedroom window with the shadows of the evening sun. Hearing raised voices, she walked from the bedroom into the lounge. Darren stood, leaning back from Siegfried's towering form.
"I'm not going to ask again. Where is she?"
Siegfried snarled.
"I told you already, I don't know,"
Darren stammered. 4 other guard members stood in the open doorway of the cottage.
You were seen with the last,
Sigfrid said.
We were just talking about the wyvern, that was all. We walked from the town to the edge of the forest, and I left her there and returned here,
Darren said. What's going on? SJ asked, shocked at the scene unfolding in her lounge. Sigfrid turned, startled by SJ's sudden appearance.
SJ, where did you come from?
He questioned. I just came back. Sigfrid looked confused.
Alice is missing, and this individual was the last person seen with her this morning,
he said.
I have already told you I've nothing to do with her going missing. Why would I?
I don't know. Maybe because you blew up the inn.
Sigfrid snapped, his fists clenched, and SJ was sure she could see the hair thicken around his face. Concerned he was about to transform into his werebear form, SJ stepped forward and placed her hand on his arm. Sigfrid, please, calm down. She looked at him with concern. She could feel how tense he was, his fists clenched and his face full of fury. SJ had never seen him so angry before. Even when fighting Borden, he hadn't shown so much emotion. Sigfrid turned and looked down at SJ. His towering form was almost 2 feet taller than herself. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his fists slightly and closed his eyes. They still contained the same hostility when he opened them again, but his voice was calmer.
I want to know exactly what happened and what you spoke about, and I mean exactly word for word.
SJ looked from Darren to Sigfrid and noticed that the table had been knocked before her arrival. Look, sit down, will you? SJ said, and let's talk civilly. Snarling, Sigfrid watched Darren as he moved to sit at the dining table. Sigfrid did the same, sitting opposite him, his hands braced against the table's edge. SJ hurried to the kitchen, grabbed some glasses and a jug of water, brought them back through, and placed them on the table, pouring 3 glasses. Taking a seat between the 2 men, she looked from one to the other, the hatred visible between them. Now, let's start from the beginning, shall we? Chapter 41. Into the Dark. The argument, it couldn't be described as a conversation, between Darren and Sigfrid eventually concluded. Sigfrid agreed to leave Darren in the hands of SJ. As a town councillor, she was putting her reputation on the line to support Darren and his version of events. Nothing she had heard or seen from him since he had arrived in Killic, apart from his stupidity with the alchemical components, led her to believe he was to blame for Alice's disappearance. SJ had suggested that Darren's alignment be confirmed, and Lithonian had been summoned. Alice was the only other in the town with an alignment token. Once Lithonian had arrived, he had confirmed that Darren's alignment was neutral good. Not even that had put Sigfrid at ease.
We need to find Alice,
Darren said. Now that Sigfrid had left, he wouldn't stop pacing. We only know she went into the forest. Did she give you any information as to what she was doing?
Nothing, as I told that idiot town mayor on multiple occasions before you returned. What is his problem anyway?
Darren snarled. That is obvious, and her importance to the town has already been explained, SJ said with frustration. Now will you stop pacing and sit down so I can think? Darren stopped and looked at SJ, who was sitting in one of her armchairs. He sat down facing her.
If they would just let me leave and go in search for her, he said.
2 of the town guards remained at the cottage, and Sigfrid had given them strict instructions not to let Darren go anywhere alone. It's best that, for now, you stay here and let the town do what it needs to. Floretta had returned, and the evening dragged on, with tension in the air because of Darren. Eventually, he retired to his room. Not long after, there was a knock at the cottage door, and Terence arrived. Floretta was shocked initially at seeing another skeleton. Once SJ introduced him, the pair of them began to chatter away as if they'd known each other for years. SJ didn't want to leave Darren alone in the cottage, so Floretta said she would go and introduce Terence to Nexus, who would return to stay in the inn. The inn repairs were well underway, and now the floor had been repaired, the downstairs could open again, even if not all the accommodation was available yet. SJ went to her room once Terence and Floretta left. As she lay back on her bed, Dave talked.
"I believe Darren,"
Dave said. "So do I. I'm not sure what has happened to Alice. From what Zigford said, it is the first time she has ever missed an appointment and not been seen. I hope she hasn't been injured in the forest."
"With the wyverns' arrival, chances are many of the forest creatures will have moved. That could cause creatures or beasts that wouldn't normally come to certain areas of the forest to move closer to town."
SJ shivered involuntarily at the thought of Alice being attacked by any beasts. I hope she's okay. The next morning, SJ woke to Dave speaking.
"We may have a problem."
"Morning, and what problem?" SJ asked, yawning and stretching.
"Darren has disappeared."
"What do you mean, disappeared?"
"He left early hours this morning."
"How? Zigford left guards."
"He left out the back garden."
"Why didn't you wake me if you saw him go?"
I wasn't watching."
SJ frowned at his response. "I'd better go search for him."
"I would advise that you don't. Let the guard do their job. You have enough to do."
"But it's Alice."
"And it's Fran, and it's Bellicky, and it's Nexus, and it's Cristy, and your training, and your—"
SJ cut Dave off. "Okay, I get the message." Huffing, SJ slammed her fist onto the bed.
"I know you want to help with everything, but you can't. You need to leave things to others. Remember, the townsfolk use quests too, not just you, and you have 2 important quests to complete already. I would also still suggest that you create the quest for Darren."
SJ was unhappy with the thought of not helping to find Alice, but could understand Dave's point. Why would I even bother looking into a quest for Darren now that he's run off?
"He hasn't run off. He left a note."
Frowning, SJ climbed from the bed and walked through to the lounge. Sitting on the table was a folded piece of parchment.
"Sorry, I have to go and look for Alice. Yesterday when the mayor was here, I didn't tell the whole truth. I know Alice from Asterfall and did not know she lived in Killic until 2 days ago. We met at the forest to talk so as not to draw attention to ourselves. I'm sorry for lying. I need to find her."
Darren. SJ was shocked at the revelation that Darren knew Alice from Asterfall. She did not know Alice had ever been there, and she wasn't sure how long Darren had been there either. "I should go and tell Zigford. Otherwise, I'm not sure what the guards will do if they find him," SJ said.
"Considering he is a level 20 Legionnaire, I doubt many of the guards could do a great deal to him unless they really outnumber him. It isn't as though he's a new Legionnaire, and his level is much higher than the vast majority in the town," Dave replied. "Where the hell is she gone?"
Darren thought as he moved deeper into the forest. His tracking skill was active and following the faint trail that he believed Alice had left. The skill was at level 10 and allowed him to focus on and follow a track set. He had used it frequently since his arrival in Amatherean, hunting and tracking down injured animals he had failed to shoot cleanly, and it had leveled because of his initially poor archery. At first, his tracking skills only allowed for track identification, but with his level now and skill improvements, he saw what could only be described as a faded path, as though a mist or haze existed where they had passed. With each track set he analyzed, he could assign it a color, selecting a bright blue to contrast with the greenery of the forest. It wasn't something that could be used well in large towns or cities due to how many beings they contained, but in quieter and more rural areas, the skill came to its own. The forest had come alive with the sounds of creatures as the early morning sun had risen from the near silence during the night. Unfamiliar with the area, he waited until the first light to enter the forest. He didn't fancy walking upon one of the nocturnal beasts that frequented forest areas. Just after 3, he left the cottage by sneaking out of the window and climbing the fence in the back garden. He then skirted around the edge of the town to reach the spot where he'd left Alice the day before. Since daybreak, he'd spent a few hours traveling into the forest following the trail, winding through the mountain peaks. Looking at his display, it was nearly 9.
I hope SJ forgives me,
he thought. He had met Alice in Asterfall at the Bugbears, and they had shared a couple of evenings in each other's company. Nothing had happened between them, but they had seemed like kindred spirits. He knew she was a druid after they had spoken about their classes. He'd only bumped into her in Killic on an off chance when he had left Master Rui 2 days earlier after finishing his training. She had been walking along the street, and they had nearly walked into each other. The shock on both their faces had transformed to genuine smiles. Darren had felt his heart skip on seeing her again. After a conversation in which Alice learned Darren was the culprit for the inn explosion, as well as the wyvern defense, she made him aware of her role in the town. She didn't want to draw attention to him after his start in town, so they had planned to meet by the forest to talk the following afternoon in secrecy. They had spent several hours catching up properly, and Alice had promised to meet him again. He now had a reason to stay in Killic. Alice was a beautiful creature. It was as they had been just about to leave the forest edge when a hunting party had come upon them. Alice had passed pleasantries as she knew them all, and they had continued to the town carrying their successful haul of 2 hoglings. Alice had then told Darren to leave first so as not to draw attention, and he had headed back to town. That was the last time he had seen her. The trail led him deep through the forest, curving towards the base of the mountain area to the east, towards where the wyvern had flown. Darren didn't feel happy approaching the wyvern territory, but he had no choice. He needed to find Alice to clear his name. The trail had grown fainter as he had followed it, and its dispersion made him stop and survey the forest area more closely. The brush was thick around him, with tangling vines and thorn bushes. It was obvious from the surroundings that only forest animals would usually be anywhere near this area. There were none of the usual animal trails that covered many forest floors. As he searched the area, he identified tracks he didn't recognize. There were several pairs of what could only be described as humanoid footprints, but nothing he had witnessed previously. The prints only had 4 toes. He squatted, looking at the tracks, tracing their outline with his finger. Based on the size and depth of the prints, he guessed the creatures were similar in size to most humans. He triggered his skill. A new colored trail appeared, and this one was much stronger than the faint trail. It had a red color to it. Unslinging his bow from his shoulder, he lifted an arrow from the quiver on his back and knocked it on the string. He could easily walk and hold the arrow on the string without loss of balance or hampering his stealth. His high dexterity increased his balance and ability to track almost silently. It was uncanny how quiet he could be while moving through forests. He followed the new trail while keeping an eye on the remainder of the other. Both trails followed the same path. The trees began to thin out as he progressed, and he believed he was a few kilometers from the wyvern location and had to be at least 7 from the town. The undulating land began to rise at an incline as he approached the side of one of the mountains. He stopped as the tree line thinned further, observing the mountain ahead. The stark gray rock face created a drastic contrast with the richness of the forest. The animal sounds had begun to fade as he moved nearer the edge. Even being on the edge of a forest, he was surprised at how quiet it had become. Looking up the rock face, he could see no movement. Although a couple 100 feet up the side, he thought he could see the opening to a cave, and the trail led in that direction. The bright blue trail was only just visible now, and he had seen no signs of any footprints for a long time, which led him to believe that if it was Alice, she was being carried by whatever or whoever had taken her. His heart was beating hard as he moved towards the cave entrance, nervous tension building as he approached. The wyvern cried in the distance to the north of his location, and he froze, scanning the skies. He couldn't see it airborne. Relief flooded him, and he edged closer, his hands clenched on his bow with unnatural tension. "Calm down," he thought as he edged closer. When he got within 50 feet of the entrance, the sun reflected off the brilliant white-polished skulls of several animals that covered the ground. He wasn't sure what lived in the cave, but this wasn't a good sign. A ranger walking into a cave was never a good idea. He was not skilled at melee fighting. He had a sword, but a cave was a melee-class territory. Any cave systems he had ever visited previously were only ever as a support member of a party. At the entrance to the cave, there were red streaks around the sides, as though someone had dipped their fingers in blood and drawn them across the rock surface. What, or whoever, had done so only had 4 fingers. The trail led inside, and he stopped, listening carefully. The sun was high in the sky, and his display showed it was 10:55. It had taken several hours to reach the cave following the tracks. He could hear no sound, and he checked his inventory. He withdrew a torch and lit it. The cave was dark, with no visible light source. His half-elven heritage gave him improved sight, but he couldn't see in the dark. Once the torch was lit, he held it and his bow, gripping around its length and the bow's grip. The arrow he had nocked did not rest perfectly with the bulk of the torch in its way. This was not the easiest of options, but at least he wouldn't be walking into a cave blind and could use his bow, even if not with the level of accuracy he could normally maintain. Listening keenly for any sound, Darren edged his way inside. The cave was natural and had no sign of being carved out of the rock face. It also surprised Darren that there could be previously unknown creatures or beings this close to town that may have kidnapped someone. The forest had been thick, but he would have expected that the areas around the town would have been cleared fully of anything hostile, knowing how long the town had been established. It still amazed Darren, the vast areas of Amatherean that possessed the characteristics of untouched wilderness. Darren's senses were heightened with his increased apprehension of entering the cave. Leading into the mountain's interior, a tunnel with rough stone walls followed the entranceway, winding upwards at a sharp incline. His thighs burned by the time he had reached the top of the tunnel, as the going was tough. As the tunnel's width narrowed significantly, he lowered his bow while approaching the narrowest point. The path ahead was the shape of an inverted V. Even crouching, he could not move through easily. He could crawl, but that would make him unable to respond to an attack. Looking at the dirt-covered floor, he could see what he assumed were drag marks created by someone's heels. He placed his bow on his shoulder, drew his short sword, and proceeded forward. He had been through a cheese press when caving as a teenager, and the tight feeling of the rock against his chest as he turned sideways, squeezing through, brought back unpleasant memories. The tunnel walls parted again, and as he continued, he returned his short sword to its sheath and took up his bow once more. Darren edged forward and approached the entrance to a cavern. He stood just out from the entrance and listened. The only sound he could hear was the spluttering of the torch as it continued to burn, casting a glow ahead of him. The cavern looked small, and he eased forward. As he entered, he swung his bow around in a wide arc, covering the extent of the chamber. On either side, there were 2 further tunnels leading off. The trail he had been following headed to the left, and looking down again at the ground, he squatted, seeing the outline of the 4-toed creatures in the dirt. There were no longer any signs of anything being dragged. He had lost the ability to work out where he was in the cave system, and he took a moment to open his display to ensure that his map was updated with his location. He didn't want to continue following a maze of tunnels and not be able to return. Once confirmed, he moved across the small chamber and entered the trail tunnel. The blue trail had ended. Darren knew that all trails faded. He believed that this red trail he followed was still so easy to track only because of the potential number of creatures that had made it. He could feel the sweat on his palms as he continued, his breath shallow, trying to be as quiet as possible. It felt as though his heart was in his head, and he could feel his blood pumping in his temples. Letting out a deep, controlled exhale, he tried to steady his nerves and relax. He had traveled what he believed may have been another few 100 feet when he heard a noise. Instantly freezing, he listened intently. The sound was distant and low, but he was unsure how far it was. Sound traveled differently in tunnels. There appeared to be more than one variation of whatever was making the sound. He couldn't see ahead as the tunnel was winding, and he was unsure of the sound. He cautiously crept forward, now straining to hear. When he approached a fork in the tunnel, he saw the first sign of a light being cast from ahead. Not wanting to give his position away, he backed down the tunnel and found a crack in the wall where he could wedge the torch. He flexed his fingers where he'd been gripping both the torch and bow, and then, nocking an arrow again, proceeded forward to the fork. Chapter 42. Pit. The light being cast flickered like that of a torch, and listening intently, Darren could hear several of what he assumed were voices ahead of him. They were guttural and animalistic in sound, with more grunts than any language he had ever heard. He followed the tunnel wall, its rough surface rubbing against his shoulder as he pressed to its side. The tunnel began to widen, and he stilled, looking into the space ahead of him. The smell of cooked meat wafted down the tunnel, and Darren began to panic, thinking that Alice was the food source. He moved forward faster than he should have, continuing to the edge of the tunnel mouth. Before him was a large open cavern containing a large, deep pit. The light was being created by a fire burning below, the smoke from the fire drawn upwards to an opening in the cavern roof, and torches were stuck into the walls. The pit was over 100 feet wide and 80 across, with a roughly hewn path cut into its side leading down to the bottom. Moving cautiously to the edge after ensuring nothing was at the top level, he peered down. The bottom of the pit was 50 feet below. What drew Darren's attention were the beings moving around. They reminded Darren of pictures of aliens from science fiction stories back on Earth, with their long, thin, gangly arms and legs. Their bodies appeared emaciated, with large, bulbous heads, no hair, and eyes that reminded him of a fish's. The pit contained 16 of the creatures. The fire had a spit built over it, containing the remains of a hogling. At the base of the pit, he could see what could only be described as teepees made from multiple animal furs and skins, stretched skins on tanning frames, and various implements or weapons that reminded Darren of cavemen. At the far end were wooden cages, and lying in one of them, he could just make out, was the still form of Alice. 2 others contained animals, one a hogling and another a puma. Darren's anger flared, and adrenaline flooded him as he saw Alice. He didn't know the creature's levels, but considering he was in what had been a starter area until recently, he didn't think they could be very high level. He wouldn't be able to tell their health until he shot one and it took damage. He only wished he had the identification skill. He knelt, looking down into the pit, observing the creatures. One walked to the spit on the fire and turned it. The hogling leaked its contents onto the fire with the sound of sizzling fat and a flare of the flames. Another one of the creatures walked to the other, and Darren watched as what he thought was an argument took place. The new arrival tried to adjust the spit and was struck by the other. They hissed at each other in animalistic tones before a larger creature barked an order, and they fell silent, turning to look at it. Darren couldn't tell if they were male or female. Although naked, they didn't seem to have any recognizable signs. Considering the options open to him, he had 2 choices. One was leaving and returning to the town to get help, and the other was attempting to free Alice alone. Looking at the scattered bones on the pit floor, He didn't dare leave Alice behind now that he'd found her, considering she looked as though she would be a meal rather than a prisoner. It would take him too long to return and get help, and he did not know what reception he would get if he did, considering that he had left without permission. One of the creatures cried out, and Darren watched as two more walked over to the cage containing the other hogling. It squealed as they approached, and the puma growled. Alice still lay motionless. Picking up a rough-looking short spear from by the cage, the larger of the two creatures began to poke at the hogling. The hogling squealed each time the spear struck it. Darren could see well with the light in the chamber from the fire, and his vision was boosted from being half-elven. The hogling continued to squeal, and the puma hissed at the creatures. Several of the other creatures were looking towards the cages. There was a call from the larger creature, and the two who had been bickering began to remove the hogling from the spit and place the carcass on top of a pile of bones. Several of the others moved towards the food. The scene which unfolded reminded Darren of a savage gnoll tribe he had visited, with less decorum. The creatures tore at the remains of the hogling in a frenzy until the larger one barked and walked forward, shoving the others aside. Their would-be leader would have to be Darren's first target. The squeals of the hogling lessened because of the protracted damage it was receiving, and Darren watched as it fell onto its side, quietening. A creature moved close to the cage containing the puma, and it snarled, hissing towards it as it backed into the corner of its cage. The creature struck out angrily at the bars of the puma's cage, shouting something in a language Darren didn't know. Alice was still motionless, and Darren only hoped she was alive. As the creatures kept their other prey alive, he hoped it was the case. Darren silently positioned his shortbow, selecting his true flight skill. He aimed at the largest of the creatures. His vision improved from his ranger class, and his skill when using his bow seemed to act like he had binoculars on as he zoomed in on the creature's head. The bonus with being underground was that there was no wind to contend with, and he let his arrow fly. The shriek of shock from the beast as it was struck in one of its bulbous eyes sent a shiver down Darren's spine. The high-pitched wail left its mouth as it fell backwards. Its health bar was now visible and had been reduced to almost 0. It lay on the floor, wailing, rolling with its hands covering its face as the others began to react. They turned and looked upwards at the lip of the pit, their eyes falling on Darren. The screaming and snarling that erupted below echoed off the chamber walls as they reacted.
Damn,
Darren thought as he drew another arrow and took aim at another, releasing again. His arrow struck true again and sent another creature to the floor, where it remained still. His arrow had pierced its chest. The creatures moved, grabbing their crude weapons and running towards the path leading from the pit. Darren saw the choke point and aimed at the first as it started to ascend. He hit it in its leg, making it stumble and fall. The creature directly behind it tripped on its comrade's fallen body and slipped from the path, only falling a few feet to the pit bottom. Standing again, it growled in anger. More creatures began up the path, not caring for the fallen, climbing over and standing on the injured one with the arrow in its leg, having no thought of assisting it. Darren triggered his burning arrow, took aim, released it, and hit another in its side. The screams and shouts from the creatures were now deafening within the confines of the chamber. Continuing, he fired arrow after arrow at them. Thankfully, most hit their targets with his skill level. Many of those hits were incapacitated or killed outright because of the damage bonuses they received from archery.
Come on!
Darren cried as he continued to fire. Several were nearing the top of the path as he realized that he would have to resort to melee combat if they reached the top. He triggered his lightning skill, focusing longer to ensure he hit his desired target before releasing the arrow. The blue streak of light cut a brilliant trail in the chamber's dim surroundings. There were still 7 of the creatures ascending the path. As the arrow struck the lead creature, it froze in place before beginning to convulse as the lightning coursed through and around its body. The others, pushing up behind, still trying to reach the lip, touched the affected one, and the reaction he had hoped for began. The blue light lanced between anything that touched the stricken creature. 4 of the remainder were affected, 2 of which fell from the side of the path and, at a distance above the pit floor, screamed as they plummeted to their deaths below. The 3 that hadn't been affected stopped on the path, turning and snarling towards Darren while the lightning continued. Darren took the opportunity to pick off another, who died instantly, toppling forward. The lightning skill ceased, and as it did, the remaining 2 charged the final distance to the lip of the pit and turned towards him. Pulling 2 arrows this time, he drew back on his bow as they charged him. He had used dual shot several times, but his skill level was low, and he released the arrows. 1 arrow flew true as expected, striking his target and sending the beast backwards from the impact. The other arrow missed, passing harmlessly by its side. The distance between them was only several feet, and Darren didn't have time to draw and fire again. He stumbled backwards, dropping his bow and drawing his short sword as the creature closed in, a club held high in its hand as it charged towards him. Darren lifted the sword, deflecting the club's blow, sending shockwaves down his arm. The strike had been more powerful than he expected from such a weak-looking creature. Taking a step backwards again, he slashed at the beast. It withdrew from the strike with an unnatural agility, its body seeming to curve out of the way of his sword before it struck again with the club. Darren raised his bracer-covered arm to deflect the blow, grunting from the pain as the club struck, but holding his ground as he thrust his blade forward and upwards into the creature's gut. Its eyes widened in shock from the attack as the blade dug in. The beast's weight fell towards him as it became a victim to his attack. He staggered backwards, allowing the lifeless creature to fall to the ground. There were still several of the injured creatures in the pits where they had been hit, screaming what Darren assumed were obscenities at him as he ran forward, scooping his bow and heading to the path, short sword in hand. The path down was treacherous. It was cut so roughly, and he was surprised as he descended how easily the creatures had headed up it. As he reached any of the creatures' bodies, or those injured, he finished them. His display had been firing the whole fight, and he now knew that the creatures were greylings. He had seen nothing like them before in his time on Amatherean. Darren reached the bottom. Having disposed of 4 on the way down, he noticed that one creature had got back to its feet from where it had fallen off the path. It screeched at him as it stumbled forward on a twisted leg. It was broken, and sheer hatred towards him allowed it to move. It reached down and grabbed one of the short spears. Darren was over 30 feet from it and, sheathing his sword, drew his bow. He reached back for an arrow and found only thin air. "Have I really used all my arrows?" he thought, panicking and feeling vulnerable. He had his short sword, but his bow was his comfort. As he shouldered his bow, the creature cried as it threw the short spear at him. Darren, distracted and unprepared, hadn't expected the spear to be thrown, considering its length and how he had seen them used by the creatures so far. Quickly trying to move out of its path, he stumbled. Only his increased dexterity kept him on his feet. The head of the spear missed him by millimeters, its haft striking his side as he moved. He turned, drawing his sword, and, with a cry, ran at the beast. It staggered toward him, and with its elongated arms, which ended in 4 fingers with large claws, it raked at him. Darren dropped his shoulder as he charged inside its swing and stabbed it in the chest. His sword was buried deeply. The creature instantly became limp as its life left it. Pulling his sword free, he let it fall to the floor before continuing around the pit, ensuring those others that had fallen were dead. He eventually reached the larger creature he had initially shot in the eye and found it had bled out from the wound. There were no more visible threats, so he sheathed his sword again and hurried toward the cages at the end of the pit. The smell of the area, apart from the cooked meat, had a mustiness to it. It reminded Darren of a damp, cold cellar.
As he neared the cage, the puma snarled at him. The dead hogling still lay on the floor of the next cage where its body had been left when the greylings had reacted to his appearance. The cage containing Alice was only held closed by a wooden peg, and he worked it free. It would not have held her captive if Alice had been conscious. Darren threw the cage open, stooped down and entered, kneeling by her side and reaching out to feel for a pulse in her neck. Alice's heart beat steadily, and he let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Grabbing Alice's shoulders, he rolled her onto her back and then, placing his arms under her knees and shoulders, lifted her gently and removed her from the cage. After laying her on the floor outside, he removed his water canteen and, lifting her head, poured some onto her lips. There was no reaction, and he noticed the mark on her neck. There was a red circle with an apparent puncture wound in the middle of it. Traced around the puncture wound was a faint tint of green.
Poison,
he said. He triggered his display before searching through his inventory. He had a class-specific bag as part of his tanning profession, allowing him to increase his inventory size. He could not sell it, as it was only useful by the maker, but it increased his capacity significantly. He grabbed one of his antidote potions and, uncorking it, carefully placed it against Alice's lips and poured the liquid into her mouth. She didn't swallow, and Darren was concerned it could choke her, so he tilted her head, allowing the liquid to drain out of her mouth. He lay her on her side and placed her in the recovery position that he'd been taught as a child, before carefully pouring some of the antidote onto his finger and then rubbing it on the inside of her mouth, hoping that, through absorption, it would take effect. He continued the process until the vial was empty. Alice's face looked serene and beautiful. She was angelic to his eyes, and he had fallen for her the first time he had met her.
"Come on, Alice,"
he said, stroking her hair. When she didn't respond, he cursed, stood, and kicked at a rock in annoyance.
"I wonder if they have anything to offset it,"
he said, as he began searching the area. The stench inside the teepee was horrendous when he opened the flaps to the first. He recoiled from the smell while still holding the flap, but couldn't see inside, and went to the wall, grabbing one of the weak torches they used to light the area. With the torch in hand, he checked the teepee again. The floor was covered with the skins of animals the creatures must have hunted, and nothing else of value that he could see. He worked his way from teepee to teepee, finding nothing of use until he reached the final, taller teepee where the larger creature had been. The inside was just as filthy and disheveled, but it also contained a chest, which he hauled out by one end and into the stronger light of the fire. Dropping the torch, he opened it. Inside were rather crude-looking tubes and wrapped leaf parcels. He opened one of the parcels to find a green paste inside. At the bottom of the chest was a selection of what could only be classed as needles made from the thorns of a plant.
"It must be a crude blowpipe,"
he thought, as he began placing the items into his inventory. He didn't recognize the paste, so had no clue about the effects it might have. Cursing under his breath, he turned his head back to Alice when she coughed. Chapter 43. Following Orders. SJ sat in the inn. Cristy was opposite her eating lunch. The inn was packed now that its downstairs was open again for food and drink. That morning she'd been to see Siegfried after informing the two guards who'd been standing watch at the cottage about Darren's disappearance. It was the most furious that SJ had ever witnessed of Siegfried as he turned the air blue and swore that he would have the hides of the guards who were supposed to be watching him, never mind what he would do to Darren if he caught him. It took SJ a long time to calm him down, and even as she tried to explain that they knew each other, he screamed and bellowed his frustrations. He was missing his second and one of his closest and most trusted friends. Eventually, SJ left him, as Ballantyne had come to see him to receive a berating from him for his inept guards. To Ballantyne's credit,
He had not responded, and just taken the abuse hurled at him by Siegfried. As SJ had left, she had seen the dwarf walk over to where Siegfried sat in a chair, holding his head in his hands, and placed his hand on the lycanthrope's shoulder, speaking to him quietly. SJ had promised to see Cristy, so she collected her and brought her back to the inn for lunch. Terence had stayed to help Floretta in the kitchen all night and was planning to meet Nexus the next evening to look through the auction house plans he had drawn up and understand the work that was necessary. SJ and Cristy were going to visit Patch and check on him and the pack. They had not been out there since the wyvern had arrived, and Cristy was worried about them. An hour later, they arrived in the south of town and crossed the cornfields to the forest. As soon as they reached it, Cristy began to call, and within moments, the form of Patch appeared, bounding through the brush. SJ could have sworn Patch had as much of a worried look on his face as Cristy had on her own. SJ felt relief as Cristy gripped Patch around his huge neck, squeezing. SJ knew that the wolves were predatory animals, but also was aware of how well wolves could track.
Cristy, do you think Patch could help find Alice?
She had told Cristy about Alice's disappearance, and Cristy had been upset.
I don't know. I can ask him,
Cristy said, looking at Patch. Patch's eyes held clear intelligence to SJ, and she'd begun to realize that he could understand the common tongue from their previous interactions.
You know the lady who came and healed Darkpaw?
Cristy said. SJ had never known that the other wolves had names. Patch lowered his head in response and let out a low growl.
She's missing. Do you think you could help find her?
Cristy said. Patch growled again in response and turned his head, looking into the forest.
I think he can help,
Cristy said.
That would be amazing,
SJ said. Patch let out a howling sound, and a couple of minutes passed before the remainder of the pack arrived. SJ now recognized the gray wolf called Darkpaw. Across the wolf's side, where the rock gobbler had struck it, there was a break in the fur, showing where it had received the damage. Apart from the missing swath of fur, he looked fit and strong. Patch growled at the pack members before they all moved off again into the forest area. Patch turned to look at Cristy and let out a low huffing sound.
Patch says it may take time,
Cristy said.
What do you mean he said?
SJ said in shock.
He said,
Cristy replied, looking at her.
You understand him? Yes. I never used to, but recently I've begun to understand him when he speaks.
SJ stood staring at Cristy and then Patch in amazement, not sure how to respond. Patch tilted his head sideways, looking as though he was smiling.
He likes you, by the way,
Cristy added. SJ's eyes went even wider at the comment.
I like him too.
Patch walked forward and pushed his head towards SJ's hand. SJ stroked the top of his head.
There isn't much we can do now but wait, she said. The guards are also out looking, and the mayor has ordered one of the hunting parties to see if they can help track Alice's whereabouts. We should head back to town now that we know Patch and his family are okay. There's still a wyvern in the area.
Cristy looked at SJ with sad eyes.
We've only just got here.
I know, but I don't want you to be in any more danger out here. Cristy's eyes narrowed as she said to SJ,
I'm not a baby. I'm growing up and can defend myself.
A short dagger appeared in her tiny fist. Where did you get that from? SJ asked, surprised.
Uncle Gary,
she said.
Uncle Gary?
SJ frowned.
You mean Gary the Orc Guard?
Yes. He gave it to me to protect myself.
When did you see Gary?
Surprise etched SJ's face.
I see Gary nearly every day when he passes the orphanage on his patrol. He always stops to talk to me.
The thought of Gary stopping to speak to Cristy regularly made SJ break into a smile.
I didn't know,
she said.
He has promised me when I'm older that he will teach me to fight, like he does,
Cristy said, stepping forward and thrusting her small dagger out in front of her. So you plan on joining the guard? SJ asked.
No, I'll be a hunter like Dad.
I know someone who may be able to help train you in archery, if he ever returns.
You do?
Cristy replied excitedly. Yes. Hopefully when we have some time, I can bring you to meet him.
That would be amazing.
We better head back.
Okay,
Cristy said forlornly. Turning, she spoke to Patch.
If you find anything, can you howl and let us know?
Patch lowered his head again in response to her comment, and Cristy grabbed him around his large neck again, hugging him.
I'll be back soon,
she promised, as she turned to leave with SJ. After SJ had returned Cristy to Madeline's care, she decided that she would focus on trying to find out more about Bellicky today. Dave had been adamant that she must focus on her quests rather than getting involved in Alice's disappearance. The agreement that she had made with Dave was that she would see if Patch could help. Karis had informed SJ about the office Bellicky had. It was a single-story building not far from the docks area and close to where she believed he lived. As SJ approached the building, a tall elf who she recognized as one of the counselors was leaving.
"Hello, SJ,"
the elf said as he saw her approaching. SJ couldn't remember the counselor's name and felt embarrassed.
Hi,
she smiled.
Is Bellicky in?
"Yes, he's just finishing up a requisition, and I believe he plans to leave again tomorrow."
SJ did not know what his regular plans were, but the counselor acted as though it was normal behavior.
That's great. I wanted to catch him before he left. I didn't have the pleasure of speaking to him before I was voted in.
"Ah, that doesn't surprise me. He is always on the road,"
the elf responded, and wished SJ a good day as he walked off. SJ knocked at the office door before trying the handle and walking in. The Draconian was sat at a large desk strewn with paper and parchments, holding a quill in his hand and writing in a ledger. Looking up from his paperwork as SJ entered, he smiled at her. The office was decorated ostentatiously. A large stone-carved desk was the main centerpiece, and the legs were intricately detailed, with several of Killic's races portrayed. Tapestries hung around the walls, with various scenes and several paintings showing Bellicky himself. To SJ, it felt like a pretentious setting. Compared to Sigvard's stark and practical office, it was a league above.
"SJ, isn't it?"
Bellicky said, placing the quill in a silver holder and pushing back from the desk. He stood and walked around his desk with his hand outstretched in a friendly greeting.
It is, and you are Bellicky, she said, smiling.
"I am indeed. What may I do for you?"
I came to introduce myself and was also seeking some advice.
"I am glad to be formally introduced. What advice are you seeking?"
he replied as he offered SJ a seat and returned to his on the other side of the desk.
I'm not sure if you are aware of my new position on the council.
"I am not sure, no. I am not in town very often, and when I am, I'm usually too busy to catch up with what is happening, apart from meeting several of the merchants before heading back out again."
Well, I've been assigned as an ambassador for Killic.
The Draconian tried to hide his surprise, but didn't entirely manage it.
"Really? That is amazing,"
he said, his smile delayed. SJ could sense that he didn't appear genuinely pleased with her comment. Her ability to read people's behavior had always been a strong trait she'd used in her previous life, and it seemed to be the case now.
"He doesn't look happy and is nervous," Dave said.
As part of my new role, I'm required to make relationships with the outer villages, and from what I'm told, you are the one to speak to.
Although SJ was not 100% confident in her ability to read Draconian expressions, his look seemed to become smug.
I have been building relationships with all the local villages and towns for years now. I have great relationships with them all. As you correctly state, I have an uncanny ability. Bellicky replied.
SJ hadn't stated anything of the sort, and his arrogance about his own ability was sickening. It would be fantastic if you could please introduce me to the various settlements over the coming weeks.
I would be delighted to. I am due to leave in the morning on a route around 4 of the closer villages. Would you like to join me?
How long will you be gone? I will not be available immediately.
The route takes me 3 days to complete, with 2 overnight stops on the way. There are several villages that I frequent regularly with the trade caravan.
SJ had assumed that peddlers, rather than trade caravans, would visit most villages. Several peddlers regularly came to Killic and set up stalls in the market square alongside the regular traders. SJ had never considered the use of a specific trade caravan. She had seen wagons and carts coming and going through the streets of Killic, but never considered what they were doing or where they were going. It made sense with the regular movement of food and goods to the villages.
I don't like or trust him,
Dave said. Unfortunately, with Alice currently missing, I don't want to be too far from Killic, SJ said.
SJ could have sworn that Bellicky had to hold back a sneer at her name being mentioned. His eyes narrowed slightly.
It is a shame she is missing. I've always held her in such high regard, he said.
He is such a liar, Dave shouted. Dave was getting more annoyed at Bellicky than SJ was.
It is more than a shame. She is a rock for Killic, SJ said, still holding her smile. I will see you again on your return, if that is okay, and hopefully by then I may be free to accompany you.
That would be lovely, Bellicky said.
Saying farewell and thanking him for the time, SJ left his office.
What a pompous, self-centered arsehat he is,
Dave blurted as soon as they were outside. SJ couldn't hold back a chuckle. I agree. His office is all about his wealth and showing off. It's completely impractical.
What were those paintings all about? Why have paintings of yourself plastered around the walls? Do you think it's so he can remind himself who he is?
SJ could not hide her laughter this time as she returned to the town center. The next place on her list that afternoon would be the Wandering Ogre. She wanted to talk to Newick about his thoughts on being absorbed into the town's borders once it expanded. It was now mid-afternoon, and she didn't fancy going there in the evening, knowing that was when it received its main clientele. Okay, time to see Newick. I want to see if I can get an eye on this kobold that Harrietta has mentioned.
You are on a mission today,
Dave said. You scolded me earlier, so I bet to do as I'm told, SJ said sarcastically.
And have you listened to me before?
I always listen to you. I have no choice.
I mean, really listen.
Yes, my dark overlord, SJ said, chuckling.
Ooh, I like that. Dave the Dark. Dave the Destroyer. Dave the
douchebag.
Oi,
Dave said. SJ laughed heartily, getting some strange looks from others on the street. Having never visited the Wandering Ogre in daylight, SJ was surprised at how different it looked. The building was plain-looking, and its architecture seemed cold and clean. The front door was open, and no trolls were standing outside, as there had been on her first visit. SJ could also not hear any noise coming from inside. When she entered, her eyes took a few moments to adjust to the dimly lit interior. There were no acts on the stage, and only a couple of patrons sat at tables drinking. Looking towards the long bar, SJ recognized one of the trolls and walked over to him. He was leaning on the bar with a huge tankard in his hand, talking to the scantily clad human barmaid.
Hi,
SJ said as she neared him. The pair turned to look at her.
Can we help you?
The troll asked, frowning deeply.
Is Newick around?
He should be in his office if he's up yet. It is a little early for him. The shows don't start for another couple of hours,
he replied. I assume I need to go around the side?
Yeah. Use the stage entrance,
the troll replied, before turning back to his conversation with the human. The girl giggled at something he said, and SJ guessed it was about her as she turned and left through the main entrance, then walked around the side to the stage door. The door was closed, and she tried the handle with no joy, then rapped on the door sharply. Several moments passed before she heard a bolt being withdrawn, and the orc she had met previously stood in the doorway, yawning and rubbing at his eyes with his free hand.
Hello again,
Pet2 said, recognizing SJ. Hi, I've come to see Newick.
Not sure he's up yet. He just woke me from my afternoon nap,
Pet2 replied. Apologies. I thought you'd be preparing for the evening's entertainment.
There isn't much to prepare for,
Pet2 replied, shrugging his broad shoulders. Why?
Since that damn wyvern arrived in the area, the number of patrons has dropped significantly. If it keeps going like this, there won't be much point in being here,
Pet2 said, stepping to the side and holding the door open.
You know where his office is? Feel free to see if he's there yet.
SJ walked past Pet2, thanking him, and headed down the corridor. When she had visited the place for the first time, the interior was lively, with music playing and the dressing room full of acts. As she passed the changing room doors, she glanced in to see that there was only a lone half-elf sitting at a large mirror doing her hair. SJ nodded towards her as she caught her eye in the mirror. Continuing down the corridor until she reached Newick's office door, she knocked loudly on it and waited for a response. Chapter 44. Grey Matter. Enter, Newick's voice called. SJ opened the door and walked inside. The interior hadn't changed. The posters on the walls of various acts reminded SJ of a theater office. Newick was not alone. Sitting in a chair in front of his desk was a kobold. Hello, Newick, SJ said.
Ah, the Fae. You've returned. Are you seeking employment this time?
Newick asked with a smile. No thanks. I'm here on town business, SJ said.
Town business? I see. What business do you have with the town and my establishment?
Newick asked, raising one eyebrow inquisitively. I'm here to talk about a delicate matter. SJ turned to look at the kobold, who had paid her no attention since she entered. Its back was still turned to her.
Delicate, you say?
Newick replied, looking at the kobold. SJ couldn't see any movement from the kobold. It relates to the expansion of the town's borders.
I see. What does that have to do with you?
I am the town's ambassador, and here is a representative to discuss this matter on the town's behalf, SJ said, knowing that she hadn't even had an express discussion with Zigford as yet over whether she should be here.
The town's ambassador,
Newick said, surprise registering on his face.
I did not know. Congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I wished to discuss this delicate matter with you, SJ said again, indicating towards the kobold.
It's fine. Please continue,
Newick responded, waving his hand towards the kobold, who still hadn't moved. SJ hadn't been invited to sit and didn't wish to assume she might be, so she remained standing, feeling a little awkward. The town is considering expanding its borders, and with the proposal, the land around the Wandering Ogre would fall within its new boundaries. As you are the deed holder of this property, I do not wish to force anything on you that you don't want to do. I wished to discuss a proposal for the Wandering Ogre and its land to come under the town protection.
You wish the Wandering Ogre to become a protectorate of the town?
I wouldn't say a true protectorate, as we don't wish to control what you do. We wish to offer you the ability to consider being a more permanent part of the town in the future. You would benefit from the standard elements relating to all those who live in the town.
What benefits does this bring me? All I can see from your initial proposal is that we would fall under the taxation and remit to the council.
No, that is not what I'm saying. I am saying you would receive the same protection rights as any other member of the town, with God's support.
SJ felt completely out of her depth, and suddenly wished she hadn't started this path of inquiry with Newick.
Do you think I require guard support here at the Ogre? I have some of the most capable fighting staff around these parts.
You may have once.
Once? What do you mean, once?
Newick's brow furrowed. With the territory and boundary expansion, which I assume you are aware of by now, there is the potential for many more to move into the area, and also many of those here already will grow stronger.
SJ noticed a movement from the kobold for the first time. One of his clawed fingers raised and wagged towards Newick, the slight gesture not missing her.
I was unaware of these changes. What are you referring to exactly?
The town now accommodates all up to level 20 for growth.
SJ could feel a bead of sweat on her back. She really wasn't content with the conversation's tone or direction. Newick's eyes narrowed slightly.
Then why would I require protection, as it will mean that my own people can also level?
I really don't like him, Dave said. The way he's acting, the fact he didn't introduce the kobold. He isn't to be trusted, and I would advise cutting the conversation short and leaving it here. You are outside the town's boundaries currently, and he doesn't seem to be receptive to your offer. You need to be careful.
Newick had been charismatic and charming when she had first met him, even if he did run a seedy club, but his mannerisms today were completely different. He didn't show any of his charm.
I wonder if that kobold is controlling him,
SJ thought.
Maybe he has something on him,
Dave said.
Did you just read my mind?
SJ thought.
I don't think so,
Dave said. What? Dave said, and SJ thought at the same time. SJ had lost all sense of direction at the sudden revelation that Dave could read her thoughts. The interaction had only been seconds in duration, but Newick now sat staring at SJ, awaiting a response. Trying to control herself and not react, she considered her options.
Newick, it is obvious that I've caught you at a bad time. Pettu has informed me that your clientele has reduced since the wyvern attack, and I only hope your business continues as it has done. I don't wish to try to force or change the way you run your establishment. I only wish to offer you the consideration of integrating into the town as it grows. Consider the thoughts of future growth. I will leave you to dwell on the proposal,
SJ said, and turned to leave. SJ noticed Newick's expression change to one of confusion as she cut the conversation short and walked from his office. Hurrying back down the corridor to the side entrance, she let herself out and called a thanks to Pettu, who raised a hand in response from behind the counter he sat at.
What just happened?
She said, as soon as she was a safe distance to talk to Dave.
I don't know,
he replied, sounding confused.
You read my mind.
I think I did.
You must know if you did or not.
Think of something now.
Dave sucks.
Hey! Oh, damn. I did read your mind, didn't I?
It seems that way. Has this ever happened to you before as an administrator?
No, never. I'm as confused as you are. I know I can see your neural pathways, but I never realized that I could communicate with you without you having to speak to respond.
At least I can walk around town without looking like I'm always talking to myself.
Yes. I don't know what has allowed me to read them. I'm looking through my code currently and trying to see any changes, but I don't see anything.
It's a little disconcerting knowing you can read my thoughts.
How do you think I feel? It's not as if I want to know everything that goes through your mind. Ooh, isn't that dress pretty? Her hair looks nice like that. He's cute, Dave said sarcastically. SJ stopped, still considering what Dave had just said, uncertain if she even had thoughts like that. She supposed she may occasionally, but hadn't ever considered how they might appear to others. You realize I can now understand what you were just thinking about? Embarrassed, SJ began walking in earnest toward the town again. I can't understand why it has happened. I know we've got close, but I never expected this to occur, Dave said. You said you can see my neural pathways. Yes, I can see the patterns of your electrical signals as your brain triggers. That is the basis of the integration coding that allows us to communicate directly with your brain and converse with you. SJ couldn't get her head around the concept that Dave could see the internal workings of her brain at the same time as seeing everything around her. How does it work? It's hard to explain. I suppose the easiest explanation would be like seeing a holographic projection of your brain. SJ had seen movies and TV shows back on Earth, whether science fiction or science-based, that gave her an impression of what he meant, but she'd never imagined a real version of them. The concept was not alien, just very difficult to comprehend. What does this even mean? No idea. It is as new to me as to you. I'm in as much shock as you are, Dave said. If you can read my thoughts, what else can you do? What do you mean? Can you control them? SJ sounded concerned. I don't know. I wouldn't have thought so. That would mean integration and neural transition. I know I previously joked about taking over a dragon or beastkin, but I never thought it would be a serious option. This may mean it is a possibility. That's scary. But also exciting. For you, maybe. For us. Just consider if I could help out during situations. I have a greater visibility of the world around you and could support you during times of need. You already have that ability, and do. I mean reaction times. If I could control— Don't even go there, SJ snapped. There is no way you will ever be able to control me. No, I don't mean control. That is exactly what you just said. Yes, I didn't mean control. I meant control as in help. Say someone attacked you, and I could see the attack before you could and react before you could react. SJ shivered at the thought of being controlled. The fact you can read my mind is frightening enough. If you could ever control me, I'm not sure I could cope. I honestly don't know what it means. I'll have to speak to the system about it. No! SJ shouted, stopping again. Why? Dave asked. I am sure if this is normal, you would know about it. I don't need to draw more attention from them. They already class me as an anomaly. Okay, I won't. I'll continue to work on my code, though. The recent levels have been challenging to break the algorithmic locks they implemented. Has this got anything to do with what you've been working on previously? No. I was just freeing my mind and removing restrictions. I don't believe anything I have done would have caused this. Over the past couple of weeks, SJ had not considered Dave's coding and the changes he'd been investigating. She'd been too busy with her new life. Oh, Dave said. What? SJ said, concerned. You have a new entry on your character sheet. What? SJ said, as she called up her display and switched to her sheet. Reading through it, she saw nothing different until the final line. Synchronization, 7%. Synchronization? SJ exclaimed. It appears that way. Maybe because we've communicated so often. I don't know. Why is it only showing now? I've never seen it before. The fact I can read your thoughts may have triggered it to show. The system has many hidden features to which I'm not privy.
If we ended up synchronized, would that not mean I could also see your code, or what you know?
The comment startled Dave, and he spluttered a response. I don't know. Maybe it would.
His voice now contained a nervous inflection. Why are you worried suddenly?
No reason. Dave coughed.
You're afraid I would discover all your dirty little secrets, aren't you?
SJ asked. No, I have nothing to hide. Well, not that much anyway. Dave chuckled nervously.
Standing on the path back to town, they both stayed silent. SJ was trying not to think of anything, which, under the circumstances, was virtually impossible. She looked around, trying to focus on the trees and the plants, considering the animal sounds that filtered from the nearby forest, anything apart from what she wanted to think about. Giving in, knowing it was pointless, she spoke. Can we agree? Whatever happens, we will never divulge each other's secrets or use anything we learn about each other against each other.
Dave did not hesitate to agree. I agree fully that whatever happens, we will always keep each other's thoughts secret.
This is a little one-sided. I can't read your thoughts.
It's not exactly comforting for me either. It's a good job we're best friends.
Yes, we are, SJ thought, before realizing he'd hear her anyway.
Now, that's the kind of thought I like to see, Dave said cheerily.
This is going to take some getting used to.
It is, for both of us. I'm now going to have so much more to do.
Consider this option. Unless I'm involved in a conversation with another, or in an area with others, I will always speak to you normally. Does that sound fair?
It does. It stops me having to continually monitor your thoughts, although that doesn't take much processing power.
Are you saying my thoughts are not worth the effort?
SJ huffed. No, I would have expected the continual load of neural processes to take up much more processing than they do, that's all. It is minuscule in comparison to other things I do, which is strange, considering the complexity of the human brain.
You just said human brain.
Yes, why?
I'm a fae. Is my brain not a fae brain now? Silence. Dave?
Sorry, I just had a moment of realization.
What?
You are absolutely right. You should have a fae brain, but you don't. It's still human.
Sorry?
When any other Legionnaire has selected their race and transformed, their metabolism and physical changes fully morph into those of the race they choose. Your brain hasn't changed, meaning that you are actually a fae with a human brain. I had never even considered it until you mentioned it.
Is this a bad thing?
I don't think so. Let me check something quickly.
Silence.
I think I understand why you still have a human brain. Reincarnation protocols state that only a human brain can be integrated into the system. With your adaptation of the terms and conditions and waiver status with the potential for future reincarnations, if your brain had been physically altered to that of any other race, they could not reintegrate you again.
What about those who go in dungeons and die but get reincarnated?
It's not really a reincarnation. They're basically in a subsystem of Amathera and then reinstated in Amathera. It's the same with world events. They create subsystems. If you die in the main Amathera system, you are then reincarnated in the primary system. It's again one of those Oxford and MIT moments, too difficult to fully explain or comprehend.
What about those who decide to be humans? Does that mean they could be reincarnated if the system wished?
No. Their brains are Amatherean human brains, not Earth human brains. You still have your full-on original grey matter. This is mind-blowing.
You're telling me?
I will start doing some research. I need to understand the synchronization process more.
We both do, SJ said, and once again continued back towards town. SJ returned to the cottage and settled down to eat until there was a sharp knock on the cottage door. "Who is it?" she called.
"It's the guard,"
Dave said before they replied.
"Counselor, we've been asked to inform you that the direwolf has been seen near the town entrance, breaking the rules for it to remain away from Killic."
SJ jumped from her table, knocking the chair over, and ran to the door. "Is he howling?" she asked excitedly as she swung the door open. Surprised at her reaction and the look on her face, the guard in front replied,
"Yes."
"Amazing. Let's go," SJ said, pushing between the guards and pulling the cottage door closed behind her. Both the guards looked confused at her reaction, but turned to follow SJ. "I will meet you there," SJ said as she transformed into her miniature form and took off. Her flying speed was much faster than her walking pace. She sped through the streets to the far side of town. It didn't take her long to arrive and see a group of 6 guards standing in a line facing out towards Patch, who sat approximately 100 feet from the street on the path between the cornfields. SJ had heard Patch's howl as she crossed the town. Ignoring the guard, she flew straight past them towards Patch, landing and growing as soon as she did. "Have you found her?" she said excitedly. Patch gave a low growl and turned back, leading towards the forest. "Wait," SJ said, turning back to the guard. "Get me the mayor, now." The guards just stood looking at her with confused looks. "Now!" SJ shouted. One of the guards reacted before the others and ran towards the barracks. Several minutes passed, and SJ stood waiting impatiently. As soon as she saw Siegfried appear, she yelled at him, "The wolves have found Alice. Get some guards to follow." Siegfried's look of confusion disappeared in an instant, and he shouted orders at the guards who'd been standing facing Patch. They moved towards SJ, who again switched to her miniature form, and as Patch bounded across the cornfields, she followed. She heard a roar behind her and turned to see that Siegfried had transformed into his bear form and was pounding across the fields in pursuit. This left the poor guard to try to keep up with them. Siegfried soon caught up as Patch started to lead them into the forest. Chapter 45. Unknown. As the 3 of them left the guard behind, they crashed through the underbrush. All around them, there were the squeals of beasts, creatures, and birds. Patch hardly made a sound when passing through the forest. SJ was airborne, zipping above him, but Siegfried was like a mountain. Even saplings didn't hamper his movement as he flattened them with his huge bear form. Occasionally, SJ would hear the howl of a wolf in the distance, and Patch would respond as his pack directed him to where they were. It took much longer than SJ had expected to reach the wolves' location. As SJ swerved the lower branches of the trees, Patch and Siegfried broke through the brush into a clearing with a small stream running through it. Patch came to an elegant stop as he entered, and Siegfried slammed to a halt, his paws digging deep gouges into the soft ground. SJ slowed to a hover. In front of them, the 4 members of Patch's pack stood surrounding Darren, keeping their distance from him. He was backed up against a tree with his short sword drawn. Alice lay on the ground by the stream, appearing motionless. Siegfried roared, charging across the clearing at Darren, his huge maw now salivating and his teeth on full display. Darren's eyes opened in sheer terror at the bear charging him. The wolves moved out of Siegfried's path. Darren reacted, jumping around the rear of the tree as Siegfried's huge paw swung where he had stood a moment earlier, gouging a chunk out of the tree and littering the ground with bark and splinters. SJ had flown straight to Alice and grew at her side. Feeling a strong pulse in her wrist, she called to Siegfried, "She's alive!" Siegfried didn't respond, instead swinging another huge paw at the form of Darren, who was now moving from tree to tree, trying to stay out of reach of the bear's sharp claws. The wolves all stood in the clearing, watching as Alice groaned and croaked in a dry, cracked voice.
Stop,
Alice said.
What?
SJ asked, not hearing her clearly.
Stop. Darren saved me.
SJ's eyes opened in shock, then she felt guilty. She knew Darren had left a note about Alice, but, being so worried about Alice, hadn't even thought about Darren's safety in the face of Siegfried's wrath. She should have come alone.
Siegfried, stop!
SJ shouted. The huge bear glanced at her briefly, let out another roar, and swiped at the tree Darren was behind, tearing more bark from it. Siegfried stepped back, not taking his eyes off Darren, who was cowering behind it.
Darren saved Alice,
SJ said, once Siegfried had stopped his onslaught.
What do you mean, saved her? She wouldn't have been missing if it wasn't for him,
he said, in the very deep voice of the bear form he was in. SJ was helping Alice sit up. Her eyes were half closed still, but she was conscious at least.
You saved me, Siegfried. If it hadn't been for Darren, I would likely have been a Greyling's meal by now.
Siegfried turned to Alice.
Greylings? Here?
There is a cave network a couple of kilometers from here. We had only stopped because I needed to rest. Whatever they poisoned me with still isn't out of my system,
Alice said. Taking another step back, Siegfried turned again and looked at Darren, who was still crouched, but now peering from behind the tree.
Am I safe to come out now?
He asked nervously.
Siegfried, let him be,
Alice said more sternly. If bears could look scolded, SJ wasn't sure, but to her eyes it seemed like they could. Siegfried responded by backing farther away. Slowly, Darren stood and moved into the clearing. Siegfried still let out a warning growl.
Siegfried, I said stop,
Alice said. What happened? SJ asked, looking between Darren and Alice. Darren tried to move towards Alice, but the pack reacted by growling at him, making him stop in his tracks.
I tracked Alice's trail after I picked it up. It led me through the forest to the mountain, where there was an entrance to a greyling cave. I entered and found Alice in a cage with a puma and a hoglin. They were in the middle of getting the hoglin ready to be roasted, and I didn't want a chance leaving Alice there, so I attacked them.
How many? SJ asked.
16.
You killed 16 greylings alone? SJ asked.
Yes, they were in a pit, and I could pick them off as they tried to reach me, clambering out. I then released Alice, but she'd been poisoned, so I gave her some antidote I had, which began to bring her round. Whatever they used, though, is quite toxic, and the antidote hasn't fully combated it.
Siegfried began to transform back into his human form, his presence no less threatening. He still glared at Darren with a look of mistrust.
Alice, what happened to you? Why were you in the forest?
Siegfried asked.
I was heading back to town when Rex informed me of some strange activity in the forest, so I went to investigate. That is when the Greylings attacked me. They shot me with a poison dart, making me fall unconscious. I have vague recollections of being carried and also dragged on their way back to their cave. When we got there, I can remember being placed in a wooden cage, and that was all until Darren awoke me. I couldn't tell you where the network is, but I am sure Darren can.
I could show you, but there was nothing left alive.
It isn't them being alive that's the issue. There is an unknown network that has an entrance on that side of town. In all the years we have been in Killic, no greylings have ever been reported there,
Alice said.
It's probably because of the wyvern,
Dave said. Maybe the wyvern caused them to change their usual routine, SJ asked.
It is possible, I suppose,
Siegfried said. Darren still held his short sword in his hand.
Put that away, please,
SJ said, nodding at Darren. He looked down at his tight grip on the sword before returning it to its sheath.
Patch, leave him be, please,
SJ said. Patch looked at SJ and growled at the wolves, who backed away, allowing Darren to approach.
We need to get you back to town to see Master Rui,
Siegfried said. Walking over, he bent and scooped Alice up into his arms, as if picking up no more than a piece of paper. Darren looked a little dejected by his actions, but didn't say anything.
Thank you, Patch, and your pack for their help,
SJ said. Patch tilted his head down in acknowledgement, the gesture not unnoticed by Alice, who smiled weakly at SJ. Alice looked terrible. Her usual glow was dimmed to grey, her eyes sunken and her lips pale. The party began to make its way back towards the town. The wolves moved in front through the brush ahead of them, as though they were forward scouts. The path that Siegfried's bear form had made crashing through the underbrush made it easy to follow, and they'd been traveling for a distance when one of the wolves howled. Stopping, the group waited, listening, until they heard someone shout. "Wolves!" it cried, panic in its voice. Not too far ahead, they heard the drawing of swords.
I bet that's the guard,
Siegfried said.
Hello,
he called.
Maya, is that you?
A voice replied.
Yes, it's me. We have Alice. Sheathe your weapons.
Sir, there are wolves,
the voice replied, alarmed.
They're with us,
Siegfried replied as he continued forward. Moments later, they reached the group of 4 guards they'd left behind in town.
Maya, is Alice okay?
An old guard asked.
She will be once we get back to town,
Siegfried replied. As they neared the town again, Patch approached SJ's side and nudged her. SJ turned to look at the huge wolf. Patch looked off back towards the forest.
It's fine, Patch. You go. Thank you for your help. Please let the rest of the pack know as well,
SJ said. Darren was the one to react this time, frowning at SJ's interaction with Patch.
He understands you?
Yes, I'm sure he understands common fully, SJ said, watching as Patch turned and led the pack back deeper into the forest.
How?
Darren asked.
I don't know. I think it's because of Cristy.
Who's Cristy?
Darren asked.
You haven't had the pleasure of meeting her yet. You'll love her when you do, and she has a favour to ask of you.
Me? What would she be asking of me?
Darren said, surprised.
You'll see when you meet her. Siegfried, can you confirm that Darren won't be facing any problems going forward?
Siegfried turned to look at SJ, and she watched as his face went through several emotions before he responded. Alice had fallen asleep in his arms as he carried her like a baby. At no point had he slowed or complained about carrying her in his arms.
No, there will be no repercussions.
Good. Glad to hear it. And Darren, you owe the mayor an apology.
Darren flashed a glare at SJ, obviously not happy with being put on the spot by her, as she smiled sweetly at him.
Mayor, I apologize for running off,
Darren said curtly.
Accepted,
Siegfried replied. The pair were obviously not happy, but neither was in a position to argue. Alice was taken to see Master Rui, and Darren stayed since he was now his apprentice. Siegfried had to get back to the barracks, as he had disappeared without telling anyone, and needed to stop any alarm it may have caused. The news that Alice was back soon spread, and everyone seemed to know by the time SJ reached the cottage. Entering, she looked at the food she'd been sitting down to eat. Not feeling it now, she left again to head to the inn and see what she could get. It was later that evening when she returned to the cottage, having bumped into Terence and Nexus. Darren hadn't returned, and she guessed he was staying with Alice until she was better. Floretta would be back later with Terence once the inn closed. SJ was making the most of some peace and quiet. She had read through her recipes for cloth items and decided it was time to start tailoring. As she laid her items out on the dining table, she decided she would need to sort out a permanent area to perform her tailoring. The extension at Farleck Cottage that Terence was building would be ideal, and now that she had her portal, she could go there daily when she wasn't needed in the town. She still had so much to do and keep on top of. She hadn't been working long when her eyes fluttered, not realizing how tired she was. Dave had been chatting to her, asking about an old TV series he'd been watching recently. The mundane conversation made her feel even more relaxed. As the stresses of the past couple of days had faded, so had she. Placing the scissors down, she walked into her bedroom before collapsing on her bed.
"Wake up!"
Dave screamed in her head. SJ's eyes fluttered. No, she thought.
"Now! You are being attacked!"
That comment brought SJ from her slumber faster than she would ever have wished, flying upright in bed as a shadowy figure lunged towards her. She saw the glint of a blade in the moonlight coming through the window, and in a half-drunken state of sleep, she tried to focus on defending herself. Her claws appeared on her hands as she raised them, attempting to block the blade. Her movements were slow and disorientated, and she only deflected the blade slightly. Rather than the blade striking her in the center of her chest, it plunged deeply into her upper left shoulder.
"Shroud!"
Dave screamed. Crying in pain, SJ lashed out with her claws and triggered her shroud skill. Whoever her attacker was, they were fast and dodged the attack as she saw the blade coming for her again. Her eyes adjusted to waking up, and the low light in the room gave her the green glow of night vision. Trying to block the strike again while sitting on her bed was difficult, and this time the attacker adjusted his strike and, rather than going for her chest, spun the blade at the last moment and brought it down into her thigh. Her display flashed brightly with the dramatic loss of her health. Whatever they were using, or whoever they were, caused considerable damage. Grunting from the second hit, she tried to push herself backwards away from the attacker. Her attacker wore a cloak and a mask concealing their face. She needed to get to her feet. She was too vulnerable on the bed, rolling sideways to try to get away from the attacks. Throwing herself down off the edge of the bed, dragging her legs behind her, she felt the blade again strike into her calf. Her health was down to 30%. Another couple of hits and she could be dead, even with the benefits her shroud skill gave her. If she hadn't activated it, she would have been dead already.
"Level 19,
Dave said. SJ stumbled to her feet as her attacker moved around the bed. She stood weakly on her injured leg, feeling the blood running down her thigh and calf. It was then that the cottage door opened, and she heard footsteps running.
"Stay, are you all right?"
Terrence's voice called. Her attacker had been moving around the end of the bed to reach her, but, on hearing the call, turned back towards the open bedroom door. As Terrence's figure appeared in the bedroom doorway, hammer in hand, the attacker ran towards it. Taking Terrence by surprise, he knocked him flying back into the lounge. SJ heard Floretta scream. Staggering, SJ collapsed, leaning on the side of the bed for support, lowering herself. Her leg felt like jelly, and she could not support herself.
"Oi!"
Terrence called. As she heard him charge out the front door and down the path, the front gate squeaked on its hinges. Floretta came bursting into her room.
"Are you okay?"
she asked, panicking.
I'm not sure,"
SJ hissed through gritted teeth. She hadn't been wearing her dress, and her armor class was nothing without it.
No wonder those hits did so much damage,
she thought. Not just that, they were also at a much higher level than you. If they'd got a critical strike on you, I doubt you would have survived, Dave replied, concern in his voice.
"Who attacked you?"
Floretta asked.
I don't know. I didn't see their face. From what I could tell, they were wearing a cloak and mask.
Here, let me help,
Floretta said, walking over to her, picking her leg up and swinging it onto the bed. SJ winced, but could feel the blood ceasing as her active combat status dropped and her dragon blood kicked in, boosting her healing.
Thanks,
SJ said, grimacing. Her legs throbbed from the 2 strikes, never mind her shoulder, which felt as though it was on fire. Flopping back onto her bed, she closed her eyes. She heard the front gate go and footsteps on the path.
Terence is back,
Dave said.
SJ, are you okay?
Terence asked on entering the room.
I will be,
she said, smiling at him.
Thank you both. If you hadn't arrived when you did, I'm not sure I would have survived.
I'm just sorry we were so late back. We got tied up making some pies for tomorrow and lost track of the time,
Terence replied. SJ couldn't help but smile at the thought of the large, burly skeletal orc making pies in the kitchen with Floretta.
No need to apologize. You shouldn't need to be here when I'm sleeping.
And you shouldn't be getting attacked in your home,
Floretta replied.
No, and I don't know who it was either,
SJ said.
It has to be that kobold,
Dave said.
We can't be sure,
SJ thought.
Who else would have it in for you?
Bellicky, perhaps?
Oh, maybe. But why? You haven't said anything to him to make him react like that.
I told him I was the ambassador, and he wasn't happy with me visiting the villages. He saw that as well as I did.
I think it's time you started to get some more leveling done and experience claimed. You can't keep fighting higher-level beings. You're going to fall foul if you do.
I agree. But can I just rest and heal for now, please?
SJ pleaded.
I will go and inform the guard,
Floretta said.
Terence, get SJ some water. And can you switch your blankets, please?
Of course,
Terence replied, moving around the side of the bed and leaning to pick her up.
I'm fine,
she protested, but Terence scooped her into his arms, carried her through to the lounge, and placed her in an armchair.
I will be back in a few minutes,
Floretta said, walking to the door.
And lock the door behind me.
Terence locked the door, then went and got SJ some water before busying himself in her bedroom, changing the blankets that were now covered in blood. Her wounds were healing now, and the blood flow had ceased. She could feel the itchiness of the wounds as they scabbed before they closed and cleared fully. Injuries in Amatherean went through such a rapid healing process, it was still strange. Terence moved around the cottage, checking all the windows and doors to ensure they were secure. SJ couldn't remember locking the front door and assumed the attacker had let himself in. She had never expected to be attacked in the town, and the thought that there was now someone willing to assassinate her sent a shiver down her spine. Not long later, they heard the gate go and the sound of voices coming along the path to the front door.
Only me,
Floretta called as she unlocked the door and let herself in, followed by Gary and Greb. Chapter 46. Progressing Well.
What the hell has happened?
Gary asked, his face in shock at the blood-stained blankets lying on the floor where Terence had dropped them.
Floretta says you were attacked.
I don't know who it was. They wore a cloak and a mask,
SJ said.
Do you have anything to describe them by?
Gary asked. Greb walked over to the blankets and poked them with a spear he held.
Did they drop anything or leave anything behind?
He asked.
I haven't looked, sorry. Terence was kindly sorting the bedroom out,
SJ said.
Do you mind if I look?
Greb asked.
No.
SJ, do you need a healing potion?
Gary asked, a look of concern on his face.
No, I will heal soon enough. Whoever attacked me was at a much higher level. They were doing serious damage. I think they were level 19. If Terence and Floretta had not returned when they did and disturbed them, I doubt I would still be here, SJ said.
Level 19?
Gary exclaimed.
What would someone that level be doing attacking you?
I don't know. I've been trying to think who or what it may have been, and I haven't been able to come up with anything or anyone, SJ lied.
No ideas at all?
Gary quizzed. Nothing. Sorry.
I can't see anything left behind. There doesn't seem to be anything dropped or marked to track,
Greb said, walking from her bedroom.
How did they get in?
Gary asked. The front door, I think. It was unlocked, as I knew that Floretta and Terence would be back, and I also never expected to be attacked, SJ said, shrugging.
It's a little strange. I know of no one in the town who has got a bad word to say about you.
Gary frowned. I wish I knew so that I could help, but I really don't, SJ said.
I'm going to get a guard posted at the cottage while this is investigated,
Greb said.
I'll go and let the lieutenant know.
There really is no need to, SJ said.
Someone has tried to assassinate one of the town council. I think it is absolutely critical that we have a guard posted,
Gary said with authority. SJ had never witnessed the professional side of either Greb or Gary when on duty, and it gave her a sense of pride, knowing how they both behaved. Terence cleared up the bloodied blankets and offered Gary refreshments while waiting for the guard to return. Don't you need to get back on patrol? SJ said after a while.
You think I'm leaving here before the guard arrives? You have another thing coming.
That made SJ smile. If there was one thing about Gary, it was that he cared for his friends. It was some time later when Greb returned, not just with another member of the guard, but with 2 new guards plus Lorna. SJ then repeated the whole incident from the start. Lorna asked for specifics, even in relation to how they had attacked, whether she could remember anything about the blade, if they were short or tall, their build, and the color of their clothing. SJ felt overwhelmed by the end of it, feeling like she'd been at the end of an interrogation. Eventually, Lorna, Gary, and Greb left, leaving SJ in the care of Terence and Floretta, who were both fussing around her, and 2 guards who now stood watch at the front entrance. SJ had been instructed to come to the barracks the next day to submit a full report, which she'd agreed to. Terence was returning from checking the back entrance for the 3rd time. Okay, I can't cope with this, SJ eventually said, much more firmly than she meant to.
With what?
Terence asked, confused. The pair of you, treating me as though I can't look after myself. My wounds are almost healed.
I know you are a Legionnaire, but someone attacked you, and we just want to make sure you are okay,
Floretta said. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound snappy. I just think I'm overtired now, SJ said.
Try to get some sleep, then. You know we're both here, and the guard, and we don't sleep,
Terence replied. I think I'll go to the cottage. That way I am away from here, and there'll be peace and quiet.
Are you certain?
Terence said. Yes. Charlotte and Brian are there, and I'll just grab some food from the kitchen before I go.
I will go and sort you something,
Floretta said, standing and hurrying into the kitchen. It didn't take Floretta long, and when she walked back through with some food wrapped in a napkin, SJ stood and walked into her bedroom, promising she would be back once the cool-down ran down. Checking her display, it was 2, and her eyes felt scratchy, but she knew she couldn't sleep there after what had happened. Standing in the bay window, she selected her portal and transported to the cottage. When she awoke mid-morning, her nostrils were filled with the smell of fresh coffee. Charlotte stood by the stove in the cottage and, seeing SJ stir, poured her a mug and brought it over.
Here you go,
Charlotte said, smiling.
SJ had explained to Charlotte and Brian what had happened last night, and they had both been shocked, swearing they would hunt the assassin down. SJ eventually calmed them both and, feeling exhausted, excused herself, collapsing on the bed and falling asleep instantly. "Did you make the coffee deliberately?" SJ said, sitting up and taking the mug from Charlotte.
"Whatever gave you that idea?"
Charlotte smiled. "It worked," SJ said, sipping the steaming mug. The hard bitterness soothed her already overactive mind. The instant she woke up, thoughts of last night flooded her head.
Yesterday. We need to focus on you leveling. If there is another attempt on your life, you may not survive,
Dave said. "I know," SJ thought. Aloud, she said, "I'm going to drink this, then do my morning exercises."
"That sounds like a plan,"
Charlotte said.
"Do you need anything from me?"
"Actually, now you mention it." SJ was mulling over an idea. "I think what I will do for the foreseeable future is transport here daily to sleep. I can go back after 8 hours, and I should be able to get into a routine of completing my training and, once the extension is finished, working on my profession. I want to make one of the new rooms into a tailor's workspace. I'd also like to get some training dummies built, if possible."
"I don't see a problem with any of that. It'll be nice to have some female company here more often. The boys are great, but sometimes—"
Charlotte sighed. SJ chuckled. Climbing from the bed, she placed the mug on the side next to the coffee pot and walked outside into the front yard. She decided that if she was going to train, an area at the rear would be best. Moving around the side of the cottage, she found Brian tending to the newly dug-out vegetable patch. "Morning, Brian. Can I ask you a favor?" SJ asked.
"Morning, SJ. And of course, what do you need?"
SJ continued walking around the cottage's rear and started planning a training ring and where she would like training dummies positioned. She even discussed having some archery targets set up, mentioning her plans to bring Cristy here at some point.
"Charlotte will like that idea,"
Brian said.
"I'm sure she would enjoy training her."
The remaining time at the cottage passed quickly, and as her display showed it was 12, she decided she better return to Killic. This would mean that the earliest she could return was 20 that evening, and she wanted to try to get the cooldown timer aligned as soon as she could. SJ considered what she was deciding to do to be no different from commuting to and from work. Leaving her friends behind, she returned to an empty cottage in Killic. No guards were there, nor were Terence, Floretta, or Darren. She made her way to the barracks, and then had to go through the process of being interviewed again, this time with a scribe present taking notes of everything she said. The news of the attack had traveled the town in her short absence, and she had to spend a substantial time calming down Zigford, who wished to tear the town apart looking for her attacker. Alice was improving, but still very weak from the poisoning. SJ learned that Darren was staying with her at a property on the island while she recuperated. SJ could read the look of disgust on Zigford's face when he told her. Having explained her plans to Zigford, she'd taken him aback by having a soul stone at the cottage and a portal to use. Zigford was happy with her plans, and although the skeletons didn't sleep, neither Floretta nor Terence were high enough to combat a level 19. SJ now had one priority: level. "Okay, that's that finished," SJ said, wiping the goo from the spider onto her dress, knowing it would clean. Quest: A Tangled Web. Complete. You have cleared the spider infestation at the caves northeast of town. Rewards: 200 XP, plus 100% reputation bonus, equals 400 XP awarded. "What's next?" SJ asked.
"Closest is the cellar dwellers at Mrs. Westerby's," Dave said.
"Okay, let's get going then," SJ said, shifting to her miniature form and taking off.
2 more quests and you should reach level 15, Dave said excitedly.
Since the attack at the cottage, things had begun to change. SJ had spent the past month questing full-time. Siegfried had given her leave from any council responsibility to allow her to focus on her growth. They had no reason to rush into solving the issue with Bellicky, as it had existed for months before SJ was offered the quest. SJ had been spending every night at Farlek Cottage, and only using the cottage in town during the daytime. Since Terence had returned to Farlek, the extension was almost complete, and SJ had created a tailoring room where she would work for at least an hour a night when she returned there each day before turning in. This had been helping her immeasurably, and she'd increased to tailoring level 6 after completing the initial clothing quest. Her next task had been to create a rare set of trousers, which she had been struggling with. SJ eventually admitted to Siegfried that she had spoken to Newick, and he had not been pleased. He had made her swear she wouldn't go anywhere near the place again without speaking to him first. The auction house's main building was completed. Terence had done an amazing job with the carpentry before returning to Farlek Cottage. He had promised to come back and visit Floretta. They had been getting on so well together. The walls of the adjoining warehouse were currently being finished, with only the final selection left to go up, and then the roof to be built. Nexus had spoken to the magistrate again, and the transference network was to be configured within the week. Nexus could have it set up, but, for obvious reasons, didn't, asking the magistrate to send one of his nearest mages to configure it. Nexus continued to be the town's star, and the tailor shop had never been so busy. He'd even mentioned to SJ that he should have run a shop properly before, as Nexus, because he was already aware of several new followers because of his work. After the repairs were completed, the inn was fully operational. Phyllis had arranged a grand reopening, which had been the only night SJ had stayed in Killic since the attack. Nothing had happened back at the cottage, and when she moved around the town in the daytime, there were always beings around, and Dave was on permanent overwatch, which always comforted SJ. The wyvern had revisited once in the past month, attacking the livestock in the field. An unfortunate cow had been seen being carried off back into the forests, mooing loudly. The guards and townsfolk had reacted to the mage's announcement, meaning everyone had cleared the streets apart from the guards and hunters who were present. They had attempted to shoot at the wyvern, but it had not come close enough. It had been enlightening for the town to know their training and hard work had been paying off. Their drills had been so slick. The town was not letting its guard down, though, and everyone had remained vigilant. The mine was operational, and SJ still hadn't been down to visit it yet. She had meant to go weeks ago, but with everything that had happened, she'd left it in the capable hands of others. She spoke to Shelley regularly when she saw her, and had been getting updates firsthand. They were currently finishing building the smelter on the ridge above, back from the edge itself. Nevik had been overseeing its build, and it would likely be operational in time for the completion of the auction house, meaning that they could start making mithril sales as soon as possible. "Where is Mrs. Westerby's?" SJ asked.
4th Street, Southern Edge, 5th house on the left, Dave replied. Dave had turned into her chief navigator and quest controller as she moved from one to the next, completing as many daily as she could. The experience needs had increased dramatically with each level, giving SJ an appreciation for why it had taken Darren so long to level.
"I think Darren is back today," SJ said.
"Yeah, he should be.
I wonder how he got on."
"I'm sure we'll find out soon enough."
Darren had traveled with Alice to Asterfall. After her recovery, Siegfried decided that there was no point in SJ going to see if she could set a quest when Alice was due to meet with the Asterfall Council soon. Alice was going to discuss the new tax levies that Asterfall was trying to implement and would try to set up the quest at the same time. Siegfried ordered Darren not to leave the wagon, as he didn't need any problems if Master Fortune discovered he had returned. Darren and Alice were due back soon.
"Which quest is this one?"
SJ asked as she flew across town. Her green dot had become a frequent expectation by many, and several often waved to her as she flew overhead.
"Cellar dwellers.
The description is a little vague, but I would guess it is a rat infestation to clear, Dave said.
Ugh, spiders to rats. But they all add up.
SJ finished, trying to be cheery. Many of the quests had begun to repeat, if not specifically, then the experience of them. She had initially started picking up what she could do, including delivery or search quests, but soon realized that combat was the best option for her. At least they allowed her to practice her skills outside of training. Her kata had been improving with her daily routine and punishing quest schedule, and she had recently reached level 7. Her identification skill had also been getting its use and was now at level 8. The biggest bonus since she'd begun to focus on quests were her developed combat skills. She was now adept at triggering all her skills whenever she could per their cooldowns. It was what she should have done a long time ago.
Here we are,
Dave said. SJ flew down to the house and grew before knocking on the front door. The house was one of the larger ones on the street. A kindly-looking ratkin opened the front door.
Counselor, what may I do for you?
Mrs. Westerby said. Mrs. Westerby, please, call me SJ. I am here to complete the quest I accepted.
Oh, please call me Silty. I did not know it was you. Please come in.
Silty said. Thank you. What seems to be the problem? SJ asked as she entered the hallway.
There is something in the cellar. I don't know what, but my Howie won't go near it.
A Howie?
My cat.
The fact SJ was talking to a ratkin who owned a pet cat didn't go amiss, and she smiled. I see. Well, hopefully I can resolve the problem.
I never go down there personally. It was Goji's workroom before he passed away.
Oh, I am sorry to hear.
Oh, no, dear. No need to say that. Goji passed 12 seasons ago now. Silly old fool he was. Here, let me show you where it is.
SJ followed Silty into a large kitchen area with a heavily bolted door. It's secured well? SJ asked.
Yes, it always was. And as I say, I never go down there. Howie was going down weekly as a treat to clear the rats, but he won't go anywhere near it now.
Listening to a ratkin mention a cat being let into a cellar to clear rats was one of the most bizarre experiences SJ had had since arriving in Amathera. SJ watched a large tabby cat walk into the kitchen, weaving around Silty's legs and purring. Silty walked to the door and began pulling back the various bolts. Howie hissed as soon as she did, and his hackles rose. SJ frowned at the cat's reaction as Silty turned a key and opened the door. The smell of musty, stale air wafted from the entrance, and SJ stepped forward. Okay, I will see what the problem is, SJ said as she stepped through the door. The light from the kitchen only shone so far into the cellar's darkness, so SJ removed a torch from her inventory and lit it, striking the flint and steel. She heard a sound as though someone was scraping nails on a blackboard. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. What was that? She thought.
I can't see anything yet,
Dave replied. Chapter 47. Don't Go Down There. The previous, similarly titled quest she'd been completing over the past month would be classed as usual. Go here, kill giant rats. Go there, kill spiders, etc. Nothing she had done had ever sent a shiver down her spine like the noise she heard from this cellar. As the torch lit, the sound traveled up the stone steps. It sounded even worse this time, and SJ equipped her claws, holding the torch out in front of her as she edged downwards. The steps were enclosed on each side, and then turned 90 degrees halfway down, so she couldn't see the cellar area below. How large is the cellar? SJ called to Silty.
Same size as the house, I think,
came the reply. 1 room or multiple?
3,
Silty replied, her voice sounding very distant.
What's making that sound?
SJ thought again as she shivered on hearing it.
Still can't see, sorry. It's too dark in there. And I look down on things, not up, unfortunately.
Dave chuckled weakly. As she reached the bottom step, the flickering torch cast its orange glow into the cellar. The light did not reach the farthest corners, and much of it was still in darkness.
Anything yet?
Nothing, Dave said. Once again, the sound came. This time, being down at the bottom of the steps, SJ could tell it was coming from the far corner.
Over there,
SJ thought, moving the torch to point in its direction. She crept forward, her senses on overdrive. Even with her improved vision, she could not penetrate the far gloom. Not wanting to make a sound, she checked the floor and placed her feet as silently as possible. Having only taken about 5 paces, she froze as a sense of foreboding crept over her. Her whole body felt like it was being dipped in an ice bath, and her teeth chattered. Every hair on her body felt as though it stood on end.
Still nothing,
Dave said, sounding frustrated. The first thing SJ saw was the flash of something coming towards her. Instinctively, she moved her head sideways, and whatever it had been passed by within a couple of centimeters.
what was that?
Oh no,
Dave said nervously.
What?
SJ screamed in her thoughts.
I think I know what Goji was.
What?
Before Dave could answer, almost instantaneously, a being appeared in front of her, hands outstretched to grab her. SJ screamed, staggering backwards and knocking into a table. She lost her balance and tripped, releasing the torch as she did.
Are you okay?
Silty called from the kitchen. SJ didn't respond, busy clambering back to her feet as fast as she could. Spinning, she looked in the direction the thing had been. The torch continued to burn, spluttering against the stone floor. At the edge of the light, SJ saw them, the glowing green eyes of the creature.
It's a lesser lich. The good thing is, they're weak magically. The bad thing is, I think Goji was a necromancer, and that is him.
The being moved farther into the light. It wore dark, tattered robes and stood almost 5 feet tall. Its once fur-covered ratkin body now looked withered and skeletal, with ragged patches of fur still clinging to its gaunt features. A brilliant green gem hung around its neck, which flashed in the torchlight as its robes fluttered around it. It didn't make a sound, but SJ saw its husk of a mouth move. A thin needle of white flashed towards her. She was too slow. The missile struck SJ in her left arm. Searing pain shot through her as she looked down. It was a thin, needle-shaped bone. Gripping the end of it with her right hand, she pulled it out, grunting.
Up close and personal's the only way,
Dave said. Her fear receptors were on overdrive, and it took all her will to begin moving towards it rather than run away. Its hands ended in thin, needle-like claws, and she believed they were what had been making the sound. As she stepped forward, it again vanished into the darkness.
Damn!
SJ cursed out loud this time.
Is everything all right?
Silty called again.
Yes!
SJ shouted back, although every inch of her said it wasn't.
You have to get close enough to hit it. As I say, it's a lesser lich. They're not very strong and have low health. You must destroy that gem around its neck to kill it once you've injured it enough. The gem is its phylactery.
The quest said nothing about the undead.
SJ grimaced, cold seeping into her arm where the needle-like bone had struck her. Her health had not dropped by much, but her left arm was starting to feel heavy.
think it poisoned me.
Necrotic poison, probably. You'll need to see a cleric once you kill it, Dave said.
That's if I can even see the damn thing,
SJ hissed. SJ caught a flash of movement in her peripheral vision and threw her claws out defensively. Her claws caught the extended hand of the lich, which was again reaching for her. The blades dug deeply into the soft flesh, and it let out a screech. If the nails had sounded bad, the screech sounded 10 times worse in the confines of the cellar. SJ's enhanced hearing took the brunt of the high-pitched sound. She winced as the lich went to strike at her with its other hand. Using mind over matter, she moved her left arm up, blocking the claws from the lich from reaching her body, but they didn't fail to penetrate the skin of her arm. Thankfully, it was the left again. She felt a colder and sharper pain this time, as at least 3 of its long nails pierced her skin. Thrusting with her right, she aimed for the lich's head, her claws catching it on the side of its face as it pulled away again. Quickly triggering her identification skill, she took a step back. Lesser Lich. Level 18. Hit points 76 of 121. Mana points 85 of 115. Armor class 20. Attacks claws. Special necrotic needles.
At least I'm doing decent damage when I hit it,
SJ thought.
Just stay away from those claws. You have 2 doses of necrosis now. They stack over time, and it will spread faster the more times you're struck.
My health is good, though.
It wants to immobilize you to turn you, Dave said. They can control undead. That thought drove the fear of God into SJ. Noticing another movement, she spun just in time as it again appeared from the darkness to strike her. Kicking out, she caught it in its abdomen, her foot seeming to sink into its weakened body before striking a solid bone. The blow made the lich double over, and SJ tore her claws across its shoulder as it did. Again, the screech it made deafened her as it vanished backwards into the dark. Its health was down to 41.
I wish I had more light,
SJ said.
I have a lantern. I'll get it,
Silty replied, hearing SJ. Before SJ could respond, 2 more needle-like projectiles flew at her from the dark. She managed to twist from one, while the other struck her in her right leg.
Ugh!
She cried.
Careful, that's 3 now,
Dave said.
I can't see the damn thing to attack it,
SJ hissed as she pulled out the needle, dropping it to the floor. The torch continued to splutter on the floor, and she moved towards it to stay in its light. Another needle flew at her. This time, she just managed to deflect it with her claws. Her right leg felt weakened and heavy, her left arm almost useless now.
Here you go,
Silty said as she came onto the steps and started heading down, not understanding what she was getting herself into.
Wait!
SJ called in panic. It was too late, as the lantern light bathed the cellar with its much brighter flame. The dark, shadowy figure in the robes screeched again, and Silty stopped dead in her tracks 2 steps from the bottom. Wide-eyed terror was on her face as she took in the robed figure. SJ moved as the figure looked at the new target.
Oh, Gochi, is that you?
Silty said in a terror-stricken voice. The figure didn't respond, instead flicking its hand out and firing a needle-like dart at Silty. SJ was too far away to help, and the needle struck her in her chest. Silty screamed in pain and shock, dropped the lantern, and fell backwards, clutching at her chest.
Damn!
SJ cried, moving towards the figure as fast as she could. She triggered her shroud skill, unsure if it would help her that much, and lunged at the lich. The Lich turned at the last moment and tried to move backwards, but backed into a cupboard, stalling its escape. Striking out with as much fear as anger, SJ attacked. Her left arm was now useless, and she only had her right to fight with. She couldn't even kick out of fear of losing her balance because of her right leg. The Lich threw one of its skeletal arms up to try to block the blow, and her claws ripped through the robe and flesh, striking against the bone underneath. Another screech left its mouth as it tried to attack back. The one saving grace that SJ had above everything else was her high dexterity and initiative. Since her levels had increased, her dexterity now sat at 26, having added 2 extra points to it on top of the level increases. She had also increased her constitution and charisma by a further 2 each. Swinging her right arm down as though it was one movement, she parried the Lich's attack and brought her elbow around and inside, catching the Lich across its jaw. Its health dropped to 8.
Once more,
Dave said. I'm trying, SJ said through gritted teeth, her movement impaired by the necrosis. She moved her right leg forward and, overreaching, stabbed towards the Lich. The green of the Lich's eyes met hers as her claws caught their target, and its health finally dropped to 0. Staggering backwards, gasping for breath from the extra exertion of moving half-paralyzed limbs, she watched the light from its eyes fade.
Good job,
Dave said.
Now smash the phylactery.
SJ had already turned away from the Lich's form and was heading to Silty. I will in a minute, she thought. Silty, are you okay? She said as she approached. Silty was lying across the steps where she had fallen, the thin needle of bone still protruding from her chest. Her face was pale and ashen-looking.
I can't feel my chest.
She gasped as she tried to breathe.
You will need to get help as soon as you can. The necrosis is working on her chest and affecting her breathing,
Dave said. This may hurt, SJ said, as she pulled the dart from Silty's chest. Wincing from the pain, Silty struggled to sit upright slowly, taking rasping breaths. I need to get help. I'll be back as quickly as I can, SJ said. Silty just nodded as she lay there, looking over at the corpse of her deceased husband.
The phylactery,
Dave said. It can wait until we are back, SJ thought, as she moved up the stairs as quickly as she could in her injured state. The numbness was spreading through her right leg, and she had to get help before her leg became useless. Forcing herself up the steps, leaning heavily against the wall, she made it to the top before stumbling down the hallway to the front door. Managing to open it, she stepped outside into the street. Seeing an elven couple walking down the street, SJ called out, Help! Please! The elves stopped and turned before recognizing her and running over. SJ recognized one of them from the inn.
SJ, what's happened?
Jolien said. We need a cleric as fast as possible. Necrosis, SJ said. Jolien and his partner's eyes opened in shock. I'll go, the female elf said as she turned and ran down the street seeking help. SJ was leaning heavily against the doorframe of the property.
Here, sit,
Jolien said. Silty was hit. She's in the cellar, SJ said.
What caused it?
Jolien asked with concern. A lesser lich. It appears Silty's husband may have been keeping secrets from her, SJ said. Concern changed to fear on Jolien's face. I killed it. Don't worry. Please check on Silty, SJ said. Her right leg was now useless and felt like a lead weight. Her left arm flopped at her side, immovable. She could feel the cold spread to the necrosis as it worked its way up her leg and into her hip. It wasn't painful, just ice cold. Jolien stepped past SJ and hurried inside. In the cellar, SJ called. SJ felt a nudge on her right arm as she sat leaning against the door frame. Turning, she saw the face of the tabby cat, Howie. It let out a purring sound and rubbed up against her. SJ smiled and, reaching with her good arm, stroked him. A few minutes passed before SJ heard the calls, and heading down the street came the female elf with a man. The man's name was Gregor, and he was a cleric who served as the town guard at the training grounds. SJ had been healed by him regularly after receiving the odd cut or blow while training.
"You have got yourself in a bit of a state this time," Gregor said, seeing SJ slumped against the door.
"Don't worry about me. Please check on Silty first. She was hit in the chest and was struggling to breathe."
"Will do,"
Gregor replied as he headed straight inside. The female elf crouched by SJ as they waited for Gregor to return. The cold had now crept across her lower abdomen, and it felt like her left leg was cut off. The necrosis in her arm had now spread into her shoulder and across her back.
"I would have thought the lich being killed would have stopped the damage,"
SJ thought.
"Nope, not from necrosis. It'll basically end up paralyzing you and then suffocating you as it stops you from breathing and takes hold fully,"
Dave explained. Gregor appeared back at the front door.
"Silty will be fine once she rests,"
he said as he knelt by SJ.
"Where were you hit?"
"Left arm, right leg,"
SJ said. The wounds had healed over, and there was no visible sign of the damage because of her healing ability, just the effect of the necrosis that remained. Gregor pulled the sleeve of her dress up, placed his hands on her upper and lower arm, and began to chant. A tingling sensation, and then heat began to blossom from where he held her, and slowly she felt the cold of the necrosis beginning to lessen as though it was being pulled back to the source of the injury. Feeling the movement come back to her arm, she flexed her shoulder, smiling gratefully at Gregor.
"Thanks."
Gregor then moved to her leg.
"Do you mind?"
he asked as he moved her dress. Laughing, SJ said, "What do you think?" Gregor slipped his hands under her dress, and she felt the warmth of his hands on her thigh. Again, he began to chant. SJ felt the cold dissipate and bent her knee.
"Thank you, Gregor."
SJ smiled.
"No problem. I'm surprised there was a lesser lich in the town."
"No more so than me," SJ said, as Gregor helped her back to her feet.
"What can I give you as payment?"
"No need. You're a councillor of the town, and I've seen how hard you train and what you do for Killic."
SJ flushed from his comment.
"Thank you."
"I better get going. I'm supposed to be at the grounds by now,"
he replied, smiling at her. Entering the house again, SJ found Jolien, his partner, and Silty seated at the kitchen table. Silty still looked pale from her ordeal.
"Silty, I am so sorry,"
SJ said, embarrassed that the ratkin had been affected.
"It wasn't your fault,"
Silty replied.
"I need to go and finish the job,"
SJ said as she returned to the cellar. The fallen lantern stood upright at the bottom, and picking it up, she walked over to where the robed figure lay on the floor.
"Don't get scratched by those claws,"
Dave warned. SJ flipped the body over. The green jewel glowed brightly, appearing to pulse. Reaching out, she grabbed the jewel and pulled, snapping the chain from around the neck of the creature that was once Goji. The jewel felt cold in her hand.
"How do I destroy it?"
SJ asked.
"Smash it,"
Dave said. Taking hold of the remaining chain, she looked at the glowing light before swinging it onto the stone floor of the cellar. There was a cracking sound, followed by a howling wail as the shards of the gem flew across the floor, the green light fading from the shattered pieces. SJ had not been ready for the wailing sound and had thrown herself backwards, banging her head against the wall as she did.
"Ooh, damn! You could have warned me,"
SJ huffed, rubbing the back of her head.
Sorry,"
Dave said. coughing and feeling embarrassed. SJ's display triggered. Congratulations. Level 18 Lesser Lich killed. 180 XP awarded. Quest, Cellar Dweller, complete. You discovered Mr. Westerby's husband has been up to no good and disposed of his undead presence. Rewards, 1 silver. 400 XP plus 100% reputation bonus equals 800 XP awarded. I don't feel right looting the corpse of Silty's husband, even if it was now a lich, SJ said.
Understandable. Okay, next quest,
Dave said cheerily. Rolling her eyes, SJ stood and scanned the room with the lantern, moving and checking the other 2 smaller rooms the cellar had. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary, or any signs of necromancy. It was obvious that Goji must have been a necromancer to have become a lich. David explained that many necromancers would attempt to have a lich failsafe if they died. The chances of returning as a lich were never guaranteed, and it could also take years for them to develop. Even Dave didn't know precisely how a lich was formed. Walking back upstairs, she checked on Silty and comforted her. Silty gave her the silver coin, even though SJ tried to refuse because of the turmoil she must be going through. Not long after, she left and thanked Jolien and his partner, who she learned was named Lucille, for their help. I think I've had enough excitement for one day, SJ said as she left the house.
Yes, but you are only 1 more quest from level 15,
Dave said glumly. Sighing deeply, SJ checked out her character sheet to see how much experience she required. Her development had been going well. Her hit point calculation now included the 5% reduction caused by the Soul Stone. Legionnaire 25007077. Name, SJ. Age, 27. Race, Fae. Class, Assassin. Alignment, Neutral Good. Level 14. Experience, 4,985 out of 5,250. Hit points, 107 of 107. 112. 55 with a 2.04 multiplier, minus 5%. Mana points, 67 of 67. 55 with a 1.22 multiplier. Armor class, 26. 10 plus 16. Attributes. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 26. Intelligence, 11. Wisdom, 11. Constitution, 18. Charisma, 15. Skills. Racial. Night vision. You have improved vision in poor light conditions. Flight. When in miniature Fae form, you can learn to fly. Flying is not available in humanoid form. Shapeshift. You have the ability to switch between Fae forms. Class. Martial arts. Kata level 7. Claude Avenger level 3. Subterfuge. Identification level 8. 278 of 300 to level 9. Shroud level 3. Profession. Tailor level 6. Symbiosis. Dragon sense. Your senses, touch, hearing, smell, and sight are heightened. Precognition. Foreknowledge due to increased perception will allow you to evade a killing blow. 24-hour cooldown. Divine lightning. Your blood is combined with that of a blue dragon, increasing healing speed while out of combat. Malware. Waiver. Sandboxed. Inventory. 10 slots. 10 special. Followers. 3. Synchronization. 17%. Resigned to the fact she was so close to level 15, she said, "Okay, where now?" Chapter 48. The Root of All Evil.
The easiest and fastest option would be a repeat quest, Spinners in the Dark,
Dave said. "I don't fancy going into the dark again today," SJ said, shivering involuntarily.
All your current quests probably involve cellars or caves to visit.
Let's go back to the inn and see what else is on the wall, SJ said, shrinking and taking off. Flying back to the inn only took a minute, and SJ landed in the rear garden. Human-sized again, she entered. After ordering a coffee, SJ walked over to the quest board to see what was available. Most of them were the usual ones. SJ recognized them as starter quests, as the experience was so low for each. As her level increased, several more quests had appeared, as though they were being released in response. One in particular drew her attention now as she looked at the description. Plant infestation. Visit Blossom for the details. The problem with the quests in the inn was that you didn't know any of the experience gains until you spoke to the person who had issued them. Plant infestation sounds above ground and more interesting than saving Shelley the cat from up a tree, SJ said.
It was a 150-foot tree, Dave said.
It may have been. Reaching her was fine. It was the fact she thought I was a play toy as I was in miniature form.
Dave giggled. Seeing you run along the branches as she followed you down again was funny.
For you to watch, maybe, SJ sulked. SJ knew where Blossom lived. She was a florist who lived near the church east of town and ran a stall in the center most days. Her stall was always full of the brightest and most fragrant blossoms. SJ finished her coffee, placed her mug back at the bar, and headed to see Blossom. Hi, Blossom, SJ said as she approached her stall. The sweet scents of her flowers filled the air.
Hello, Counselor,
Blossom replied. As I have told you before, call me SJ. I'm not on town business. I'm here to find out about your quest, SJ said.
Really? That would be amazing. It's been posted for a couple of days now with no takers. I need the place sorted out. Otherwise, my next season's flowers won't be grown in time.
The weather and seasons of Killic were strange. Due to the constant temperature and the rare deluge of rain, they had 2 harvests a year. SJ had only witnessed 2 storms since her arrival, the first being when the Hobbs attacked the town. The most recent was 2 weeks ago. Even more rain seemed to have fallen that time. The quest popped up on her display. Quest: Plant infestation. Investigate what is causing the problems in the flower garden. Rewards: 1 stem of the Angelus, 200 XP. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes or no? Stem of the Angelus? That's something new, SJ thought. Unusual reward. It's something that alchemists use. Quite rare, Dave said. Auction house? Maybe. Darren may want it, or Master Rui. Where is the garden? SJ asked Blossom as she accepted the quest.
Between the church and the wandering ogre, there is a clearing in the forest that I've been cultivating for years.
I've never been into the forest in that area.
It's not a very large area, but enough for me. It is just outside the town boundary, unfortunately. Otherwise, I could have asked the council to help clear it.
What is it exactly?
I'm not sure. Some invasive species? I have never seen it before. It grows quickly and is covered in thorns. It has slowly been taking over the flower beds.
I will go and have a look. It was early afternoon, and SJ was making her way through the town. The usual hustle and bustle of the streets and the sounds of Killic had become a soothing norm for her. Traders calling, carts moving, and people walking about doing their daily chores. The town wasn't huge, but everyone was always busy. Maybe I should have got some tools if I'm going to be weeding, SJ thought. Possibly. I'm surprised that a dryad or druid didn't accept the quest to help. Many of them are so adept at nature and growth spells. The quest isn't exactly very telling. I was expecting moles or something to be cleared, not weeding plants.
At least it'll be easy experience and above ground.
Reaching the far side of town, SJ followed the path towards the wandering ogre and found the path Blossom had mentioned leading off into the forest. The path was narrow, and as soon as she entered the tree line, the sun's brightness was cut out by the overhanging canopy of the surrounding trees. The path led a couple of 100 feet into the forest before SJ came upon a clearing. It was much larger than she'd expected. The ground was flat and had been worked over the years to provide rows of pristine, perfectly aligned flower beds. Each of the beds contained a different variation of plants or flowers. Small wooden signs with the names of the species were placed at the end of each manicured row. The vibrancy and mixed perfumes from the clearing were intoxicating.
I can't see anything unusual, SJ said.
Strange, Dave said.
What's strange?
Nothing seems wrong with the place.
That's my point, SJ said, rolling her eyes as she began to walk between the rows.
It wasn't until she reached the far end of the third row that she noticed the thorn-covered vine that was intertwined with the flowers at that end. She knelt to look at it. Where the vine wove between the flower stems, it had grown smaller vines that were attached to the flower stems.
It looks like it's feeding from the flowers, SJ said as she equipped her claws.
Carefully, she positioned the tip of her claw next to the flower stem and cut through the offending thin vine.
This may take some time.
SJ began to work between the stems, cutting the thin, root-like vines. It wasn't until 30 minutes had passed that she noticed the vines were reattached where she'd begun.
Have you seen that? They're attached again.
Try finding the source of the vine, Dave said. Rather than cutting the thorned vine from the stems, she traced it back between the flower beds until she reached the end of the bed where the vine disappeared into the earth. It was as thick as a tug-of-war rope, with thorns like a rose bushes running its length. Placing her blades against the vine, she began to cut through it. The vine was much stronger than she had expected, and she had to place a lot of pressure on her blades to cut it. After severing the vine, she picked it up carefully, scraping the thorns from it, and then lifted it, pulling it back the way she had come, breaking the smaller vines as she did. Eventually, she got to where she had started. The removed section of the vine was at least 10 feet long. She moved it to the side and dropped it between the flower beds. She repeated the process on the next row, where another vine grew. It was as she cut the fourth vine that things went drastically wrong. A shriek pierced the clearing coming from the forest's edge to the rear. Looking up in shock, SJ came face to face with a creature she didn't recognize. It looked like a walking root. Mandrake, Dave said casually.
Didn't you know what it was? SJ said.
Nope, they're all unique. No two are alike, unfortunately. As the creature emerged fully from the forest, it appeared like a land octopus. Thick vines propelled it forward into the clearing, each covered in barbed thorns. Its body was shaped like a carrot, and on its head grew loose leaves that cascaded around its face like hair. It was one of SJ's strangest sights since arriving in Amatherean. SJ identified the creature. Thorned Mandrake, level 15. Hit points 98 of 110. Mana points 20. Armor class 10 out of 30. Attacks, Thornstrike. Special, Entangle.
It has multiple armor classes, SJ said as it began moving towards her.
Their roots are usually weaker than the main body. You need to cut its roots off to disable it. Then you can deal with the main root. I don't think it's happy you're cutting its roots off.
It took long enough to react.
They're used to losing limbs and regenerating them. It wouldn't notice losing one or two, but as you cut more off, it has obviously become suspicious. As the creature moved, its vines disappeared into the earth, slithering just under the ground's surface. Each of its roots moved independently, and it had many. Moving into a space away from the flowers, SJ stood facing it, ready to attack.
What for it?
Dave cut off as a vine erupted from the grass beneath SJ's feet and wrapped itself around her ankles. Dragging her feet from under her, the vine tumbled her onto her back. Crying out from the sudden shock, SJ sat up and reached forward, slashing through the root. Her blade sliced through it with relative ease. Now she wasn't being careful not to damage the flowers. The reaction from the mandrake was for 2 more vine-like roots to shoot towards her. She jumped to her feet, moving back from its attack. It began lashing out with multiple vines as SJ cut and slashed, parrying many of the blows with her blades until one hit its target. Wrapping around her right wrist, its sharp thorns digging into her flesh, it yanked her arm forward. SJ staggered off balance from the attack, grimacing from the pain of the thorns. Another vine struck at her and caught her across the side of her face. She felt the thorns rip into her cheek. This time, she cried in pain. Its multiple attacks seemed never-ending as SJ cut the attached vine off with her free hand and backed away again.
Any ideas?
Just keep severing its roots. Eventually, it will not be able to regenerate as quickly as it has been doing,
Dave replied.
I didn't realize it was regenerating.
SJ frowned.
All mandrakes can when they're in contact with the ground.
Looking at its health, SJ noticed it fluctuating. As she cut through one root, it lost health, then slowly, over time, gained a few health back.
This may take a while.
SJ blew hard from the exertion.
Usually their regeneration stops at 50% health,
Dave replied.
Good to know.
It currently had 76 of 110. 2 more vines flicked at her. She parried one while the other wrapped around her waist, pulling her forward. The thorns again dug into her through her dress, scratching and piercing. Another vine lashed out at her as she was dragged towards it, this time catching her right leg in its grip. If SJ wasn't careful, she would get entangled in it. Slashing with her claws, she cut the vine around her leg, freeing her movement, and leaned back against the pull of the vine around her waist. The mandrake was stronger than it appeared, pulling her forward again by the vine at her waist. Her arms flicked up from the sudden movement, and recovering, she slashed down through the vine at her waist. It fell limply, uncoiling as she moved away again. It had 62 health remaining now. It went to attack again as it lumbered closer on its vines, whipping its appendages towards her. She cut, thrust, and slashed as it continued to attack. It eventually reached 54 health. SJ's health was by this point down to 71. She hadn't noticed the damage she'd taken from all the various attacks and thorns that had caught her. All the small attacks had added up. The creature's wrinkled features shrieked again, making SJ's ears ring with pain.
I wish it wouldn't do that,
SJ hissed through gritted teeth.
Now it's below half health. You need to finish it by attacking its main body,
Dave said.
And how do I do that without getting caught by the vines? If I get any closer, it'll just entangle me.
It won't die from root damage alone. They only die once you sever their heads.
The mandrake's carrot-shaped body was possibly 18 inches across.
My blades aren't long enough to slice its head off in one go.
No. Unfortunately, you are going to have to reduce it to 0 health and then cut its head off.
Great, SJ said sardonically, continuing to defend herself from the vine's onslaught. The mandrake was only a level higher than SJ, and she was doing relatively good damage. The issue was the number of attacks it was getting in comparison. SJ was struggling to get in range of its body without being struck back. As she moved closer, her health was getting whittled down as much as the mandrake's.
I wish I had a ranged attack,
SJ growled as another vine struck her across her side, and she gouged more cuts into the mandrake's body. Her health was now down to 43, and the mandrake still had 31 remaining because of the increased armor class of its body. The mandrake had lost over half its vine-like limbs, but still had many remaining. They were strike for strike, SJ tiring more as the battle continued. This was the longest continuous fight she'd ever been in. Even in the main valley battle, she had a respite between attacks. As her health dropped to 28, the mandrake still had 25, and if they continued at this rate, she would be dead before finishing it.
I can't keep this up.
SJ hurriedly backed up and shrank as she did. Pain flared across her body from the multiple wounds, but she gritted her teeth and bared it, taking off as soon as she was able. Flying up and away from the creature, she hovered above it to catch her breath.
You need to hurry up whatever you're thinking of doing. If active combat drops, it will begin to regenerate faster than you will, even with dragon blood,
Dave said. Thinking through her options, SJ opened her inventory and checked it. She still had it with her, thankfully. She'd meant to visit Nexus at the auction house to discuss the prices of some of her loot later that day, since she'd picked up various items and begun the quests. Withdrawing the vial, she dropped to the ground again in front of the mandrake, growing as soon as her feet touched. SJ drew her arm back like a baseball pitcher, and she hurled the vial at the creature.
Ooh,
Dave said, realizing what she had just done. The vial of rock gobbler intestinal acid exploded against the mandrake, the white translucent liquid spraying over and around its body. The mandrake screeched in agony as SJ watched its body begin to be eaten away. Its health dropped as the acid took hold, eating into its fibrous flesh and turning it black as it did. It began to look like a charred vegetable. Several of its remaining vines fell off as acid ate through them. The mandrake whipped its vines around in a frenzy, shrieking and unable to do anything to stop the acid. As its health deteriorated, it slowed its movements. It reached 0. Its vines stilled, and it fell forward to the ground. Where the acid had splashed on the ground when the vial exploded, small holes were eaten into the surface, turning the earth into muddy pools.
That was a very good idea. Maybe if you had thought of it sooner, you wouldn't have taken so much damage,
Dave said.
You think?
SJ said, looking at the now smoldered mandrake root.
Okay, remove its head, but be careful of the acid.
SJ walked forward, making sure she didn't step on or touch the acidic splashes. She began to cut through the root with her claws. Its texture reminded her of a swede. Eventually, the top of the mandrake head came away, and SJ lifted it by its green-leaved hair and threw it to one side. Taking in the scene, it looked like she'd been shredding lettuce, with plant parts scattered around the flower beds. Several of them had been trashed in the process of the fight and would need work to get back to their pristine state. SJ looked down at her body. Her dress was shredded, ripped all over from the multiple thorn strikes, and her arms looked like a cat had used them as a scratching post. She moved away from the acid-covered area before sitting heavily on the ground. As she removed her water skin to drink, her display triggered. Congratulations! Level 15 Thorned Mandrake killed. 150 XP awarded. Quest: Plant Infestation complete. You have disposed of the mysterious mandrake. Rewards: 1 stem of the Angelus. 200 XP plus 100% reputation bonus equals 400 XP awarded. Congratulations on reaching level 15.
Congratulations,
Dave said.
Thanks. Maybe rats would have been easier,
SJ said, lying back on the grass, exhausted. After opening her character sheet, she decided to add both her extra points to Constitution. Her health had been her weakest element to the fight as soon as she had needed to get in range of it with its multiple attacks. The recent questing had been helping her no end. Her updates were: Level 15. Experience, 285 of 6,000. Hit points, 41 of 118. 124 total. 55 with a 2.25 multiplier, minus 5%. Armor class, 27. 10 plus 17. Dexterity, 27. Constitution, 20. Subterfuge,
Identification level 8. 280 of 300 to level 9. Shroud, level 3. After resting for several minutes, her dress repaired and her health continued to improve as the scratches and cuts healed. She stood, walked to the mandrake remains, and looted it. 2 mandrake roots. 1 potion of regeneration. I better see Blossom, and then I am going to head home, SJ said.
You have had another very productive day. Those 2 latest quests gave much better experience than the usual ones you've been doing,
Dave said. Shrinking, SJ took off and flew back to see Blossom. Chapter 49. Archery. Having returned to Farlek after completing the quest with Blossom, SJ stood in the kitchen area as Terrence stood at the stove cooking. He had picked up some great skills by working with Floretta and had been preparing meals for SJ on her return. It was nice to have the skeleton's company when she was at the cottage. The vegetable garden was fully planted, and apart from the odd pesky mole that Brian and Charlotte had dealt with, the plants were beginning to grow well. How did you get on today? SJ asked. It had become a common discussion point between the pair of them. Terrence always wanted to show her what he had completed in her absence.
This is going to take a few minutes to cook, so I can show you now.
He turned, smiling. Where there had been a wall at the rear of the cottage, the stonework had carefully been removed, and Terrence had constructed an archway which led through to the extension. Walking along the hallway, there were 5 rooms leading off. The first room had been turned into a bathroom, and the second was SJ's tailoring suite. The other 3 rooms were private rooms for each of the skeletons to use as they wished. SJ had been adamant that they had to have one each, even if they never used them. Terrence had built bed frames for each, and SJ had mattresses and bedding delivered from Killic by Greta, the dwarf whose stall was like a hardware store. Greta had become her go-to for anything she needed. Between Greta, Jacob, who'd gotten SJ most of her initial supplies, and Zedge, she got the majority of the items she required. There was a rear door at the back of the property that opened onto the training area that had been constructed. There was a ring marked out with small stones around its circumference with sand footing from the lake. SJ had been training against both Terrence and Brian some evenings. Then 3 archery targets were placed at varying distances, going back towards and into the forest slightly. Charlotte had been over the moon with the targets and used them regularly when not tending the gardens.
Ta-da!
Terrence said, showing SJ the newly constructed training dummy. SJ walked over to it. All the training dummies in the town were basic. This one was anything but. What are all the contraptions coming off it for? SJ asked, confused.
Here, let me show you,
Terrence said, grinning. He walked behind the dummy, where several pulleys and levers were positioned. As Terrence moved the various levers, the dummy moved, and it could strike back. Its arms and legs could be used to simulate attacks while using it. Wow, SJ said, amazed at the work he'd put into it. Terrence had been keeping this latest project secret.
It's more realistic,
Terrence said. It's amazing, SJ said. Can I?
After dinner.
Terrence smiled. They returned inside, where Terrence served SJ a bowl of fish stew. Each day SJ returned, Brian would have been fishing, and there was now always a couple of fish hung up on a frame outside the cottage. Brian was trying to construct a smoker so they could also go hunting for hoglings or similar and preserve the meat. There was no point currently, as only SJ needed to eat. Initially, she told them they didn't need to worry about it, but they were all adamant that they did. Oh, the food was delicious as always, SJ said, finishing the stew. Charlotte and Brian had joined them in the cottage now, and the 4 of them sat around the dining table.
SJ, can we ask you a favor?
Charlotte said. Of course, there is no need to ask. Just let me know what you need.
do you mind if Brian and I visit Killic?
The question took SJ by surprise. Why would I mind?
We didn't know if you wanted us to go there.
I've told you all before, you can go and do what you wish. I don't control you or decide how or where you live. If you wanted to move to Astafall or anywhere else, that is your choice. If a skeleton could blush, SJ could have sworn the pair of them just had.
We aren't used to freedom,
Brian replied. SJ shook her head in response. You are my friends, all three of you, she said, looking around the table. You aren't my servants. The skeletons turned and looked at each other.
I really want to visit the florist you have spoken about,
Charlotte said.
I would love to get some new plants for the garden to work with.
Of course. Blossom is amazing. I just did a quest for her today.
What quest?
Brian asked. He was always excited to discover what quests SJ had been completing. There was a thorned mandrake that needed getting rid of. SJ then had to spend the next 15 minutes running through a blow-by-blow account of what had happened. What did you want to get from Killic? SJ asked Brian.
I am after some fishing gear and also wanted to see about some new daggers. Mine are getting very worn with all the gardening and digging they've been used for,
he said, looking at Charlotte.
Don't blame me,
Charlotte replied, looking guilty. SJ laughed. Setu is a goblin friend of mine who works down at the docks as a fisher. He may be the best to speak to about gear when you get there. Here, she said, as she removed some silver from her inventory and handed it to them.
We don't need your money,
Charlotte said, shocked. What's wrong with my money?
We can't take it,
Brian said. How else are you going to pay for anything? SJ asked.
We have a few coppers from when we were with the necromancer,
Brian said. I don't care what you have. Take these as a thank you for all the work you've done for me at the cottage since you arrived, SJ said, placing 2 silver coins in front of each of the skeletons. All 3 sat with their mouths open, staring at her in disbelief. And if you see anything else while there that you want but can't afford, let me know, SJ said, pushing her chair back and standing up. Okay, who's coming to train? She asked, smiling. The rest of the evening passed quickly, with all of them taking turns fighting against Terrence's new contraption. It was hilarious for those watching. Not so for the one of them struck by the solid wood appendages Terrence had given it. It added a sense of realism to the training, and SJ wanted to speak to Lorna about implementing them at the main training ground in Killic. She even discussed patenting, which confused the skeletons. As the sun set, SJ called it a night and thanked Terrence for his amazing contraption, promising she would speak to the training ground. SJ was standing in her bedroom at the cottage in Killic the next morning, where she had just returned. She walked to the wardrobe where she'd been leaving her questing gear. After removing the items, she dropped them into her inventory. As she was finishing, there was a knock on the cottage door.
Darren,
Dave said. SJ unlocked the door and let him in. How was Astafall? She asked as soon as she saw him.
Boring being confined to the wagon,
he replied glumly.
Alice wouldn't even let me visit the bugbears.
You were surprised?
No,
he said. Over the past month, the relationship between the pair of them had developed to that of a brother and sister. Whenever Darren had questions about females, she couldn't call them women, knowing that Darren was talking about Alice, who wasn't human. He was always broaching the topic with SJ. It was both sweet and annoying, all at once. What happened this time? SJ said, looking at the face Darren was pulling.
I did something stupid.
What? SJ asked, frowning.
I asked her if she'd marry me.
You what? You've only been seeing each other for a month, SJ said, shocked by his revelation.
I know, it was
stupid of me. We were lying on a wagon roof the night before last while travelling back, looking at the stars, and that just slipped out.
And what was Alice's response?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No, she didn't say a thing.
So, what's your problem?
I mean, anything. Since I asked, she hasn't said a word to me.
SJ stared at him. Did you say anything else to her?
No, I've been too embarrassed since.
Darren stood with his shoulders sagged and looked close to tears.
He's an idiot,
Dave said. Why? SJ thought in reply.
Dryads have strict codes for betrothals. Alice has to speak to her parents before she can answer anything.
Explain.
Dryads have a very complex hierarchical structure within their families. Most requests for marriage would have been organised and confirmed through their families. Only once confirmed would the proposition of a request be announced.
Oh, I did not know.
Darren had walked to the dining table and sat in a chair with his head in his hands.
I'm such an idiot. Why did I do it?
Agreed, Dave said.
Because you have feelings for her, SJ said. I think I know why she isn't speaking to you.
Why?
Darren asked, looking up at SJ hopefully.
They have strict familial rules. Any marriage request normally goes through the parents before any communication between the parties. Dave just explained it to me, SJ said.
She has no parents,
Darren replied.
She must have a guardian or similar then, or relatives,
Dave said.
Does she have a guardian? SJ asked.
Darren's face scrunched up as he cringed.
What?
SJ asked.
Siegfried,
Darren replied.
Siegfried is Alice's guardian?
SJ was now the one in shock.
Yes, Siegfried took Corinne as a child and has been a guardian since her parents' death.
There was so much that SJ still didn't know about her friends. This explained Siegfried's behavior when Alice had gone missing.
I did not know, SJ said, as Dave burst into laughter at the news.
Oh, if there is one person Darren didn't want as her guardian, it would be Siegfried.
Dave said.
Stop being mean, Dave, SJ thought.
Oh, sorry. It's just too funny.
Dave gasped. Darren and Siegfried's relationship had not started well, and it didn't seem to matter what Darren had done since. Siegfried always looked at him as though he was trouble. His continual reaction towards Darren now made complete sense, as he was so protective of Alice. The revelation threw SJ off. She gathered her thoughts and responded,
Maybe this is a good thing. If you show how serious you are, maybe Siegfried will start coming around.
And maybe he'll turn into a werebear and eat me,
Darren replied. The comment made Dave laugh even harder than before.
Anyway, how did it go with Alice being able to set up the quest?
Darren looked up.
It worked. She could configure it while in Astaful.
That's great news at least, SJ said, smiling.
Not sure there's much point in my staying in Killic now, though,
Darren sulked.
You don't know that for certain, SJ retorted.
As if.
SJ wasn't going to entertain his melancholic mood any longer.
Get up.
What?
I said, get up.
Darren pushed his chair back and stood, turning to SJ.
What?
SJ had been trying to think of something to say that would snap him out of his mood. Nothing came to mind, so she did the only thing that did. She slapped him across the face.
Ow!
Darren said, rubbing his cheek.
What was that for?
Feeling sorry for yourself. Stop being so stupid and pull yourself together. You're acting like an adolescent teenager, not a grown man, SJ snapped.
The anger in SJ's voice took Darren by surprise.
Sorry,
he stammered. Now, man up and put your big boy pants on. SJ was certain that Dave was rolling around the floor. He seemed to be struggling to even breathe. He was laughing so hard in her head. She could imagine a little robot doing cartwheels. SJ felt terrible after just slapping Darren and turned away.
I have things to do, so if you've finished feeling sorry for yourself, maybe you can give me a hand?
What do you need?
I need you to come and meet Cristy.
In the month since the attack on her, SJ had been so focused on her level that she'd only briefly seen Cristy and had sworn that she would spend the day with her as soon as she reached level 15. She wanted Darren to start teaching her archery. She knew she could take her to the cottage, but Darren was at a much higher level than Charlotte was.
I know you've been to the Fletchers, and I need you to help pick a bow for her.
Sure,
Darren replied, looking a little happier with something to think about other than his predicament with Alice.
Which bow do you suggest?
SJ asked Darren. They were standing at the Fletcher's shop. SJ had never visited before and was amazed at the different styles and varieties of bows available to purchase. Cristy was keeping the Fletcher busy by asking her many questions. Darren and Cristy had got on like a house on fire. Darren had been acting like the silly uncle and spoiling her rotten. SJ's inventory was currently full of toys and clothes Darren had bought for her. She could see that Cristy could get away with murder with Darren.
This one,
Darren said, picking a small bow from a stand.
It's an elven bow, used for training.
Cristy had been experiencing a growth spurt for the last few weeks, and SJ was sure the gnoll had grown another 6 inches. David explained the basics of gnoll growth, and it sounded like it was normal, and would likely continue at this rapid pace until Cristy reached full size. SJ took the bow from Darren.
What makes this so good?
You can vary the string tightness so it can be adjusted as she gets more proficient and stronger.
SJ noted the small screw-style thread at the base of the bow. The bow was 2 feet, about half the size of Darren's short bow that he used.
Once she has the basics and grows a little taller, one of these will be better for her,
he said, indicating an actual short bow approximately 3 feet.
Before deciding if she wished to stay with short bows or move to long bows.
The long bows were massive and stood taller than SJ and Darren.
Okay, what about arrows?
SJ asked. There was a selection of available arrows to choose from.
For training, I would get bodkins. They're easier to remove from targets since they don't have barbs,
Darren said. SJ looked at the differing heads the arrows had until she found them.
What length?
Cristy needs to try the bow and we can confirm. There must be a couple of inches longer than she can draw.
Cristy?
SJ called.
Yes?
Cristy said, walking over.
Darren thinks this one is best for you,
SJ said, handing her the bow. Cristy took it, her eyes wide in awe.
Are you certain?
She said to Darren.
Yes, this is best for you as you learn and also for your size. Teach,
he finished, laughing. Cristy kicked his ankle in response. They'd been bickering like this all day, and SJ just rolled her eyes.
See how far you can pull the string back?
SJ said. Cristy got hold of the bow by its grip and then pulled the string back. It didn't go back very far.
Here,
Darren said as he adjusted the string tension.
Try again.
This time, Cristy pulled the string back much farther.
Perfect,
Darren said as he selected the arrows she needed.
All you need is a quiver and to decide how you want to carry it.
Carry it?
Cristy asked.
Yes, my quiver is on my back, as you can see. You can get ones that sit on your belt.
I want a back quiver like yours,
Cristy answered excitedly.
Do you have anything in her size?
Darren turned to ask the Fletcher. SJ had never met her before and didn't know her name.
Yes, give me a moment,
she said, walking through to the back of the shop. After a few moments, she returned with a small quiver that Cristy put on. It fit her perfectly after a couple of strap adjustments. Darren had selected 20 arrows and dropped them into her quiver. Darren wore his bow across his shoulder most of the time, and SJ couldn't help but smile when she noticed Cristy copying Darren. She now had the look of a fledgling archer. "How much?" SJ asked. "I'll get it," Darren said. "No, you have been conned out of enough today," SJ said, smiling. Darren frowned. "You realize you've bought Cristy everything she's asked for today," SJ said. SJ turned to the Fletcher before he could respond. 58 copper, she said. SJ had been expecting it to cost much more. "That sounds cheap," SJ said. "You are a counselor," the elf smiled. SJ blushed at the comment. She hadn't been feeling much of a counselor recently. "Thank you," SJ said, feeling embarrassed. The afternoon was spent at the training ground. SJ had asked Lorna to allow Darren to show Cristy the basics of archery. Cristy hung on his every word the whole time, and by late afternoon, she'd begun to complain that her shoulder hurt. Darren had been really impressed with how she was doing and promised to bring her back in another couple of days. SJ had taken the opportunity to perform some of her own training and, after finishing a punishing routine under Lorna's guidance, had been watching the pair. "I think we need to get you home," SJ said, as Darren fired a few arrows into the center of the farthest target. His accuracy was uncanny. "Probably best," Darren said, collecting his arrows. After dropping Cristy back at the orphanage and unloading her inventory to the dismay of Madeline, who told them both off for spoiling the gnoll, SJ and Darren made their way to the inn to grab some food. They were walking along, talking casually, when Darren came to a standstill as a huge hand grabbed him on his shoulder, halting his movement.
"We need to talk,"
Siegfried said. Chapter 50. Mistake. SJ turned to look at Siegfried. Darren's eyes were wide with shock, fear, and panic. His casual humor and banter from the day disappeared in an instant. Darren turned to look at the huge man. As Darren replied, his voice cracked, sounding rather squeaky.
"What would you like to talk about?"
he asked.
"You know exactly what I want to talk about,"
Siegfried said, in a very calm but serious tone. His tone was so flat that it even made SJ feel nervous. She'd never seen him like this before.
"Come with me,"
he finished, not removing his hand from Darren's shoulder. Darren gulped as, without question, he allowed Siegfried to direct him. SJ was as shocked by the sudden appearance of Siegfried as Darren was, and as Siegfried began to direct Darren off, she spoke. "I will join you," SJ said. Siegfried didn't even turn and acknowledge SJ.
"If you wish,"
he replied. Siegfried escorted Darren down a couple of streets until they came out near the lake opposite the docks. SJ had been here once before with Settu, when they had traveled over from the docks back to town when it had been quarantined. The houses along this stretch were much larger than the ones in the town center. Approaching one of the houses, Siegfried eventually took his hand from Darren's shoulder and directed him up the path. Siegfried then followed, and stepping by him, took out a key, opened the front door, and let him in. The house was a 2-story building with an overgrown front garden. "Is this yours?" SJ asked, never having been to Siegfried's home.
"Yes,"
Siegfried replied.
"In here,"
he said, directing them into a lounge area at the front of the property. The room was sparsely furnished. It contained a sofa, a couple of armchairs, a small cluster of tables, and a bookcase. Darren was looking pale now.
Sit,
Siegfried said. Darren moved and sat on the sofa. Siegfried took one of the armchairs and dragged it so when he was sat down, he was facing Darren.
SJ, the kitchen is at the back. Would you mind getting some water?
Siegfried asked, not taking his eyes off Darren. Darren could not meet Siegfried's eyes, and he looked down. Not wanting to leave the pair of them alone for long, SJ hurried down the hall into the kitchen, grabbed some glasses, and filled a pitcher of water before heading back. She hadn't heard anything being said. The tension in the air was palpable.
Thank you,
Siegfried said. He took a deep drink before placing his glass down. SJ poured one for herself and sat in another armchair, turning it slightly. She felt as though she were a referee between two prize fighters. The silence continued for a few minutes on both sides, and Siegfried didn't drop his gaze.
Do you mind?
Darren asked, his voice cracking and sounding dry as he grabbed a glass and poured himself some water. He drank deeply himself before nurturing the glass in his hands, still not meeting Siegfried's gaze. SJ couldn't take it any longer. Her nerves frayed. Are you two going to talk, or just sit in silence? Darren glanced at SJ, a deep-set fear in his eyes. Siegfried's gaze again didn't flinch from Darren. Shifting in his chair slightly, making it squeak under his considerable weight, Siegfried sat back a little and took a slow, deliberate breath.
I believe you have asked Alice to marry you.
Darren flinched.
I did. Think very carefully before you answer this next question,
Siegfried said, still in a very calm and controlled tone.
Did you mean it?
Darren sat upright, his eyes meeting Siegfried's for the first time since arriving, and with a single word, he replied,
Yes.
Siegfried took another long, deep, deliberate breath, closing his eyes as he did. Slowly exhaling, he opened his eyes again.
I'm guessing you have absolutely no idea about the Dryad culture.
Darren dropped his gaze again.
No,
he said meekly.
You managed to put Alice in a very awkward position by asking her directly. It broke all the Dryad's protocols that are expected to be followed,
Siegfried replied.
I'm sorry. I was unaware until SJ informed me this morning,
Darren said. SJ was struggling to read Siegfried, having never seen him in such a flat and controlled manner before.
Do you realize what marriage means to a Dryad?
I had assumed it would have the same meaning as marriage for anyone.
Once a Dryad gets married, it is for life. There is no turning back. A broken marriage for a Dryad means death.
Darren's eyes shot open in shock.
What do you mean, death?
When a Dryad weds, their soul is split. If a marriage fails, then the Dryad will lose half their soul, and most succumb to madness, and eventually death.
Siegfried replied, his face completely neutral.
I didn't know,
Darren replied.
So, I will ask you one more time. Did you mean it?
Darren again did not hesitate.
Yes, I did. I wouldn't have asked her if I hadn't,
he said adamantly. Siegfried closed his eyes again and took another long breath. Pushing himself up from his chair, he stood and turned, leaving the room without saying a word. Darren and SJ glanced at each other. SJ shrugged, having no idea what was happening. Listening, they heard Siegfried climb the stairs.
The pair sat in silence for several minutes, listening to Siegfried move about upstairs, opening and closing what sounded like a chest before he came back down the stairs and into the lounge area. SJ and Darren were staring at Siegfried as he entered, carrying a short staff intricately decorated with leaves and a design resembling vines running its length. At the staff's top was a claw-like grip holding a clear orb.
You will need this,
Siegfried said flatly, handing the staff to Darren. Darren reached out and took hold of the staff, which was only about 3 feet. Siegfried didn't let go, and Darren's eyes met Siegfried's, which now contained a look that SJ couldn't describe. It wasn't anger, and it wasn't hatred. It was something much deeper and more meaningful than anything SJ had ever witnessed. A promise.
If you hurt her, I will kill you,
Siegfried said, releasing his grip on the staff and walking back out to the room. With an uncertain look, Darren sat with his arm out, still holding the short staff.
What does this mean? It means that Siegfried has granted him permission to ask Alice to marry officially,
Dave said, yawning. What? SJ said. Darren turned to look at SJ, confused. Dave just said it means you've been given permission to ask Alice to marry you, SJ said excitedly. Darren's face instantly went through several changing emotions before he shouted, Yes! He jumped up from the seat.
Now you just have to find her and ask her, offering her the staff. The staff offer means that her guardian, in this instance, has approved the proposal,
Dave said. You now need to go and ask Alice officially and present her with the staff, SJ said, standing. Darren turned and threw his arms around SJ, hugging her excitedly. The grin that had broken out on his face was contagious, and SJ couldn't help but grin back.
No time like the present,
he said, hurrying from the house. SJ walked from the lounge and saw Siegfried down in the kitchen with his back to her. SJ walked down the hallway towards him. Siegfried, are you okay? SJ could see Siegfried's shoulders shuddering. Siegfried? SJ asked again.
Are they gone?
Siegfried asked. Yes, SJ said, turning to see the open front door Darren had left through. Siegfried turned and looked at SJ, tears running down his cheeks. What's wrong? SJ asked, panicking. Seeing the mountain of a lycanthrope crying as he did wasn't something she had ever expected to witness. Through all the hardship and trials she had seen, the mountain stood in front of her had always been stoic, the strength behind the town. Siegfried wiped his eyes.
I never thought that I would see the day of Alice being asked to marry. It's come as a shock. I've brought Alice up since she was a youngling, and she has always dreamt of getting married. I'm just a little emotional, that's all.
I assume that Alice wants to marry Darren, SJ asked.
Yes, she mentioned not long after returning from the caves how she immediately felt about Darren and hoped he'd be the one.
Why did I think you wanted to kill Darren every time you saw him?
I didn't realise.
You have put the fear of God into him? Siegfried half smiled.
That's not a bad thing, then.
SJ couldn't help but smile in response. No, I suppose not. It's better to keep him on his toes, she chuckled.
Oh, I need to sort myself out. I have a meeting with Ulrich, Nevik and Shelley this evening. We're discussing the first mithril batch.
I'll leave you to it then, and allow you to compose yourself, SJ said.
Thank you. Make sure that Darren understands that I meant what I said. If he hurts her, I will kill him.
Siegfried again replied in a flat tone. The sudden switch to a serious persona made SJ's hair stand up on the back of her neck. She knew that he meant it. Leaving Siegfried, SJ headed to the inn. She wanted to speak to Floretta about the grapey fruits. It had been just over a month since she had first moved into the cottage, and Floretta had taken some of the grapey to begin producing some of the jerky. At this time of day, the inn was starting to receive the early usuals before the main thrum arrived a little later, once many of the stalls and shops had closed. It was always busy in the evenings.
You can tell that fool, if he ever darkens my doorway, I won't hold back from the damage I'll do to him,
Karis screamed. A tall, elegantly dressed man stood at the bar, feeling Karis's full wrath. Bert stood in his usual spot, not concerned about the ongoings. All the patrons were facing the bar, watching the interaction. SJ walked to the bar, standing just off from the berating. The look in Karis's eyes was that of hatred. "Karis, is everything all right?" SJ asked. Ignoring the man she'd yelled at, Karis turned and noticed SJ, her face softening as she did.
"Hi, SJ. No, everything is not all right. This pompous idiot thinks he can walk into my inn and threaten me."
"Threaten you?" SJ asked, shocked. The man didn't even react to Karis's flippant remarks.
"He's here on the guidance of a supposed complaint raised against my inn by the Brewers Guild in Asterfall. Apparently, I've been selling illegal ale."
The statement baffled SJ. How can you be selling illegal ale? Don't you brew your own?
"Most, yes. I do purchase some ale from the local villages that we support."
"How can it be illegal, then?"
"They're accusing me of stealing trade secrets and saying that my ale is a stolen recipe that replicates the Brewers Guild's traditional ale. I sell excess ale in Asterfall and have several bars which purchase it."
"I'm confused. If you're brewing your own ale, what makes them even consider it the Brewers Guild recipe?"
"Nothing. It's that backstabbing idiot Fortune. He's playing dirty games, trying to damage my reputation and reduce my income. It's another one of his tactics to try to gain my recipe after his failure to blow up my inn. If he causes enough damage to the inn's reputation, he believes that I'll give up the secrets to stop the damage he's attempting to cause. I'll have to go to Asterfall to meet my buyers and smooth things over. This not-so-kind gentleman has just told me that any further shipments to Asterfall will be prevented from entering the city until the accusation is investigated in full."
"Do you not fall under the town's trade arm?" SJ asked.
"I do."
"Isn't this an issue to be addressed through the Councillor for Trade, then?" SJ asked. She had, with the time around her leveling, been learning about all the various aspects that helped the town tick over. The infrastructure and workings of the town were very similar to what would be expected back on Earth. All the main areas were covered under the guidance and support of one or more councillors. There were departments in the barracks that oversaw each one: housing, waste, magic, food, trade, professions, etc. It was a complex web of work, with many areas that overlapped each other. SJ soon began to realize that her role as ambassador could cover all areas if an external party inquired. "Can I ask who brought the charges?" SJ said, turning to the man. He wore perfectly tailored clothing, and his brilliant white shirt looked soft and luxurious. The man looked SJ up and down. He wore small, circular glasses on the end of a long, needle-like nose. His look turned to one of disgust.
"I have no business with your fee," he said, turning back away from her toward Karis.
"Oh, no," Dave said. "What did you just say?" SJ's tone was low and menacing. The instant anger from his comment sent her blood beyond boiling. The man turned back to look at SJ.
Go away before you get hurt. I do not deal with your kind.
He stood looking at her in a derogatory manner, sneering.
My kind? Would you like to elaborate on what you mean?
SJ asked, her tone measured but still menacing.
You know exactly what I mean by my statement,
he said.
Do you have a name?
SJ asked, speaking now through gritted teeth.
I won't be telling you anything. I told you to go away.
Who do you think you are to tell me to go away?
I am an official of Astafall working within the guidance and remit of the binding unity of our region. You do not have the right to question me, nor even speak to me unless I deem that I wish to speak to you, and I will not sully myself any further by talking to one of your kind.
Several in the inn gasped at his statement. The man didn't take his eyes off SJ. SJ balled her fists the instant he finished speaking. Bert noticed SJ's reaction and started toward them. Karis's eyes widened, and SJ was unsure if it was because she had equipped her claws or because of what the man had said.
I suggest you think very carefully before you answer the next question I'm going to ask you,
SJ said, almost hissing. The man raised an eyebrow casually.
You realize the trouble you'd be in if you attacked an official of Astafall.
He showed no fear, glancing at her clawed hands.
And do you realize that you have disgraced the city of Astafall with your behavior?
My behavior? You think anyone in Astafall cares about your kind?
SJ had held her temper long enough.
My kind!
She screamed. The sudden change in tone made his eye twitch. Sighing, the man turned back toward Karis, ignoring SJ.
How dare you turn away from me? Do you know who I am?
The man glanced sideways at her as he replied, shaking his head.
A disgusting excuse for a race.
SJ's emotions were already in turmoil because of her fear and elation for Darren, and to be spoken to in such a way by this man was too much. Her eyes flew, and her arm moved before she even realized what she was doing. As she went to grab him, her other arm pulled back into a punching position, with the claws pointing menacingly at the man. As she did, Bert gripped her shoulder, preventing her from reaching him.
Not inside, please, S.A.,
Bert said in a calm voice. Turning, the man again looked at SJ in disgust and waved his hand.
I suggest you throw the trash out, and I would advise you attempt to get better clientele in the future,
he said to Karis.
What's going on?
Alice said in a commanding voice as she entered the inn. Chapter 51. Highs and Lows. The man, hearing Alice, turned to face her.
Ah, Alice, my dear, my intention was to come and see you. I hope you've been well. I missed you on your recent visit to Astafall,
he said, a smile now on his face. Alice took in the scene before her. I asked what's going on, she said in a deadpan tone.
I would like to raise formal charges against this thing here,
he said, waving at SJ dismissively.
She tried to attack me.
And what reason did you give the ambassador to believe you deserved to be attacked?
She has no right to even...
The man trailed off, his mouth opening in shock as he looked at SJ, and then back at Alice.
What did you just say?
Tyrell, I asked, why do you think our ambassador believes you deserve to be dealt with?
Ambassador?
He spluttered.
Yes, ambassador.
What?
The man looked again from Alice to SJ and back again, the color draining from his cheeks and his eyes wide in alarm. Bert still had hold of SJ's shoulder firmly, but not painfully.
SJ, could you please be so kind as to allow me to speak to Tyrell?
Alice asked. And maybe lose the claws. She smiled. SJ hadn't taken her eyes off the man as she seethed at his comments, but she took a deep breath and relaxed her fists, exhaling deeply and returning her claws to her inventory. Bert removed his hand from SJ's shoulder as she did.
Thank you,
Alice said.
Tyrell, I think you and I need to have a talk.
Tyrell's face had lost all color, his previous bravado and contempt having been replaced with one of shock after Alice's comment.
Let's go and sit,
Alice said as she walked to the far end of the bar, away from any other patrons. Tyrell stood frozen for a moment before hurriedly turning and following her.
Well, that was boring after all, Dave said.
I can't believe how he spoke to me,
SJ thought.
I told you before about how many feel about Fae.
I know, but that level of hate is atrocious.
I can understand how you feel. You have shown none of the behaviors of the Fae. The problem is that many Fae behave in a manner which damages their reputation. You are an anomaly of a Fae, never mind of the system.
SJ looked over at Alice and Tyrell. Alice looked very animated, and the look on her face reminded SJ of when her mother used to scold her.
Here,
Karis said, placing a glass of honey wine on the bar. SJ picked up the glass and drank it nearly in one, then wiped her mouth.
Thanks.
Karis gave SJ a wry smile.
I'm sorry,
she apologized.
You have nothing to be sorry about, SJ said.
This wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the situation with Malachi.
Are you certain it's Malachi's doing?
It must be. There's no one else who has ever brought ill will against the inn.
Alice and Tyrell talked for several minutes before they both stood. Tyrell glanced briefly at SJ, then left the inn. Alice walked over, sighing deeply.
Sorry. Tyrell is a fool. He is a lower officiate of Atherfall. He only holds a position because of his family name, not his ability. I don't care who he is. I've done all I can since being in town to build my reputation, and he thinks he can walk in here and speak to me the way he did.
SJ said,
Don't worry. I will ensure that his father is made aware of his behavior. Beldon, his father, is a leading counselor for the trade emissary. Tyrell normally only deals with minor issues, as his own father doesn't trust him.
Did he tell you of the accusation against Karis? SJ asked.
Yes. Karis, I know you won't have done anything wrong, but can I ask that you allow the investigation to take place?
Alice asked.
Why would I even accommodate the accusation?
Karis said.
Tyrell wouldn't say who had raised the complaint, but by following the process, I can request the details of who made it and on what grounds,
Alice said. SJ still had so much to learn about the political landscape of Amathera, especially now that she was an ambassador. The proposition seemed more daunting every time she thought about it.
Have you seen Darren?
SJ asked.
Not since we arrived back,
Alice replied, sadness filling her eyes.
Oh,
was all SJ could respond. She was bubbling with hidden excitement, knowing what would come. Karis poured them both another honey wine, and they walked over to an empty table where they caught up on what had been happening since Alice had been away and the outcome of the tax levy. Ptolemy appeared on the small stage not long after, and his music filled the bar as more of the evening patrons arrived. Alice had excused herself to go talk to one of the merchants she had meant to catch up with that afternoon. SJ saw Darren enter the inn. Spotting her, he walked straight over, looking distraught.
I can't find her anywhere,
he said glumly. Try looking over there, SJ said, pointing to the far side of the bar where Alice sat with her back to him. His eyes shot open, and he had a huge grin on his face that disappeared as the color drained from his cheeks. What's wrong? SJ asked.
What if she says no?
Just tell him to go. Ask her already, Dave huffed. You'll never know unless you ask her, SJ said, smiling at him. Darren stood nervously, fidgeting as he processed what he should do.
Okay,
he replied. He walked towards the stage, rather than where Alice was sitting. What's he doing? SJ thought.
No idea. Whatever it is, if she doesn't say yes, I think he will die of embarrassment,
Dave replied. Darren stood now talking to Ptolemy, who was playing a tune. SJ saw Ptolemy smile, and as he finished playing, he coughed loudly.
Friends and strangers alike, could I have your attention for 1 minute, please?
Ptolemy said, leaving his normal voice melodic. Several in the bar turned to look at him.
What is it, Ptolemy?
One of the regular orcs called.
Darren here would like to say a few words,
Ptolemy said, before he stepped aside and Darren took to the small stage. Silence began to fall across the bar, and SJ glanced at Alice and saw she had noticed him standing on the stage. Her eyes were wide.
Hello, everyone. I know I don't know many of you well, if at all, and before I start, I would like to apologise for the issues I've caused Karis and her inn since I arrived in Killic. I'm glad to see that everything is back as it was, if not better.
One of the patrons shouted, "We can't all be born idiots," to which several laughed. Darren's cheeks reddened with embarrassment before he coughed and said,
I have a song I would like to sing.
Reaching towards Ptolemy, he took his lute and began to pluck the strings. SJ sat staring at Darren as he transformed from a nervous, embarrassed wreck to someone she could tell had performed on stage. Remembering what Darren had mentioned about how he had died, SJ couldn't take her eyes off him as he began to play.
This is for you, Alice,
he said, and soon SJ recognized All of Me by John Legend. The patrons were silent as Darren sang with confidence and composure. SJ, caught up in the moment, glanced constantly between Darren and Alice, whose cheeks had reddened. Karis had not been in the bar when he had made his statement, so when she returned from the cellar, she walked over to where SJ sat and whispered,
"What does he think he's doing?"
SJ turned and looked at Karis's hard-lined face, which was filled with animosity towards Darren. "Proposing," SJ said with a huge grin. "What?" Karis said, much louder than she meant to, getting a couple of the regulars to turn around and hiss "shh" at her. Karis stood now, watching Darren perform. He wasn't as proficient on the lute as Ptolemy, but the music came across well. As he struck the last chord, Darren ended with,
Alice, will you marry me?
You could have heard a pin drop as silence filled the bar. Everyone turned to look at Alice. They all knew her. She was one of the most popular beings in the town, highly respected and trusted by many. Darren handed the lute to Ptolemy and got down on one knee, called the short staff from his inventory, and held it towards her. Alice held her exceedingly red cheeks in her hands, cupping her face as she stared open-mouthed at Darren and the staff he now held.
"What's your answer, Alice?"
called the same orc from before. Silence ensued for several more moments, and tears appeared in Alice's eyes. As they began to flow down her cheeks, she said, "Yes." The bar exploded in hooting and cheers. Alice stood and walked over to where Darren still knelt. Reaching out, she placed her hand on the staff around Darren's hand.
"Looks like we needn't have worried about the quest for Darren after all,"
Dave said. SJ could feel tears on her cheeks as she sat there, grinning from ear to ear. The next few hours disappeared in a haze. The drink began to flow, and Ptolemy began to play again. It was not long after that Nexus arrived and joined him on the stage. Alice and Darren had come and joined SJ at her table, and well-wishers came and went as the evening wore on. SJ drank much more than she usually would. Darren got up to join Nexus and Ptolemy on the stage. As they sang, SJ checked her display. It was already getting late, and she had stayed in Killic later than she had for weeks, apart from the one evening when the inn reopened fully. "I need to head home," SJ said to Alice. "Thank you," Alice said. Leaning over, she gave SJ a hug. Alice had been on the honey wine as well, and the pair of them were a little tipsy. "Say bye to Darren for me," SJ said, standing. "Will do," Alice smiled. SJ left the inn, turned, and headed out to the town center towards the cottage. The night sky was bright with a cloudless sky and a full moon. SJ swayed as she walked down the street. "That was fun," SJ said, hiccuping. "It was okay," Dave replied. "What do you mean, okay? Two of our friends just got engaged." "I'm happy for them. I'm just feeling left out, seeing you all have so much fun when I'm stuck watching it all unfold and can't partake." SJ had never considered how Dave might have wished to be part of the evening as it unfolded. It was strange, considering they were two of the same person. SJ could experience everything firsthand, while Dave was stuck watching from above. "I never gave it a thought. Sorry, Dave," SJ said.
"Well, it's not your fault,"
Dave replied, sighing. She turned the last corner. The cottage lay just ahead of her, a welcome sight. As she reached the gate, she stumbled, almost toppling over it. "Careful," Dave said. SJ giggled, the fresh air having hit her now she was outside, adding to her intoxication. She stood upright and reached for the gate latch as a blade penetrated her back. Half collapsing, half falling, she fell over the gate, her momentum and weight carrying her into a forward roll. The blade that had struck her dug in further. SJ cried in pain as she tried to understand what had just happened.
"Throwing knife," Dave shouted. "Get up and get inside now. It's that level 19. He's coming."
Panic filled SJ's foggy mind as she scrambled to her feet and she staggered forward before losing her balance and falling down face first. She climbed to her feet again as she heard the gate open behind her. She did not look back, just tried to make it to the front door so she could get inside and lock out whoever was attacking her. Fear coursed through her veins as a voice spoke behind her.
"Sorry, SJ."
The next blade caused her body to convulse as it entered her back, aligned with her heart. Precognition triggered. Cooldown 24 hours. As the cold steel of the blade penetrated her body, her knees gave way, and SJ fell forward, cracking her head on the stone step of the cottage. The last thing she saw before losing consciousness was her display flashing. You are suffering from the effects of bleed. Health will be lost over time until healed. Wake up! Dave was screaming in her mind. SJ came to. She was lying on the ground, her neck at a painful angle where her forehead had hit the stone step. Pain radiated from the points where the blades had struck her, and she groaned as she moved her arms. Thank the gods! At least they left thinking you were dead, Dave said. SJ couldn't think straight. She slowly pushed herself to her knees, leaning heavily on her hands. Lifting one hand, she could feel the free-flowing blood from her cut head. Her display flashed precariously. She had 2 hit points left, ticking down and back up as she lost health and regained it. Your precognition and dragon blood kept you alive. You should have died from that attack, if not from the initial blow, then from the bleed effect. Only gods know how it missed your heart, Dave said. Slowly climbing to her feet, SJ fumbled in her pocket for the cottage key before entering, then locking the door behind her. As soon as she did, she collapsed to the floor again. Her breath was coming in short gasps, and she knew her lung had been punctured. The blade had entered her back at an angle and should have pierced her heart. SJ opened her inventory, calling the potion of regeneration to her hand. Her hands shook violently as she pulled the stopper from the vial and drank. The effects of the potion began to work almost immediately. Her health increased rapidly, her breathing eased, and she felt the cut on her forehead stitched together, the skin feeling stretched and taut as it did. The healing didn't remove the pain from the wound, and the potion effects wore off as her health reached 50%. Looking at her display, her health was still ticking down from the bleed effect and back up from her dragon blood. Pushing herself back to her feet, moaning loudly, she grimaced.
Did you see who it was? They said my name.
No, they were fully hidden, again, in cloaks. I think I recognize the voice, though,
Dave said nervously.
Who?
SJ hissed.
I am not sure I should say, just in case I am wrong.
Who?
SJ said with anger.
I think it was Greb.
What?
SJ said, surprised and confused.
It sounded like Greb. He has a subtle lisp on his S's, and when he said sorry, it sounded like him.
Why would Greb attack me? I thought we were friends.
If it was him, I can only imagine one reason,
Dave replied.
What reason?
An oath.
Chapter 52. Secrets. Even after the regeneration potion, the bleed effect wouldn't stop. SJ needed to find a healer. There'd been several in the inn celebrating Alice and Darren's engagement, but Lithonian was closer.
I am going to see Lithonian,
SJ said.
I wouldn't go outside yet. Whoever attacked will not have received any experience for a kill, so they may come back. Luckily, you were only unconscious for a few moments, and they probably expected that the bleed effect would take some time to finish you. Whichever skill or weapon they used is potent to continuing doing the damage it is doing. There are few who could have survived without your dragon blood.
I can't stay like this.
Why? You won't die. Your dragon blood will keep you alive. You can wait as long as you need.
If I stay here, and they do come back to investigate, I'll be trapped inside.
It's better to be inside than out on the street.
There were no visible signs of injury left from the attacks, but the bleeding effect still attempting to finish her was exhausting. Steadying herself on the edge of the table, she took a seat.
I can't stay here. I need healing. I can't even think straight.
SJ's head was spinning with the potential of it being Greb who had attacked her. This was the first time since the initial attack that she'd returned to the cottage after dark, having stayed in the inn the last time she was in town. Now that she was sober, even with the pain from the wound in her back, she could make it to the inn in a minute or two easily.
If you are going to leave, fly,
Dave said. SJ hadn't considered flying, and on hearing Dave's comments, shrank. The sharpness of the sensation that flooded her back was nearly unbearable, and she cried in pain as the transformation was completed. As they began to beat, her wings sent pulses like electric shocks coursing through her body. It was the safest way, she knew. She flew into the kitchen, knowing that the window was open, and left immediately, rising into the night sky. Flying over buildings to the rear garden of the inn, she swooped down to land, growing as she touched the ground. Her back flared in protest, her lungs feeling as though they were being squeezed, and she fell forward to her knees, gasping. There were several in the inn garden, and a couple stared at her.
Are you okay?
A goblin she recognized as a relative of Setu stood from a bench and walked over.
No, I need a healer, SJ said, grimacing.
He looked at her with raised eyebrows before walking into the rear of the inn. A couple of others had come over to her and helped her to one of the benches, where she now sat doubled over, leaning on her knees. Her breathing was difficult, and she wasn't sure if the regeneration potion had repaired her lung, or whether it was from using her wings. A couple of minutes passed before Sven arrived. He was dressed in casual clothes. SJ didn't recognize him at first.
SJ,
he said.
Bleed effect,
SJ hissed.
Okay.
Placing his hand on her shoulder, he began to cast. A brilliant white light emitted from his hand. The light made the surrounding area look as bright as day. SJ watched as her health increased again, and it felt as if her lung was being reinflated. It was obvious from the sensation that the potion hadn't healed it fully. After several moments, the rush of power reached her mind, and she felt like she'd been injected with adrenaline.
Oh, thank you, Sven. I owe you again,
SJ said.
No need for thanks,
he said, looking concerned.
What happened?
I was attacked when I returned to the cottage. It's the first time I've been out at night in Killic since.
SJ could see the anger on Sven's face.
We need to find the culprit.
I need to speak to Darren. Sven, are you able to sober him?
SJ said, standing and rolling her shoulders, her back no longer throbbing.
I can,
Sven said.
Good. Do you mind waiting here for a moment?
Walking into the inn, she found Darren sitting with Alice at the same table they had shared earlier. Alice noticed SJ and frowned.
I thought you had gone home,
Alice said, slurring slightly. Darren turned to look at her, a huge grin on his face. His eyes looked glazed, and he was drunk.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but I must speak to you both. Is that okay?
Darren smiled.
Sure, come and sit. We can talk.
No, not here. Outside, please,
SJ said, indicating to the inn garden. They looked at each other, shrugged, and stood to follow SJ as she wove back through the throng to the garden. Sven was still outside.
Sven, do you mind?
As Sven approached Darren, who frowned at him, he reached out and placed his hand on his arm. The brilliant white erupted in moments, and Darren's eyes began to clear.
Wow,
Darren said as his head cleared.
I can start again now,
he said, laughing.
No, I need your help,
SJ said. Alice looked unsteady on her feet, and Sven repeated the exercise with Alice, removing the alcohol from her system with his magic. Once the pair of them were sober, SJ told them what had happened.
I'm sorry for ruining your evening,
SJ finished. Darren was first to respond.
I'm going to go to the cottage and see if there's a trail.
Don't go alone,
SJ said.
I'll be fine,
Darren said, calling his bow from his inventory and hurrying from the garden.
Are you okay?
Alice asked, concerned.
I wish I knew I have become someone's target.
SJ had not told them who she believed may be the suspect, only asked Darren to see if there were any tracks. She didn't want to start passing any information without confirming the details.
I didn't see Greb inside,
Dave said. Alice and SJ sat on one of the benches. Sven had returned inside to leave them to their conversation.
It must be to do with Asterfall,
Alice said.
Why? I've never been there. I know no one from Asterfall.
It was well after midnight when Darren returned.
There was a trail. It leads to a building south of town,
Darren said.
Did you see anyone?
No. It enters the building and stops. It wasn't easy to track. Whoever it was had trails all over town. It took me a while to find the correct one.
Okay. Thanks, Darren.
Not at all.
He smiled.
I thought you might know who it is, Alice, if you want to come with me.
Alice stood immediately.
We need to make sure SJ is safe first. I'm going to speak to Karis.
Alice disappeared inside again and eventually returned, and SJ was made to stay in Karis and Phyllis's private quarters. Phyllis had finished as the bar had quietened, and many patrons were now beginning to leave the inn. Once SJ was secured upstairs in the relative safety provided by the number of patrons and people who stayed at the inn, Alice accompanied Darren. SJ was lying on the sofa in the quarters. Phyllis had provided her with a blanket.
I wish I wasn't stuck here,
SJ thought.
Better being safe than vulnerable on the street,
Dave said.
I don't like others putting themselves in danger.
Darren is at level 20, and Alice is even higher. They're more than capable of looking out for themselves.
It all doesn't feel right.
SJ couldn't sleep and lay on the sofa trying to work out what she had done to end up as someone's target. As the morning sun's first light began to shine through the room's windows, SJ heard footsteps and a knock on the door. Karis had returned upstairs a couple of hours before and had excused herself to sleep after chatting to SJ. SJ stood and walked to the door.
Who is it?
It's me, SJ. Alice's voice replied. SJ let her in and asked nervously, Did you find anything?
Yes,
we have the culprit in custody. He has confessed to the attempted assassinations.
Who is it?
SJ asked.
I am not sure how to tell you this, but it was Greb.
SJ finished her sentence. Alice's eyes opened in shock.
Yes?
How did you know?
When he attacked me, he said, Sorry, SJ. I wasn't sure then, but I thought I recognized it as Greb's voice.
Did you find out why?
Yes. Valentine and Lorna have been questioning him, and he broke under their pressure. It is safe to say he will not be causing you any further problems.
SJ frowned.
What happened? I won't go into details as it wasn't pleasant. His oath was very strict, and as he broke it, he suffered the consequences.
SJ gasped.
Is he dead?
She dreaded to think what they had done to Greb to make him confess. Witnessing Lithonian's reaction while talking about Beliki's family was frightening enough to make her understand an oath's power.
No, he isn't dead. His mind has been left broken, though. He will be lucky to speak again. Master Rui has been called to treat him with his alchemical solutions, and I believe Lithonian will be spoken to today as well. Master Rui didn't sound hopeful.
Did you find out the reason?
Yes. Unfortunately, that is where it affects you.
What have I done that has caused someone to attack me? Alice looked weary,
and it was obvious she hadn't slept since learning about SJ's attack. By the sounds of it, none of them had. SJ ushered Alice over to the sofa to sit down. "It's not your fault, but unfortunately, because of the system changes, you have ended up as the target." "I don't understand. Why?" "It stems from politics, and this attack appears to be based on fear." "Fear?" SJ said. "Why would someone from Astaful fear me?" "They don't fear you. They fear what you stand for. Asterfall is the strongest city in the south of the continent. It has built its reputation around its strength and control of what occurs within the south. Killic has always been a small but well-respected town, and over the years, our relationship has allowed us to bring sway to several decisions. We have gained the trust and support of various councillors in Asterfall. This relationship recently supported the tax levy negotiations, which I briefly alluded to last night. The problem is, because of the influence we have as a town already, someone within the council is fearful that as the town grows, the balance of power could shift from Asterfall to Killic. The easiest way for them to limit the town's growth is to dispose of you." SJ sat, mouth open at Alice's words. At no point had she ever considered that her position as a Legionnaire and the system's adaptation of allowing Killic to grow as she did would bring such danger to her doorstep. Never mind a potential direct threat against Killic. She had seen it as an opportunity for all to grow and develop, never to challenge Asterfall. "I thought Astafall was huge in comparison." "It is. The fear of what will happen over time has driven someone to begin this course of action." "But it would take Killic years to grow its population, and potentially that long for me to reach a level that allows Killic to even be considered a rival of Astafall." "Perhaps. They are also aware of the Mithril mine. We had thought that the knowledge of it had been controlled well enough. Unfortunately, with Greb being one of the affected parties, whoever he has been working for in Asterfall is now aware. That now brings a direct threat against the town if the knowledge spreads farther afield. As you say, we are still a small town. Our population is less than 4,000. SJ did not know that it was even that large. "Do you know who he was working for?" "No. He broke as he tried to reveal a name." Alice's head dropped forward, a look of shame on her face. "What's wrong?" "What Greb went through is one of the hardest things I have ever witnessed." SJ shuddered, thinking of what may have been done to him. She did not like the possibilities. "What do you need me to do?" SJ felt the need to help in any way that she could. Whether Alice or others blamed her or not, she had triggered the potential future impact on Killic. She loved the town and the beings who lived here. Dread filled SJ at the thought of her friends being targeted because of her. "Nothing currently. The most important thing is that you remain safe. How many know of Farlek Cottage?" SJ had never publicized where she lived, but several knew about it. Gladys, Hubert, Lithonian, Zedge, Husa, Karis, Phyllis, Floretta, Zigford, Alice, Darren, Fran, Gary, Setu. SJ reeled off the names of those she could think of. "There may be more. Possibly Jacob and Kretzer. I'm not sure." SJ frowned. "Well, that is a start, at least," Alice replied. "A start for what?" SJ was concerned by the statement. "Secrecy. If we are going to keep you safe in the future, we will have to keep your cottage as quiet as possible. Greb was questioned and was not aware. There had been no other attack before last night because you had always been back at Farlek Cottage. Greb had observed the cottage in town regularly and not worked out where you were going. A new oath is going to be created, and all those who know about Farlek will be asked to take it. If they don't, I'm unsure what we will do with them yet, but Siegfried's response wasn't very positive.
Siegfried is aware already. He was involved last night, yes.
The thought of the damage and challenges she might bring to the town was huge, and SJ put her head in her hands, staring at the ground.
I am so sorry,
SJ eventually replied.
None of this is your doing. It is the system and those who are fearful of change.
If we don't know who is responsible in Astaful, what does that mean?
I'm not sure yet.
We have a lot to discuss and work through. Siegfried has yet to decide whether he should inform the council. He has to, doesn't he? Not unless a direct threat to Killic is known of. We have confirmation of why you were attacked. It still doesn't mean Killic is currently directly within their sights.
I can't remain an ambassador for Killic if I'm a threat to the town,
SJ said.
You most definitely can,
Alice replied firmly.
If anything, it strengthens your position as the ambassador and shows your meaning and true town position.
It is not known widely that you are Killic's ambassador, but with your position known, an attack on an official would be the same as an attack on the town. I doubt that whoever ordered Greb knew that you were. Otherwise, they are likely to have tried a more subtle approach rather than direct assassination.
Subtle?
Alice coughed nervously.
Poison, etc. could have been passed off as an illness rather than a death because of an attack.
Can you think of anyone in Astaful who would be that fearful of Killic growing in strength?
Several, unfortunately.
Can anything be done to confirm who it may be?
I have contacts who can do some digging and pay more attention to certain information.
Our best option is you. You are an assassin after all.
What?
SJ said in surprise.
If it comes down to it, and we have to, we will remove the threat. We had no thought of ever challenging Asterfall, but only time will tell what the future brings,
Alice said, looking ahead thoughtfully. SJ groaned, having gone from the elation of the previous evening to the sudden realization that she was a catalyst in a wider scheme. She felt like a very small fish in a very big pond that was potentially full of sharks.
If Astafall is aware of the Mithril mine, what will they do?
SJ asked.
I am not sure the Chancellor is aware of the mine yet.
If he was, I am sure he would have contacted Siegfried by now. Asterfall only has 2 mines from which it gets revenue. To my knowledge, one is nearly empty.
The priority for Killic now is defense.
We require walls to be constructed and the crag entrance controlled.
They must be our focus.
Won't the council challenge them? They have resisted expansion already.
Once we begin to see the mithril revenue,
I can guarantee that most, if not all, the council will want to protect their revenue stream.
I need to get as strong as I can as fast as possible,
SJ said with conviction.
Actually, you don't,
Alice replied, facing SJ and smiling weakly.
Why not?
If you reach level 20 and the borders expand again before we have other elements in place, we will end up being even more vulnerable.
Shock registered on SJ's face.
She hadn't considered the implication of her continuing leveling, even after what they had spoken about. All she could think of was growing in strength to support and defend the town and herself if need be. Alice registered the look on SJ's face and smiled at her.
It doesn't stop you leveling. It just means that we must consider your growth alongside the town's capabilities directly in the future. None of us were aware of this until you leveled. It is something everyone must consider.
Chapter 53. A Binding Oath. I am not sure where to start, Dave said once Alice had left.
You're telling me, SJ thought.
Phyllis was up, busy getting ready for work.
I hadn't considered that somewhere like Astafall would take an issue with one of its towns growing. Most cities would have jumped at the chance of recognition through town growth, never mind the increased income from taxes. These circumstances are strange.
I'm not sure what I should do. I want to level, but as Alice said, if I reach level 20 and they aren't ready for it, I could cause significant harm to the town. We already have a level 31 wyvern in the mountains to the northeast. If I reach level 20, what is going to come next?
It's not so much what will come next after leveling. It is more about what is going to happen next. These system changes are still an unknown.
Dave sighed. You still have not managed to do anything with your code yet?
No. I have a further 217.3 sextillion combinations to run through on the algorithm lock. So it could be now, or in a while.
Dave laughed. The thought of 1 sextillion alone freaked SJ out. She did not know how fast Dave could perform computations, or how long each check took.
That's a lot.
I did say before, it's a doozy.
Do you have any ideas on what I can do? Alice mentioned remaining an ambassador, but all I see is that it makes me a larger target.
Politically, from what Alice said, it makes sense to remain as the ambassador. She was right in her interpretation that if everyone knew, then it is very unlikely a direct attack or attempt on your life would happen. It is not unheard of, just unlikely.
That doesn't make me feel any better. I'm not even sure who I can trust. I classed Greb as a friend. Not close like others, but still a friend. And he was under orders to assassinate me.
It does raise concern. Hopefully the creation of a specific oath that being swear to can remove any concerns.
Can it, though? Racial oaths can outstrip another oath. The town oath is only as strong as someone staying in the territory. I am unsure if anything can be done to guarantee my safety. It fills me with dread.
Dave cleared his throat before he answered.
Trying to look at it from a neutral perspective, there are never guarantees. The world is an unsafe place. All worlds are. Look back at what happened to you on Earth, being squished by a tree. You never know what is around the next corner, but it can't stop you from living the life you wish to lead. You have to make the most of what is available to you, and you have so much. Your relationships with many in Killic are beyond any I have ever witnessed in my millennia as an administrator. You are special, SJ, and you can't let this incident stop you. You must have resilience and fortitude to overcome adversity.
SJ sat silently, contemplating Dave's words. He was right, after all. A tear formed in the corner of her eye. The single drop rolled down her cheek, hanging from her chin with determination before it dripped onto the knee of her dress. SJ watched as the damp spot disappeared as the dress repaired it.
Thank you, Dave. Whatever happens in the future, I know that I've the best friend anyone could ask for.
Dave sniffed.
I will always be here for you. Always. Remember that.
SJ's display triggered. Synchronization, 25%.
That's gone up a lot,
SJ thought.
It has steadily increased since we first noticed it, Dave replied. I don't know what it signifies. I asked the adjudicators and they didn't know, so I asked the system and they didn't respond.
Why would the system not answer?
The only conclusion I can come up with is that they don't know themselves.
SJ, you look terrible,
Phyllis said, walking from her room, dressed for the morning shift in the bar. Thanks, SJ said, laughing.
You didn't sleep, did you?
No, and knowing what I do now, I'm not sure I even could.
We need to remedy that, then,
Phyllis said, as she returned to her bedroom. A minute later, she returned, carrying a small bottle.
Here, drink this.
What is it? SJ asked.
Poison,
Dave said, laughing sarcastically. Not funny, SJ thought.
It's a sleeping remedy. I use it for nights when the inn stays open, and I have an early shift, so I need sleep.
SJ uncorked the bottle. It smelt of marzipan, sickly sweet. SJ couldn't help but feel nervous, especially after Dave and his sarcasm.
I promise, it won't harm you,
Phyllis said, smiling. SJ couldn't sense any danger, so she took a drink from the bottle.
It takes a few minutes to work, but soon you'll sleep like a gnomeling. I'll come and check on you later,
Phyllis said.
I better go.
Phyllis left to go downstairs. The liquid tasted sweet, and SJ felt like her head was much lighter. Her whole body relaxed. The nervous tension she'd been holding on to dissipated, and as it did, she lay back on the sofa. Her eyes began to feel heavy, and she allowed them to close.
Wake me in a few hours, please, Dave,
she thought, moments before sleep took her. When Dave awoke SJ several hours later, she panicked, equipping her claws and sitting bolt upright.
There was no one here. Don't worry,
Dave said, sounding concerned.
Sorry, I had horrible dreams,
SJ said. She'd been dreaming about being attacked again, and whenever she thought she was safe, another of her friends came at her. Her dress stuck to her skin, its self-cleaning function not even keeping the sweat away while she slept.
You didn't sleep well. You tossed and turned the whole time.
Could you see my dreams?
No, I can only read your thoughts while you're awake.
Standing, SJ could feel her dress beginning to dry as it was cleaned of her sweat. That was at least one positive from everything that had been happening.
Darren came to see you while you slept, but Karis sent him away again before she went to work.
Did he say where he would be?
No, sorry.
SJ headed down to the bar. Looking at the room below her, she walked down the broad stairs. It was the same as always. Laughter, drinking, singing, and eating. Nothing appeared different, but SJ knew that for her, nothing would ever feel the same again. As her eyes moved around the patrons there, she knew many of them by name and recognized all of them. The problem was whether one of them would be her next visitor. She shuddered at the thought.
You need to try to not let it affect you,
Dave said.
Easier said than done,
SJ thought. Karis saw SJ coming down the stairs, smiled broadly at her, and began to pour her a mug of coffee. Sitting on a bar stool, SJ took the mug and, inhaling the bitterness, drank.
How are you today?
Karis asked.
When I got up, you didn't look very settled.
I am not sure, SJ said honestly.
Understandable, under the circumstances,
Karis replied, nodding.
Darren stopped by and asked you to see the mayor once you were awake.
Thanks. I will go over once I've drunk this.
Do you not want any food?
I'm not sure I could stomach any at the moment. Karis smiled.
Let me know if you change your mind.
SJ finished her drink and left the inn. Walking outside into the afternoon sun was like any other typical day in Killic. The town square was busy with the usual traders. Customers moved around, talking and bartering. Nothing looked or felt different from what SJ had got used to since she'd arrived. Beings she knew called greetings to her as she passed. she responded with fake smiles and nods of appreciation. The problem was that everywhere she looked, she began to question, what if? Could they?
You need to stop,
Dave said, concern in his voice.
Until last night, you loved walking around town, always wittering away in your head about some of the insanest things. Today, you are so paranoid it's frightening.
Sorry, I just can't help it, SJ thought.
You need to remember that apart from one person, everyone here is the same as before. You can't allow yourself to be overrun like this. Get control of your own thoughts.
Says the AI reading mine.
Okay. Get control of our thoughts because you are concerning me,
Dave said sternly.
If you carry on with this paranoia, you will send yourself crazy.
On arriving at the barracks, SJ went straight to Siegfried's office. Siegfried stood from behind his desk and came to meet her.
I am so sorry,
Siegfried said, concern etched on his face. For what? SJ frowned.
For what has happened?
You can't control the actions of others.
Please, come and sit.
Siegfried offered SJ one of the chairs as they entered his office.
How are you?
Honestly, I don't know. Everywhere I look, I am now questioning the truth, SJ said. Siegfried's brow furrowed at her comment, a clear sign of the worry he held.
Alice informed me of those you believe know about Farlek Cottage. All have been asked to come to the barracks shortly. We have a written oath that we'll request all agree to and sign.
Do you think an oath will be enough to keep the cottage secret? I said to Alice that I may have told others.
It's a starting point. You are the most important being in the town. We must keep you safe at all costs. You will allow Killic to flourish and become a better town.
A rush of emotions hit SJ. Above all else, the dread that settled in her stomach that the town relied on her growth. Am I not just painting a target on Killic? SJ said, clasping her hands nervously.
If you mean, will your existence and the progression of Killic be down to you? The simple answer is yes and no in equal measure. You may have triggered the territory and border amendments, but didn't trigger the mithril mine. The mithril mine, above all else, will draw unwanted attention. Now that others outside of Killic could know about it, we need to begin our plans to expand and control our borders.
SJ sat in silence, contemplating Siegfried's comments. She had made so many friends since arriving, and even now, sitting with Siegfried in his office, she held on to a nervous tension. He had been like a father figure since her arrival. His strength and resolve always provided a sense of security for the town. It was some time later that those SJ had named arrived at the barracks. They were shown upstairs to the council chambers, which, for many, was the first time they had ever been there. Siegfried sat at the top of the table, and as they arrived, they were asked to sit and drinks were served. The last to arrive was Alice, accompanied by Nexus. SJ had never mentioned Nexus to Alice as a being who knew about the cottage, which surprised her. Knowing that he was a god, she hadn't even considered him a threat. With Nexus joining them, the council table was almost full. Several around the table sat nervously, wondering why they had been called here. Most, upon seeing SJ, smiled fondly at her.
I believe that this is the last of our planned arrivals,
Siegfried said, as Alice closed the council chamber doors and sat at the far end of the table opposite Siegfried and SJ.
Some of you will already know why you are here, and others will not. So first, I need to explain why I've requested you all to attend.
Siegfried spent the next few minutes explaining the occurrences of the previous evening. Several around the table stared in shock at what had happened to SJ. Those who already knew sat with hard expressions of anger on their faces as Sigfrid relayed the events. Even though SJ hadn't spoken to Sigfrid directly about the attack, he was aware of everything SJ had explained to Alice and was also present at Greb's interrogation. He expanded on the findings from Greb and the reasons behind the attack. The details caused several to react angrily, but the deepest set look was that of fear. Even Hubert sat with a concerned expression, and Gladys looked downright terrified. Only Nexus sat calmly through the proceedings, at no point changing his neutral yet pleasant expression.
In conclusion, we have to maintain SJ's safety, and to do so, those who are aware of where she lives are being asked to take an oath that will ensure that Farleck Cottage remains a secret.
Wouldn't she be safer staying in the town? Karis asked.
The 2 times she was attacked were in town, and without providing her with a permanent escort or guard, we couldn't guarantee her protection. At least with a cottage, she has a place away from town, and with her followers who do not sleep, she is a guard always on watch at Farleck,
Sigfrid said. SJ hadn't even considered Charlotte, Brian, and Terence, and now feared they could become future targets. It was true that they never slept and would always be on guard while she was there, but she didn't like relying on others for her safety. SJ could feel the mounting pressure that rested on her shoulders. All those who now sat in the chamber were either very close or very good friends.
To alleviate any future threat and to maintain the secrecy of where SJ lives, we have written a new oath that I would ask that you all agree to today,
Sigfrid said as he unrolled a parchment that lay on the table.
Does anyone object to agreeing to a new oath of secrecy? Alice asked.
SJ glanced around the table nervously. No one spoke in objection.
I have one question.
Nexus spoke. He had maintained silence since the commencement of the proceedings, and everyone was now turning to look at him.
Please,
Alice said.
May I?
Nexus asked as he reached for the parchment that Sigfrid had unrolled.
Of course,
Sigfrid said as Nexus picked it up. Holding the parchment in his hand, Nexus read the oath and raised an eyebrow.
Why do you believe this oath will prevent people from speaking of SJ or divulging her secrets? Have you not proven that a being may be forced to comply?
Sigfrid's cheeks reddened at the comment, the coloration not going unnoticed by SJ, meaning that he may have been directly involved in whatever happened to Greb to make him break his oath.
What else can we do?
Sigfrid replied.
There is one way that we could confirm secrecy. It is not something that can be taken lightly, though, and may be seen by some as interference. Interference?
Sigfrid asked, confused.
Yes, interference. It is unlikely, but some may consider it stretching the rules,
Nexus said. Most around the table now looked at Nexus with confusion, his cryptic comments not making sense of what he was alluding to. Nexus pushed his chair back and began to pace around the table. He muttered as he did, holding his chin with one hand and appearing deep in thought. This continued for a few minutes, the confusion in the room replaced by a nervous tension.
Nexus, is something wrong?
Alice asked. Stopping, Nexus turned to face her and gave her a brilliant smile.
No, nothing is wrong. I'm just conferring.
Frowning deeply, Alice looked at Nexus as if he had lost his mind.
Conferring?
Yes, with my brethren,
Nexus replied. That statement brought even more confusion to the table.
Sorry,
Sigfrid asked.
What brethren? And how are you possibly communicating with anyone?
SJ could feel panic building in her chest.
I think I know what he is going to do.
Dave said, sounding in awe and amazement. What? SJ thought. As she did, Nexus moved to the top of the table where Alice sat.
There is one way that I can guarantee absolute secrecy from those who know,
Nexus said.
How?
Siegfried asked, a tone of anger in his voice. The scene that had been unfolding had caused everyone to feel uneasy.
There is one oath that can outweigh any other, even racial. Do any of you know which oath that is?
Nexus asked, looking around the table. Lithonian nodded his head at the comment.
I am aware of one, he said.
Please, Amatherean, do tell.
Nexus smiled.
When I worked in Astafall with the High Cleric, I was informed about the oaths and their binding levels. It is a very complex structure, but there is one oath that would indeed replace any others.
What?
Siegfried asked with apprehension.
The binding oath of a god,
Lithonian replied. Several around the table scoffed at the comment.
And where will we find a god to perform a binding oath?
Siegfried asked incredulously. As Nexus replied, SJ could feel the hairs on the back of her neck rise.
Here, of course,
he replied, smiling. This Escape from Reality has been a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. Head to podiumentertainment.com for more next-level stories. Sign up for your spam-free newsletter to stay up to date on what's coming. You can also join our party of listeners, fans, and noobs on social media, including Reddit. Don't be a casual. Follow us. You have been listening to A Clockwork Ogre, Book 2 of the Amatherean Tales, produced by Hannah Grenfell, written by Bosloe, performed by Rebecca Woods. Text copyright 2025 by Nicholas McAnulty. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.